We're ready for the first game. Wherever we go. Nice.
After is coming in.
It's gonna bring chaos and havoc for sure.
Complete final part to be trolled, and then we
For him to take off and continues.
Good God, have they prepared for this?
Oh my lord,
That net just might seal the
Great
We
play.
do have one guy down. Job done.
Couple marking your great. Jimmy gotta get through again. Fight the first time. Find the second.
And good God, have we prepared for this? It's day number 2 here of the ESL PUBG Masters Spring for Stage 2, of course, where we are in the midst of finding out who manages to qualify on into that grand finals. We've got winner chicken dinner games. We've got super settings coming up in just a few moments' time as well. My name is Kyle Laris, and joining me to get things going for the day, we have Avenger and, of course, the Sims here with all of his beardy action. As me too, to be fair, to be quite honest, to be frank. Rich, how's it going in the land of Britain?
It's very well. There's actually quite a lot of sunshine outside, and as a ginger person, there's no better place I'd rather be than inside, ignoring it, playing video games, watching video games.
Perfect. How about yourself, our Danish ginger friend?
Yeah, I am. It's also sunny outside, and you know what? Honestly, I'm inside no matter what. You know, it's winter, summer, bad weather, good weather. I just sit here game all the time. No, jokes aside, obviously also like being outside, but I'm excited to be here. And yesterday's games was ecstatic, honestly. And today is gonna be a hybrid, both formats intertwined. It's perfect.
Yeah, we'll see how this is going to play out. Of course, we only have those 2 more winner chicken dinner games, which we'll be talking about in a few moments' time. So let's take a look and see what's going on with that format and get you up to speed. So we are in the midst of stage 2 right now. We have already played 6 of those winner chicken dinner games. We will later on show you which 6 teams have advanced on from those. Now, we have 2 more of those winner chicken dinner games left over. And then after that, we move into that 4th box along, the last chance, where the remaining 16 teams that have not qualified onto the grand final will play a best of 10, all in super format. And then we get to our grand final, where 8 teams from those 16 have then qualified on through, joining those winner chicken dinner teams. And yeah, those are our 16 for the grand final in total. So not convoluted at all. We know exactly where we are at right now. And taking a look at how all of those teams have been able to manage it so far, here are 6 teams that won themselves games yesterday, Rich.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? It's a little bit different. The consistency from some teams within the top 4, top 5s. Again, you can't knock Na'Vi straight away off the bat, just winning it and saying job done, thank you very much. It's straight through, but yeah, it's a very interesting day to say that we have 2 different formats in play. I, for one, have never been working on a working day where we're doing 2 different sides to it, but I'm all for it. At this point now, we're kind of understanding how the tables are going to be laid, with 2 teams left to find, and then we move on to generic super settings that everyone knows and loves. We'll be able to just see how things work down with the point scheme. We'll also be able to go through in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, definitely so. And as you can tell here, we have because we have 2 more winner chicken dinner games, where team will actually not get an opportunity in those games. They're going to have to wait till the last chance. Of course, we have Last Crew and Where team joining on due to the fact that Ascend as well as TSM forgo their invitations because, you know, of roster shuffles and who-dee-da-doo as it went down, Avenger here. So an opportunity for them, but we've already seen some nice teams advance onto the final.
Yeah, for sure. I'm honestly ecstatic for Na'Vi coming in, or the new Na'Vi lineup. We obviously know the guys super well. Previously known as Sonate Energy, then with Rai, then with the Send, and now with Na'Vi. And the guys celebrated. They went straight back into it, started streaming for 10 hours straight. I saw Quizzy on the grind straight after the games, and I really enjoyed that, honestly. So that was great. I think they were ready to play the whole thing. I think they were ready to play all of the chicken dinners of the rest of the weekend. So they're just going straight back into it. And I heard you guys talk about it, you know, as well yesterday. That if you could plan it out perfectly, you would preferably play all the games, right? To get to know all these guys that you're playing against, both in the winner chicken dinner format and in the last chance and in the grand finals. But obviously going through is also you're getting a bit of relief with that.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you can sit back and really start analyzing in real time how these other teams are going to be playing without having to play against them, I suppose. But I mean, let's just quickly touch on Na'Vi. He's still a little bit rich because, of course, we loved the old Na'Vi roster. We still do, and we're expecting them to be popping up in some other rosters wherever they may be. But I think it is fair to say our ex-Tornado Energy, Raise Your Edge, Ascent, now Na'Vi roster, they're the best in CIS when it comes to, I think, through 2020 coming into where we're at now.
Look, that's why there was a lot of controversy is a poor word to say, but certainly a lot of people were disappointed why we didn't see them towards PGIS.
Sure.
They didn't get the invite. For now, we come into this as like the fresh season, the fresh start, and we get to see, okay, what are these guys capable of? Now they have a bit more of a badge on their chest. Like, let's not kind of get it twisted here. Na'Vi in itself is a super brand. That is a massive organization. To these guys to be repping that, there's a lot of weight on their shoulders. You can't necessarily take too much into consideration that it was game one. There's still a long form and a long competition to go here. But starting off your tournament streak, winning the first chicken dinner just like that with 11 frags under the bag, it's starting to set a precedence.
Yep, it is a statement, that's for sure. And they will be gunning for the top spot, which awards them $12,500. Let's take a look at that prize pool breakdown here, because any team qualifying into the grand finals will get cash earned here, Avenger. And I think it's great. We've had a lot of top-heavy tournaments in the past, and now we've got one that's rewarding everyone.
And this is perfect for me. Like the incremental rise here for the top 16 in sentiments all over the place, both for prize pool, but also for PGC points. Once you get into the top 16, points awarded as well. Also incremental rise for that one, and 200 points for first is actually really, really big. Like we're talking, if you do semi-well, qualify into PCS 4 or 5 and do semi-well in that as well, you have pretty much guaranteed yourself a spot for PGC 2021. So big points for number one, also number two, and that's going to have an effect going into the rest of it. So I really love the kind of the intertwining of the formats and the structure that both our third parties and also with the announcement of wildcard spots for the tournaments as well. So it's a super interesting one, and the PGC points following that throughout our next tournament is going to be super interesting.
Yeah, definitely so. And let's talk about some of these teams that have done pretty well for themselves, to say the least. Of course, we have teams that, yes, have qualified through via the winner-winner chicken dinner format. We don't really need to touch too much on those teams, considering we're going to be seeing them in the grand final. But there are teams that are kind of on the cusp here so far, Rich. And as much as we have to bring them up, Bystanders did amazingly yesterday, but are not able to eke it out just yet. Are we expecting things from them today?
I mean, I most certainly hope so. Even if we're looking towards, if they don't make it through within the winner-winner chicken dinner format, a 17 and 16 kill respective place, alongside placements of second and fourth, like in super settings terms, that's a ton of points. That is an absolute barn burner of a way to end the day. If you can continue that run and roll it onwards into the last chance qualifier, then surely they have to make it into the grand finals. I mean, the team, even what we say, but losing arguably their strongest player, it's still coming out to play and it's still performing. And I think even in terms of winner-winner chicken dinner format, as my last comment on this, you'd have to assume they're the best looking forward to today within the top 2 spots, because they had 3 top 4 placements, which is more top 4s than what any of the other teams did yesterday.
Yeah, to put the amount of points that they would have theoretically put up across those 6 games, really, really impressive stuff. And yeah, that's how our teams sit here so far. Now, as you can see on our left with those 6 teams that have already advanced on through. But now we're going to move on to who we think is going to do well throughout the day. Be it get themselves a winner-winner chicken dinner or get themselves a decent spot when it comes to last chance. And I am being informed I am starting. So I can't actually remember who I picked. Who did I pick? No. I remember. I picked Virtus Pro. And I mean, who better really than a team like Virtus Pro to pick in this format? Admittedly, sometimes Virtus prone when it came to PGIS, but I have big faith in this roster. How about yourself, Mr. Richard?
Well, we initially picked the same pick. Let's not be real. We've spoken about it, and I was going to go for VP. I'm a big VP fan, but off the back of that, I've gone for Blaze. And granted, yesterday wasn't the best of Blaze. It wasn't, I mean, hell, even ending on a 16th placement in the final game. I'm hoping to see better things from them. We've seen signs of life. We've seen, absolutely, even within scrims. I've watched some of these guys within the scrims that are put back and the 3v1s, 4v1s. Like, there's signs of greatness. There's a lot on this roster, and I'm hoping this year is a really, really big telling sign for them.
Yeah, they've got a great opportunity this year. I can only agree. Martin, how about yourself?
Yeah, so I'm gonna go with the team that I was actually expecting to see a win from yesterday, and it was close as well. Ents, they had a great performance, and they're managing to staying together strongly, and they're staying up 4. They're playing the format really well. Also, obviously coming in with experience from PGIS, more than 100 games played out there for them. So I'm expecting Ents to do well here today. Might not be the winner in chicken dinner. I'm hoping to see it, but they will definitely do well in our BO or in the first 4 games of the BO10 and the last chance as well.
Yeah, good choice. A good choice as well. And actually, Martin, now that I'm going to stick with you here for a moment, because obviously yesterday it was an interesting day because we had, we were able to witness new rosters, new kind of single member shuffles and things like that. What did you think of Digital Athletics, considering how wild that is as a change that we're seeing here in this tournament?
It's a crazy change. It's something that because the guys have been with them previously so much before and for so long, right? It's a crazy shakeup, but it's definitely some great players coming into that. There's a lot of fragging power. There's a lot of potential, and when they were in a top 2 situation, the first game was like, are they gonna do this? Are they just gonna go out and qualify first game and go straight into the grand finals? But they obviously didn't. They had a pretty good showing though, but being thrown together in less than 24 hours before tournament start, that you have very low amount of preparation for it. I like how they just straight off the bat went into Miramar, started looting the digital analytics spot as well. It between Picard and Tiramisu as well. They're all right. They're committing. I saw a few Twitter posts as well, and there was one of them that really struck me, and I was looking at, are they going to commit to also being truly full DA? Are we going to see the full sentence? Are we going to see some of the meme deaths? Are they going to be the real reincarnation of DA, or are they just going to have the tag? So I'm expecting a bit more from that, and I enjoyed some of the support restoring that way. Obviously, those guys are well known within the scene, and I think a lot of people have expectations to Uber coming in and fragging out.
I very rarely actually visit, but I visited the competitive PUBG subreddit, and there were some great memes. There were some great kind of, I guess, paint collages put together. The DA lull is dead.
I saw that one.
You saw this, Rich. There was some good stuff.
Lauren's support in the corner as well. Yeah, I mean, that was a belting tweet yesterday.
Yeah.
The guy that sent it was just like, if you're gonna take up the mantle, right, you've got to formulate the players and just see Uber and all the rest of them just banging it in cars towards center, right? This is where we stay now. It's fine, but I mean, to be fair, if we're talking about this format, it kind of worked out for them at PGIS. It was crazy. They did super, super good.
Yeah. I mean, surely when you look at the names that are actually on that roster, Rich, you've got to be kind of excited as well by the idea that Uber's there along with some of the other big names alongside.
Exciting and also confused. There's 2 parts to me when I kind of looked at it. The first part I was like, oh, okay, where's this popped up from? I'm not too sure on this one. The other side to it is that we'd come accustomed to, and we know how big Turkey's getting within PUBG, and we know how big there's some very, very strong teams. There's a massive, massive fan base. So I was actually quite surprised to see DA not take a full Turkish roster, if in all honesty. They're a very staple house name over there, and to not see a full Turkish lineup is rather surprising. Again, is there another Turkish team stronger than DA at the time to take up that spot? Who knows? If we see one come out from the woodworks now within this qualifiers, maybe down the line there's someone else to pick up. But certainly for now, it's a splash in the pan. Whether it works or not, I have no idea, but they're going to give it the damn best.
I mean, Orglas and Karagumruk are looking pretty good when it comes to Turkish players, as if we needed any more good Turkish players, but here we are. I imagine, because obviously it's kind of weird to not have the previous DA, their iteration here playing throughout this tournament. Of course, they, out of EMEA, won the most money at PGIS, so they can, take a moment off, a little bit of a breather. But I can only imagine, Martin, they're going to find an organization that is going to be maybe even a new Turkish org that comes in and picks them up, because they're a big prospect here.
Yeah, for sure. I was really hoping to see them play as well. You know, they're by PGIS definition, they were the best performing lineup, I should say here.
Yeah.
They're good players. I really love how they were able to come into this, and also being able to kind of drag on that experience coming into this. But we're not seeing them. They're not part of this one here. I'm hoping to see them further forward and also do well in the future. I was happy to see that they actually announced that staying together as a full four-man. So that's an exciting prospect to see what they're going to be doing forward. But yeah, I'm honestly just excited to see what's going on here as well. You know, we're gonna have 2 more chicken dinner games. I really want to kind of hear, if possible, to hear the new DA comms, because I feel like they're gonna be extremely hectic. So I'm actually gonna message Nixus and ask if he can please record them so I can hear that, because that's really interesting. And also, you know, for Silas' part, playing with those guys, he's obviously a big young fragger, but I was really excited to see him on the lineup with Shiv, Monkey, and Philu, because that was a super interesting prospect, because I feel like he needed that kind of experience, you know, for him just to focus on being able to just focus on fragging and let Shiv and Monkey full focus on the IGL and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, well, who knows what happens after this tournament when it comes to the
sure.
rosters. We'll figure that out afterwards. But for now, it is time to get into our first game here of the day. I leave you in the very capable hands of the Sims and the Avenger.
Thank you so much, James. Yes, indeed, we move on to 2 maps of Erangel. This is it, the last 2 games of the winner-winner chicken dinner format for qualification. Once this is all said and done, we'll find our next 2 teams, and then we'll move in to the super settings that many people know good and well. Martin, 2 more chances to pretty much get a straight pass through and have a bit of time off. It's only a week. It's not much, but it's absolutely something. How important for some of these teams, when you're looking at some of the players and some of the names and brands that are still amongst this, for some of the weaker teams, without being disrespectful there, how important would it be now to capitalize on these 2 wins and jump ahead of the pack and qualify before the last chance qualifier?
I think it would be more comfortable for some of the teams that are our outliers, right? Our prospects and dark horses for this one here, because I think the top teams, they're absolutely confident that they're going to be able to go into our last chance game starting today after these 2 ones here. And they're going to be able to get a top 8 position in a best of 10. I'm 100% confident that those guys are confident in it as well. You know, your Liquids, your Virtus Pro, even the new Digitalytics lineup ends Heroic, even though that this is Heroic's first game. I'm quite sure that these guys are confident in themselves that they're going to be able to be in our top 8 bystanders as well. You know, after that fragging out, I was actually ecstatic to see, you know, them getting so many kills and having a chance at winning, because that would have meant that they would have qualified before Beaming, their previous player, would even have had played his first game in the winner chicken dinner due to Heroic's performance in our stage seeding. So super confident in these guys, and I'm sure that this would be bigger for our, you know, newer players and newer lineups to get into the grand finals, because it's going to be hectic once we get into our BO10 last chance qualifier.
Kino's already been run over. Bystanders have already lost 1 player. Rather unfortunate way to begin your run to this qualification side of it. On the side of B-Mean, you made that comment. That is, on the off-cut, it is rather surprising. I expected a hell of a lot more from Heroic, and they'll only get, what, 1-2 cracks at the whip today? Excuse me, no, they're down to 16, so they'll get 1 last chance to be able to qualify through. So it would absolutely be a complete Hail Mary. But what a way to do it. If they somehow, by some means, just join in on the very last game and qualify through, that would be setting an absolute precedence for everyone else and kind of saying, you know what, we are a decent team. We do live up to the standard of the hype, because there is quite a lot of hype surrounding them. Yes, it might not be your Liquid, your FaZe and all that and so on and so forth, but we have had a huge team change. Beamy was, you know, an absolute shining star last year that we saw throughout some of the qualifications and the online stuff. And we were all questioning, you know, can bystanders, is there someone else who can fulfill those shoes? Well, I'll tell you what, Kino has stepped up to the plate. Kino has fulfilled that one. He won't do much this time around because he's already dead. So not the best way to be starting in this round. But still, yeah, for Heroic, I think there's a lot of work to be done, Martin, and I do think they've got a point to prove once we get into whatever happens for the rest of today.
Yeah, for sure. I honestly, I was happy to see them do that well yesterday. Both Flamey and Yord fragged out there, number 1 and 2 right now. I believe it's 19 and 15 kills so far in our winner chicken dinner format, so that's super impressive. But for sure, that's something if they can continue and kind of bounce at that momentum they had yesterday, even if they don't win a game in our first 2 games here, they would definitely be able to put a dent in our BO10 match. It's top 8, and I love this idea of this double elimination for sure. Another team coming in as well, obviously not fair. They played all of them. They came in and did quite well. They are missing 1 player, it looks like, though, but they did quite well in our seedings, and I was really happy to see them do that well. Honestly, being able to get top 7, they were pretty consistent. Got 2 4th places, a 2nd place as well, and managed to secure themselves a spot here. But I want to see some more from them coming into the winner chicken dinner. They had a pretty rough performance in our winner chicken dinner, and you need to be able to get into, even though it's a different format, different play style, you need to be able to get into the placement, show yourself the kills, because we're obviously playing super settings and a BO10 in the super settings in 2 games. After this one is done, we play 1 more winner chicken dinner, and then we have 4 games. And I'm super excited for this idea of us, we're casting 6 games, analyzing them as well, doing it across 2 formats. It's gonna be a super exciting day, Sims.
I'll be honest. Like, there's a lot of ups and downs. Let's call it for what it is at the moment. The winner chicken dinner format and how this has been changed has certainly had a landslide effect throughout the PUBG scene. Love it or hate it, that's your choice, and we won't go into it. But what I will say is, from my perspective at least, the hybrid side, like the double elim side effect, and having teams been able to qualify through it in certain parts of it, and that's what I did like about PGIS, for example. Having it in 2 parts and having it from okay, if you do qualify early, then you're straight through to the finals. If not, then you go into the last chance. That double elim thing, I think it really plays well there. Yep. The one thing I would like to see from PUBG Esports is, as we go further down the line, if this is to be the norm and we are to be working around this, breed into that more. Like, have it as part of the qualification process, have it as part of give us this double elimination, quote unquote, effect. Yeah. I think it's in a really good spot to have it to this point. Like, if teams don't qualify today, if it's weird saying today, they'll qualify tomorrow if they want. If teams don't qualify today, then they will continue playing today. Right. That knock-on effect, giving players a second chance, it does wonders for your mental aspect. It does wonders for, you know what, okay, now it's time to kill people, frag out, get cracked on. Right. There is a positive side to it, and I'd like to see that expanded more as we go forward in the future. Yeah, I really love the double animation. I think in any kind of structure, double animation has always been my favorite, because double anim's always fun, right? It's super fun to follow. Like, you have 2 chances, and it's good for mental wise, and you also see kind of 2 sides of things. So I'm definitely excited for the prospect of more double elimination for sure, because obviously this game has 16 teams in it. Consistency is definitely a name of the game. Winning obviously is a big thing, but consistency also a big thing that these players have been playing for the last 3 years. But I definitely like the idea of the double elimination. More of that. That would be fantastic. And we live again. They need more double elimination for sure. They had a really good stretch in our stage seeding in stage 1. Won 3 games out of 12. Super impressive. And now so far in 6 games have not really lived up to that. Actually has had quite a rough performances. 15th the last game and 16th before that. So I really want to see them step up to the plate here and start doing what they did best in stage 1 for sure. Well, Blaze is the team that is downwind of We Live Again, just upon the hillside in the little yellows. The circle, we're never touching it because we've just been speaking about the whole format and the bigger picture for today. It's a very exciting day, the prospect to get to work on 2 different formats. Yes, it can be a little bit convoluted, but as long as we keep up to speed, as long as we know the lay of the land that you guys at home can follow, then we'll know where we are. 2 more games of this list. Winner takes all, simple as that. The last 4 of the day, we then move into super settings. That's how we play today. That's how the stage has been set. 7 out of 8, stage 2. You can see it on your right-hand side. Circle, quite central. A little bit of watering towards Sosnovka, not a big problem whatsoever. It'll pull away clean and easy. Job done. Not an issue. Central points that we're going to be looking at. TR, SCADA, VP currently, school and apps taking both of them split. YKS Digital Athletics towards Rosok above them. Still ENCE up on the outskirts, most northern point of the circle. They've not come past the Yasnaya Ponds just yet. It's something to be aware of. They are few and far between the rest of the pack. Not a massive issue altogether, but certainly it's going to be harder to take main middle ground here. Because one thing that I will say, Martin, about the chicken dinner format, there is that reminiscent little bit of an aspect where I suppose if we roll it back 2017, 2018, hitting center now and having a central landing zone, and whether or not it has ramifications as we go down the year, having a central area to start your loot process in, hitting a central area straight away off the bat as quickly as possible, you're edging your bets. You're giving yourselves the best possible chance to win these circles outright.
Yeah, so there's multiple things of it, right? We've always had two metas, and you can adapt to one of those depending on your both playstyle, but also your loot position. Either you are a center, you're playing a center heavy meta, or you're playing an edge heavy meta to secure both having 4 players live, secure some kills, and play the pressure side of things. But looting here, especially looting center, I think it has both sides of it, because you are kind of exposed. You're in a spot where you will be contested more. You have a higher chance of other people bumping into you, and with the drive-by meta being strong still, means that you could lose players if you're in a center position trying to hold down multiple spots. So if we look at things, players and teams still split big. They are still being greedy with getting more positions and compounds locked down. So having a 1-1-1-1 split, or a 1-1-2, or a 2-2 split even, if a full foreman pulls up on you, chances are that you lose those two guys is pretty damn high. All right, next circle, let's see where it goes. It's going to go super center. We're going to have a nearly perfect donut, actually. And the teams on the edge now have to reposition here. A team like Apex, Heroic, these guys have to consider how are we going to play this next one here, how we're going to approach it. And with Potato Hill being in the center, basically just being on any side of that, and you can play uphill, is a super positive thing. You have to consider, can we play on foot from the next circle? So we want to do one more macro rotation to put yourself into a spot where you can play on foot from that. So that's what we're going to see from the teams now. They're going to try to set themselves up, maybe not commit too hard, but scout going into this ends. Is trying to get in some more information, and they want to get into the dirt road hill, just east of the Potato Hill here. Flamey's in our dip here, playing well with that. Shots are coming in, bystanders. Ooh, silenced. Barrel here, obviously, playing the 10.2, so Barrel's still super strong.
All events, I want to try and just occlude themselves from vision here, and that's why they were skirting rather than completely sending it to the dip. Just keep a watchful eye on it, track past it first, make sure no one's there, because you can always just turn and face into it. But having a get out of jail free card, it enables them to keep on driving. There are only 4 players that were outside of the circle once it updated. It's a combination of everyone just magnetizing towards the central point, get as close to the central point as possible, but also giving the circle. And it did give us that donut effect, as you did mention. Team Liquid, VP. Liquid more so the central team at the moment. They'll be taking the Potato Hill, the Pachinki Hill. Once again, just coming straight out of Pachinki. It's not going to be a... They should be geared up as well. I know they're a fast-moving team, but certainly not a far cry away from home. And we spoke about how central teams now should be, quote-unquote, should be, faring a little bit better, because you're always going to have that time advantage to be able to get your gear, get your guns, and basically get gone, get a very solid compound. It's something Liquid's always done well in the past. I'm hoping we can see more of that. It's a bit more fruitful in these scenarios and in these formats going forward. For everyone else at the moment, it's kind of just stabilizing. Okay, let's find out where we're going next. We'll still never have a definitive circle, regardless what we'd say, until we get to those land ratio plays and so on and so forth. I think another thing to kind of mention, you've been speaking about guns, you've been speaking about metas. For this year, we do have quite a lot of positive factors coming. We're going to see the drive-by meta eventually nerfed. What that looks like and in what iteration, we've yet to know, but it was mentioned by the PUBG devs on social media. So once that comes into play, the cars will begin to calm down a little bit. Yes, you'll still get the pro players at this level smashing people out of cars because they're so damn good with their shots. Why the hell wouldn't you? It's a tank meta. You've got a good amount of defense. And since we got the non-instant explosion vehicles now, this effect that we have, you can use them and you can abuse them to be able to just fortify compounds, rotate a lot easier, and then we'll see the gunplay come into effect. The gun changes with the SLR going down a little bit. You'll see the SCAR maybe coming back into it. I don't know. It's the easy man's gun. I would like to see it because I'm a big fan of it. But then again, when you eyeball it up against the M4 is still an absolute laser beam on live servers at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. So both the SLR and barrel being nerfed, not too much, but in a state where if you have a fully stacked out barrel SLR, it feels like it is missing the cheek pad. It's basically how it's lying around. So I think it's a fair and a pretty good balance. Mini getting one more damage as well, pretty good buff for that one. It's definitely going to be Mini heavy a little bit more so. Circle updated, very much centered on our Potato Hill. We're going to see DA actually centered across in between School and Mini Pachinki, so that's good. That's a good rotation. I wonder how far up they're going to stop. There's a little shelf you can kind of play. Moonlight from Talon's taking some shots, not connecting anything. But they've gotten into a good spot here at the Dog Shack. I actually really love this this spot and the scout that they were able to do. Nixties, though, that's unfortunate. Pixel is going to be like, I'm safe. And I like this. This is a good mech rotation for phase 3. Probably going to be able to keep a car or two, but they're going to have a lot of pressure coming into them. Yep, for sure.
Yeah, it's VP's position. I mean, they're controlling. You've still got Perfectix over in the app, so he has that height advantage, which should give him a bit of an eye lining. I don't think you can see the full Dog Shacks from once you're up on the roof. It becomes a bit more difficult, but this terrain, this landing itself, in the middle of this, there's not too much you can do. The breach from 2 different areas. We'll see one of the Dog Shacks. We'll see one down below in the Little Alamo area. And F straight onto DA. Digital Athletics is basically just being wiped off the face of the planet. There's barely any of them standing, and VP, well, for them, points don't necessarily mean prizes, Martin, when it comes to picking up frag points. But still, for them, this is a very, very easy third party. Listen to all those bullets just banging off the walls. Nobody is going to be able to claim residency there. And the better thing for VP is, if this circle does centralize, this is clear for them to go and collect for their own.
Yeah, for sure. I'm kind of surprised that you want to breach into that. They're 3-man. They saw the knock and they potentially duked out that it was the Digitaletics, so I like it, but it's a rough spot to play from as a 3-man for sure, especially with the pressure coming in from School and that area. Silas is now going to be alone. T-Bone is going to find 1440. That's a good shot with the barrel. Obviously, barrel meta still in play here now that we're playing on the Esports patch. And Paige is going to be scouting out. So here, in this position, phase 3, you want to secure an edge. You want to make sure you play your backs free. So this is what Heroic is doing right now. They're making sure that they have no one in the compound to the east, and they're trying to play uphill with this. Other situation could be Nexus here, trying to get into a center location. EB is going to find that, sniff that out. It's been spotted one, taking down Kill still, and Clip is setting up for that. This was as well. This is going to be a rough one for Nexus, to be honest.
It's a very good control from Team Liquid, and you look at their placement on the minimap, you've got 2 holding front, 2 holding back, which gives them this kind of 360 awareness and also 360 movement. You can kind of holding in the middle. Red Skur gets absolutely bang dead to rights by Ibi. There is a response here. Donix comes in and answers back, but ultimately, he's the last man standing, so I think he just needs to go and sit back in a shack. Again, the flushes, while it will be helpful in removing enemies and opponents from in front of your way, it's not as important now. It's important to try and stay alive. It's important to try and play your life as much as humanly possible. This is just a catastrophe when it comes to the side of Liquid. Having 2 players going down simultaneously by 1, the trade-off, it's not come through. Clib and Co need to deal with him haphazardly. They need to make this clean and easy, because at the moment he's causing all kinds of grief. Leans out, instantly it is denied. Liquid, they'll be able to get themselves back on the feet. It's not without damage, but still keeping 4 in tow.
Yeah, and also keeping 4 in tow with the new circle. It popped a little bit east for them. So if they're managing to keep this high ground here, making sure that they can keep the west safe, it's really hard to play up from that spot. We've got Yikes, we've got Skate pushing onto that one. On the other side of things here, Blaze and Laza, they're going to be taking on We Live Again and trying to get into the northeastern area of this circle. Laza with some good shots, trying to put some pressure on. Yellow's going to find Schofield from Istanbul Wildcats, or Fastbell Wildcats. She created low himself. Rod just going to take down Yellow. This is a big fight between Bystanders and Istanbul Wildcats. They're into a good spot. Flame is going to be the last player from Bystanders. It's going to be looking rough for him trying to get into this one here. Beamy is helping out a little bit. They're trying to third party this a little bit. And this southern side here, Sims, is going to be a really big fight with Apex coming in, Heroic, and Istanbul Wildcats looking to have still 4 guys alive if they manage to. I don't think Flame is going to play this aggressively. I think he's going to try to play it a little bit passive with this position that he has.
I don't think there's any need to, and I think that's something that we're going to see advance across this year. And I keep using the term across this year because we don't know how things will sit with the formats, with the systems, with the changes and adaptations that'll be coming towards the game. But certainly the one thing that we can say with Winner Chicken Dinner, playing your life is absolutely vital. You don't have to go through and think, okay, if I kill all these players in front of me, I'm going to rack all these points and go up. Yes, it would still happen when we move forward. Bystanders in the note 15 position, rather unfortunate after the tremendous performance we saw yesterday, but ultimately, once again, it is denied. But playing your life is going to be so vital. If you can take down teams, of course you're going to want to. It's another obstacle in front of your journey taken down and taken away out of the game. But having players alive, as many as possible towards that late circle, having position, it now is emphasized tenfold. And for some of these players, Sakura and Anonymous, for example, as a two-man band, it's going to be all that more important, especially when there's a lot of players dead ahead of you. Beamy onto Rupture, Killfeed, Talons on board with Sancho. We can see Not Fair still over by the little shacks up on the top of the hill, that plateau. Any grenades? He's got, what, 2 offensive for now. We'll take a quick peek, and I'd assume as soon as the first knock comes in, you commit that utility. You lay the law down, and you take this position.
That is definitely expecting from them. Shots and nades are coming out a little bit already. Udun is going to try to connect one more. Nice nade actually blowing up straight next to Sancho. Good spot for him. Circle is closing slowly. Well, we see Ermax with an arm. It's a big boy gun, Sims.
It is, and we'll see if it comes into fray down the line. Sakura, 14 will fall. Rather unfortunate, but still as a two-man band, they do continue onwards. First player will fall on the side of Not Fair. Reddy still trying to hold the test of time. You can see instantly all of that utility is just committed to the cause. The quicker that they can get rid of Rid, or, you know, rid the Rid, whichever kind of pun you want to play off the back of it. Either way, it'll make things a lot easier. It is outside of the circle now, so it's not that much of a problem, but clearing it, making it clean is going to be better. VP up against it. They've got a turret they have to take down first. Rise and Win directly in front of them. Look through the little portals. They know they can't fall back because you have that battle still going on. Once again, and it is a bit of a... I don't want to criticize too much, Martin, but I always find with VP, they are a problem to themselves. They always overstay their welcome, and they don't move quick enough for me sometimes. It's reminiscent of that old Ends time where they have a great place, but they just stay stationary for far too long.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I was pointing this out. Oof, nice shots coming in from Talons, taking down Yikes. This is what I was liking from them, you know? They realized that, as you were pointing that out, they realized that they cannot overstay their welcome here in school. They need to be backfilling on the northwestern side, and they've got in their cars, they're pushing on to the DA Not Fair fight, and they're trying to take the dog shots. They've been putting on pressure, and they're very aware how many people are there. Meanwhile, Team Liquid on the southwest side, taking on Heroic, disengaging a little bit from this combat here. More shots are coming in. Beamy has been finished off, and I feel like this is just a get in, get out kind of situation for them. They want to stay 4 alive, obviously, with the format. It's extremely important. And as you were pointing out, there's multiple things to it. How many members you are alive, how much utility you got, and the durability on your helmets and your vests and such. So, you know, you want to get in and get out as much as you can, putting in pressure, putting in the damage on it and the durability, taking a durability away from the teams you're going up against later. And if you keep that on yourself, you're in a much better spot. And a so really financial kind of sovereign position. Yeah.
Really one thing to mention there, Martin, and this is kind of what we talk about overstaying your welcome. You look at Talons now. They've disconnected from the fight on the 2 players of Not Fair. They've booked it. They've got about 40% of the map to themselves. Whereas VP have been losing players even to Not Fair, who are still stuck there. By not leaving them alone and just kind of playing the time, they've still been held back. Now, don't get me wrong, all 4 players are here, but it's not going to be as clean and as easy as what they anticipated. They still have to deal with the players from Not Fair.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, Talons will, in theory, be their next obstacle, and it'll be problematic. So for VP, they could stab them in the back. But I would like to have seen them more central, because this is an uphill struggle. If the circle pulls away from them further, I don't necessarily think it will, because I've never seen the full side of that Pachinki Hill go all the way up there. We live again. They will go toe-to-toe. Apex, I'm seeing multiple casualties in the kill feed. We'll hop on board with Sancho, as finally the Talons will have to go toe-to-toe against Team Liquid. Tekers is the last player standing when it comes to the side of Apex. Page, Bazcoop, 2 very, very strong players on Heroic. They have to deal with this last player. If they can get with it clean, they'll be able to continue. But I tell you what, it's not going to be easy, because WLA are lurking. They are listening to all of this one, and they should be laying down the hammer soon.
They are definitely pushing onto that one for sure. This is circle has gone a little bit west. Liquid keeping control on the south side. Heroic and WLA on the east. We have ends as well here. It's going to be very dense on the east and on the northern side. That's a lot of teams. And to wrap up the VP shot here, I was actually surprised to see Perfectus push by himself. That should not have been a knock and a flush. This should have been a knock and a refrag from one of his team members. He overextended a little bit. They should have been 4 guys alive at this point. Rit taking down Lou as well. Lhasa in the third party with Blaze here, and Sakura still from Skate alive. Ooh, not fair, has been eliminated. The Tulin's going for the revive. Let's see how much Blaze they try to commit for this. They could potentially just push south here, Rich. Let's see what they decide to do.
Look at Talons, Martin. That's the worry for me. Blaze have pushed up against the blue to encapsulate VP and basically just completely deny air from them. There's no room to breathe whatsoever. And I really, really worry for VP here, unless Talons goes for a cross-map engagement with Blaze and catch them off guard and maybe wants to try and take a deeper angle. But they're basically held back by this circle, by this land. The topography of how it plays, you're going to have this north-south divide. No one's really going to play center unless they get lucky and it's a very small team. There is one tiny shack that someone could take up residency within. But VP have got the fight of their lives. With 3 players standing, they're all looking a bit battered and bruised. They have 2 teams of 4 just bowing down upon them. How they get out of this one, I have no idea. If those vehicles have tires, it will be an absolute, miracle at this stage. But even such, using vehicles uphill, it's going to be slow, it's going to be sluggish. We've still got 20 players alive and kicking. Really, it's not the safest way out of this one. Page doing work onto WLA. I mean, we said we expected them to be able to put pressure on them. They didn't, and now they've been struck in the back footed. If he keeps going with Vascu here to answer it, which, my word, he does, Martin. He just keeps on going.
Vascu on a nice shot. Oh, and it's Fate off the sides of things. This has to be the word for Blaze or for Liquid to push onto this one. They saw it. 2 knocks. Fate half HP. They spotted it. They have to be pushing. Clearing the edge here is extremely crucial for this fight. We see it. 4 seconds. They're coming in. Smoke is up. They know. So yeah. This is a done deal. They're gonna find him. They're gonna be mollying him. He's gonna walk into it. Oh, easy one for Clip. He's been found. 11 kills for Liquid, 4 guys alive, still really good on utility and their durability as well. And the double crate for them. Oh my word. This has to be the game for Liquid, Sims.
We'd have to assume so. James is holding a deeper angle to basically keep track of what is the north side of the circle. VP's gone down as well. So while there's still solidified teams in this, there's no, not necessarily broken and battered teams where it's Snakes, Lone Rangers, and teams of 2 here. You do have Liquid, who are kings of the mountain. They are just looking down upon everybody. They have the height advantage. They'll have the crate gear now, so some sort of gun could come through. I mean, don't get me wrong, Rip's still got an AWM, so 1 knock onto the side of Liquid. They've already lost 2 players earlier on, remember, so the bleed outs will be a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
And it also shows the rest of the lobby that they're not invincible. While the lay of the land is with them, while they have the frags, while they have the confidence, things are looking good. But like everything else, PUBG, Martin, it's not over until it's done.
It is not, and it's actually a really good point here. If they're able to snatch both of those crates, it would be wise to put the 3 gear on the 2 guys that's been knocked first. Obviously, paying as kind of tanks, making sure that if they get knocked, if they get into a fight, they would probably come out on top with in a 1 versus 1 situation. Another 3 full gear here with an arm on the side of Ermax. We've got a lot of crates. Guns in this one here, an MK, 2 arms. Not sure if the other one's been looted. No, the crate just north of James has not been looted. We do have another circle after this one, and after that's obviously going to go center. But here we're in a situation with a 4 versus 4 versus 3. You want to force the other teams to fight first, and you do so with utility, with pressure, and we're definitely going to see how that works out. In terms of terrain, Blaze is playing it super passive. None of their places inside the next circle yet. 50 seconds to do so, though. They are definitely putting on some pressure coming off at the side. Shooting at Talons right now, we see on the minimap. Sancho is aware, but they need to make sure they do not overextend their welcome for this one. James has been hit. I think that's connected arm shot with the damage that it looks like he's taken from that one. We'll see how they fare. They are playing further towards the western side, though. They're looking to take some pressure or put some pressure to put Talents up in the north side. And terrain-wise, this is actually working out really well here, Sims.
This is a low wrap coming out of Talons. Have they realized what's happening here? Like for Liquid, this is the perfect scenario, right? You want these 2 teams to engage because there's 2 AWMs on 2 different angles that are just staring down upon you. you can't really make a misstep. One of those hits the head, bang, they're down. That's the pushability. First nade comes out on the side of Liquid. It's going towards Blaze. This is just ringing the dinner bell for Talons to be able to try and swoop into this one. Honestly, I think we're looking at a domino effect. Talons moves into Blaze, and maybe then Liquid just starts to just bear upon Talons. You've still got this AWM watching the off angle, and that's good. With 2 players, Emax in the back as well to back that up. Ibby will be the first one to take the brunt of the force. Whether or not he can be seen is a different question altogether, given the lay of the land. Jimbo, quick shot up.
Good anchor position.
See what's down there. I'm totally fine with this at the moment. It's just...
He's first knock as well.
It's the domino effect. I have no idea who engages first.
Talons is on the west side. It looks like they're wrapping on the west side as well. EB on the west. He is second knock, I believe. It's Mexia and EB that is second knock, so they're going to be going out early. I want to see some more commitment on the west side, but EB's on the low ground. He could be playing kind of a more snake position to play an off angle to make sure that the positions comes in, but he's been spotted. I can see him going down now with them kind of pushing him in. 1 HP. He's going to be found by Moonlight. Mexi's going to return that, though. This could open it up for Blaze. Fu is going to find James as well off the side of things. And now they are on to 2 knock. This is the time for Blaze to push in. Oh, he's going to find Clip as well. What a shot coming in. Mexi, last player alive from Liquid.
Smoke will go down in the emergent situation. Blaze are getting involved in this one. The nades are over and the utility is being capitalized upon. Who will just kind of hold this one, and if he continues the punishment towards Liquid, this would be devastating. Mexi has to answer back. This is the absolute fight of his life. Finds a second. Will it go through? It does. It connects. Transfer denied. Talons down to 2. Blaze all of a sudden trying to get in this one. This is the time to jump. They're down to 3 players. But at the moment, the answer back is there. Moonlight is just on fire.
Moonlight really opening up for Talon. Super well executed for him. 1 knocked, 3 guys up still. We're gonna see some shots. Apocalypse on Sancho. What a nice shot with the barrel. 2x. We'll see how they are able to wrap this one here. Both on the edge of the circle. Circle closing in now. Gonna go sit there for next one. Moonlight's gonna find Apocalypse as well. And Rip is obviously committing to this rest here. They have to. Moonlight's down to 30% or so HP. And he's going to be jumping on the high ground. This could be a play to Fu. If he finds him. Oh, he's not.
He catches this one. He does it. He's not going for the range, and I'm okay with it. 4 times on the M4 gives him that distance that he needs to at least open up on the AR side of it. He could even roll the vehicle over to try and just distract them. Okay, well, that changes things up a little bit. Instant flush. Moonlight moves forward. Youth with the molly up. That'll give some sort of information that he'll be able to work towards. This is the 2 versus 3 at the end of the day. Spots him first, though. The lean doesn't connect. He needed that to fall down. The second one's there. Still, Moonlight. Is it 1v1 or is it a 1 versus 2?
1v1.
For a quick pause. The lean's there. Connects. Falls back. Apocalypse now realizes what's going on. The opportunity's there to wrap. If not, he'll just kind of hold it. Both these players are going through the smoke down. He knows what's happening here. Flashbang, arms up in the air. If Moonlight pushes now with this very little HP, the advantage will be on his side, but it gives him time to be able to heal up because he's laid down. He's not spotted him for a second. Apocalypse answers back, peers out of the grass, and all of a sudden Blaze up on top. My pick, so I'm happy with it. Will be the ones that advance forward, Martin. And what an ending we see on top of Pachinki Hill.
This was a banger of a game, Zims. What a well executed play. Third party, obviously, is the last team they have to do to make the play for that. But Talons made that work. Moonlight had some absolute insane knocks onto Liquid side of things. EB was in a bit of an overextended position where he was not able to be traded fast, and they pushed him. They just flew into him, and Blaze capitalized on that. Extremely well played by Blaze. What an ending.
I mean, in hindsight, if he just had that little bit more health, if he didn't have to go for the heal towards the end, things could have been completely different because that flashbang was perfect. He had to back off. He had to put his arms up in the air. He was completely wided, jumps up, but Apocalypse nails the shots. Take a look at the standings and show you exactly how all that went down and how the match ended up unfolding. Liquid certainly with the fragging prowess, Talons also, I mean, it was quite a, to be fair, your top 3 at the end was just basically beating off the rest of the lobby, right, Martin?
This is quite top heavy in terms of the kills. At least it's a long time ago since I've seen a triple digit on the top 3 teams. Super interesting. I love this area actually. It's a long time since we've had a potato hill ending here. In general, how the terrain worked out and how the teams that were moving around. What a fantastic way to start the things of here.
A lot of fun indeed. For now, we're going to take a very, very short break, but a beautiful, beautiful way to end that one. We'll show you the highlights, and when we return, we'll get cracked on with our final game of Winner Winner Chicken Dinner. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in just a second.
That's right. Rich's pick comes through strong. And as previously mentioned by Rich as well, the top 3 gave the lobby a good seeing to left and right here to finish things off with the double-digit kills each. Continuing on, Rich, you've got to be pleased about your pick.
I have. You know, it's what is it? A broken clock is right twice per day at least.
Avenger,
yeah. I mean, I get my first one right today.
Right.
You know, between us, we might get the second one. Who knows?
Maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I'm never gonna hear the end of that, am I?
Look. I picked Russia, and no one else did. So I'm
No,
taking
it was fair.
You were
That was fair.
lucky. You were lucky. Shut up. It was South Korea. all
You
the way.
literally pick tornado energy every single event in a hope that eventually across a year they will win something. Like, don't give me that.
And did they? Did they win something?
No.
I think they'll continue winning things as Navi. Anyway, we'll see. Martin, we'll save you from this.
Save me.
A good game, though, to start things off.
Fantastic game. I really love this. This was and I think that's a general thing, right? If we, when we get these circles that we don't usually have, the kind of more unpredictable ones, we see some of the more interesting plays, and we see the teams play. I really loved how well Liquid was able to kind of run around and still stay four guys alive.
Yeah.
Keep their utility, keep their durability on their armor and helmet. They had one fight, a few knocks, but they were able to get a few crates and get the loot of the guys that they fought off with. So overall, super well executed from them. Got into the last fight, were the team that was not being the third-party team, and that obviously hurt them a lot. And they lost 2-1 versus once. Moonlight absolutely battered them with that one, so well-deserved from him to get that respect. And a perfect timing on the third party from Blaze, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely so. Very cool. Very nice ending here. I wonder if we're ever going to let this live down. It was 2019 that these predictions went down, but nah, we'll never stop.
Look, I'm taking it to the grave with me, James. Right, that's my one standout moment. I did something.
There you go.
Let me have it.
All right. We'll let you have it. Let's move on. Let's take a look at who's qualified so far for that grand final. As we have Blaze joining the 6 that have already qualified from yesterday. Navi, Entropic, FaZe, Karagumruk, August, and Norseman find themselves in that grand final. Now we have the last crew joining us here. Are they called last crew or last chance? It's last crew. That's right. But they really are the last chance here, Martin, when it comes to our winner chicken dinner matches.
Yeah, last chance, one game we have coming in with this one, and these guys are actually quite experienced. Coyote, Yapi, Turbo, Banani, and Tavo have played a lot of tournaments throughout. They have been in throughout PSL. They've been able to play quite well in general in 2020. So I'm kind of excited to see how well they're gonna do. If they start off with things and do well, they could potentially do. I'm not expecting them to win a game here, and I'm going to last win a Chicken Dinner, but they could definitely hit the top 8 if they hit the day running.
I mean, this top 3, top 4, top 5 in this game was pretty spicy, to say the least. Talons here, Sims, considering that they survived through all of this. In their games yesterday, they just kept hop-dropping Virtus Pro and dying instantaneously. So this was a much better showing for them, and seeing what they can do after not having that weird hot drop scenario.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm kind of would have hoped that people have learned from the old days of DA now that hot dropping on teams like 4AM, for example, continuously doesn't really win you any. I mean, saying that they did quite well anyway when it comes to money, but it doesn't pay you any favors. All right, hot dropping a team. Look, just bite your pride and go somewhere else. It's as simple as that. If it's going to be a hot zone, pick somewhere else. There's enough place on this map to be able to get something, and with these settings in particular, there's enough chances and opportunities to get loot. I don't care what anyone says, even if you don't get your town. Getting loot in Super is not an issue whatsoever. It's just one of those things. So, yeah, if you can have a bit more freedom, then so be it. They had I think their closest was 2nd yesterday, so still been up towards the top of the board. Decent, continuing how they mean to take off, but yeah, one more chance for any team really. It's anyone's qualification.
Yeah, not too bad if you can kind of skip out on the next 10 games. I mean, we already mentioned it before, Avenger. Going into those 10 games, it's not bad practice. It's actually it's the best kind of practice you can get for a tournament like this. It's just, I mean, you would like to guaranteed yourself already into that grand final, especially if you're one of the bigger names that, you know, you're saying, almost guaranteed will be able to do well in the last chance anyway. But having that rest and chill and know that you can go up against these teams anyway in the final is also quite nice.
Yeah, the relief from qualifying is something that I feel like is obviously super nice, but pros and cons to everything in life, and this is definitely one of them. Big pro would be if you're able to play all the games, guaranteeing yourself the top 8. But with this double elimination format, I don't feel like there's as much pressure on the teams. I feel like they're pretty confident in their ability, especially considering it's top 8. But as we've seen before, and as we've seen in many tournaments, top 8 is often very close. It's often extremely close around our top 8. Our middle pack is usually very stacked, and it often, even if it's a BU10, even if it's a BU20, 30, how many games we see, it's usually decided in the last 1 or 2 games that cutoff, right? So playing this BU10 here, we'll see how well these teams are going to be able to do. We have one more winner chicken dinner here, and I'm thinking that we'll see some of the teams, take it as our warm up to the super settings, try to get as many kills, try to get in the frags, and maybe say, all right, guys, if we don't have a superior 2-2 split in the first 2 circles, we're going to be going to playing as we will in the super settings. We're going to be trying to sweep the edges. We're going to try to focus on the kills, since obviously in super settings, it's 60 to 70% of the points coming from kills.
Well, master predictor in the middle of us here, Mr. Rich. Who's going to win the last winner chicken dinner game?
VP.
Oh
no! Actually, no.
That's a bold prediction right there.
If he gets it right, then I win as well, and I'm happy. So quid's in.
Right.
I suppose. Stick by it, right?
Yeah, I'll stick with that. They had a bit of a rough time, I suppose, coming out of apartments. As you were mentioning, Avenger kind of backfilling on towards that spot. They knew how many people were there, but even getting up that hill from trying, off the back of what Rich was saying, kind of sticking around for as long as they were, is difficult still.
They had one massive blunder, and that was missing Perfectix, or losing Perfectix. He pushed the car expecting to be one there, like the way he was moving, you see it in his movement. He expected a guy to be there. He wanted to take Honest with them, take a 1v1 straight up. He lost it, got flushed. They should have been 4 guys alive in that situation, and that's one of the downsides and one of the many misses and blunders that we see from teams nowadays is that when players have so much confidence in themselves, they're going to take those 1v1s. But preferably, you want to always have a teammate next to you that you're either in a revivable spot, or that if you get knocked, you're going to be able to get refragged. And it's situations like this that Sims talked about and pointed out. They were putting on pressure onto Rise and Win, the right amount of pressure, disengage from the fight that we usually see them, overcommit to sometimes, in a good time, pushed into this dog shacks and managed to do that well, but lost one guy, and that's why they didn't do well in the last game.
All right, our final winner chicken dinner game. Will the mystic clairvoyance of Richard Sims come true once again as he rubs his crystal ball? Let's find out.
Thank you very much, James. Yes, indeed, the final match, Martin. It is Erangel, it's the grassy pastures, it's the map we all know and love, and you got one more opportunity to do it. Again, we're in this double elimination forward, so if you don't finish this and you don't come up on top, then you're not out of it. You do have another set, another best of 10, should I say, to be able to qualify in that top 8. But for now, we open up, Martin. It's a pretty steady flight path for every team.
Yeah, this is a good one. Pretty much straight across the map from northeast to southwest, easy peasy, enabling all the teams basically to get into their spots. And doing this one in the circle, we have seen no tendencies like when in general when the playing path is this open, there's nothing you can predict from this. We have our tendencies, when it goes over or hits military island, that sometimes there's a bigger chance it's going to be there, and we see teams adapt to that as well. If it starts over and flies over in the military in general, we see 3-4 teams go there. First of all, because they're not able to go to the usual spot, but also second of all, the tendency of it. But this one here is very unpredictable. It could go anywhere. It's gonna go north. It's gonna be a hard Stalber circle. Meanwhile, we see some shots coming out from DA on to VP. It is Uber shooting on his countryman, putting some pressure onto VP. And this is apparently DA's compound. The J compound. It's Uber's. And he's already gotten an AK and an M4 with a 4X, so he's off to a good start. That's okay. I like that.
Look, they're already one step there, right? Of embracing DA. They've got the compound. Now they just need to get the vehicles and just strap themselves in and drive towards the centralmost point within the map possible.
In
within
circle
the
3.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah,
Just take vehicles in circle 8. It's fine. It's totally and utterly fine, Martin. This is the DA. Look, regardless, we can have as many memes and many laughs as what we want. They have had a phenomenal few years. Again, that's why it's also quite surprising to see the org part ways with the players. You know, it was quite a shock because they had what was one of the, and I think this is very fair to say, like definitely one of the top teams within Europe and you know and surrounding regions. Like it was a very, very strong roster. And
Right.
love them or hate them, they banked a ton of money and they put on a very good performance at PGIS. So to see them not rocking the DA banner, it's a little bit disappointing from my side, I've got to say.
I think if they are able to find a mutually beneficial agreement, I think we'll definitely see them under the banner again. But obviously, this is the two side of things. It has to be fair to the players. It has to be fair to the org. And with the performance from the players that they recently had, the best team in EMEA or from EMEA, 400,000 prize money coming out of PGS, I don't think that's fair to, you know, wanting to renegotiate, especially if your contract is due to renegotiation. So I definitely hope that the guys are able to find a mutually beneficial agreement with the DA guys again, because I've been enjoying how well they've been doing throughout the years, and also they're having open arms to the memes as well, and embracing it, and just showing that they are actually able to perform at that level has just been super enjoying to see from that one. Talents, they're going to be rotating fairly early here, 3-minute 40. Tafu is going to take early position. Bystanders also off to an early one here, and with this northern circle here, this is a bit of a curveball. This is the closest you can come to the next hardest after military. This is kind of the next hardest or third hardest circle you can have. The kind of Stalber, that hard north. The next one would probably be North Sarki and stuff like that. But in general, this one is an interesting one, and I'm gonna be putting on my seatbelt for this one, bracing myself for all the rough circles and rough shifts and insane kills we're gonna see.
I'm gonna be honest, Martin. Like I'd be looking at your pick. Like this is Ents territory. This is an Ents style circle.
Sure.
They are they used to be the old kings of Stalber. It is up and around there. I think from what I'm seeing, there's already teams up there, 2 of them in particular. So we do actually have what is, you know, quote unquote, a bit of a crash going towards the top side of it. So once that does come through in the camera, we'll be able to show you and break it down, show you the teams that are up there, show you the teams that are already fighting tooth and nail to try and take control of Stalber. Because as you alluded to, the halfway point down the middle of the circle, it's past Severny. There is water in play. We don't, you know, we're about what 55-60% playable area in terms of land below Stalber. This is a pretty damn high up circle. We can take a quick check in how the rolling foothills do come off the back of it. You can see bystanders. You can see not fair. There's going to be another team up and lurking in the form of DA just below them. We Live Again, already on transfer. They'll be going straight past Ends, so keep an eye on the kill feed, keep an eye on, or at least keep an ear out, should I say, for any shots that you'll be hearing in the distance, because they will be transferring past one another rather quickly. Talons as well in the distance. You can already see some damages coming through. Diggory will be the first player to open fire and also find Fade as well. First one to go off your screen. Thank you very much. Ends, spot 1. Home turf for them. Drop also going to be somewhere around this neck of the woods, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, in general, you know, and this is a hard circle, right? Either you want to take, you know, your warehouse and your junkyard, or you want to bank it on being north, and you want to ensure that you have the most northern position here. Ents actually think the circle is so far north that it's going to end around the Stalber uphill area. So they're ensuring that they're keeping the spots that are very beneficial to get into some good areas for that one. And we see a lot of teams fight for the junkyard and warehouse right now currently. Other teams are still rotating. Skate and Apex is one of them. Heroic still not moving out from South George. They're like, you know what, guys? We're not going to get first into this circle. We're going to loot until we have all the 6 and 8Xs. We have all the utility we need, and then we're going to be playing Edge. And I respect that. So that's a good decision from them. If you're not able to get into a good spot from the get-go, you want to loot up. This is an interesting one. Yellow and Istanbul Wildcats. Yellow's close. Oh, shotgun as well in hand. No, he got one.
He's actually made it disconnect, but the problem is they've lost 2 by doing so. Does hold point for now, but the rest of the backup has arrived. On foot in car. Jordan Flamey will have to hold them back with the offensive utility now being committed to the cause. Kino needs a quick res. They've already lost 1 player. They don't want to lose another. With the smokes going down, the Wildcats will stick the res. I'm looking towards who's the player off your screen, just towards the south. Okay, Yord. Let's keep an eye on him, Martin, because if he goes for the flag, actually with the vehicles, I'm guessing are they bailing on this?
Yeah.
Are they
Yord
also
running away? Flamey driving away?
See, I'm very surprised they didn't actually get the res on Kino. I really am. I was anticipating that they'd be able to pull him back, get him back in the thing, but no, as a 50% manpower, bystanders will disconnect completely from the fight and run away. So the Wildcats, they come out on top triumphant with all 4 players alive and kicking. It's a decent place to be taking as well for this circle.
Yeah, this is okay for them. And Yord and Flame is actually our top fraggers, so it might not be 50% manpower in terms of fragging, it might be even more. So we'll see how well they're going to be able to fare. 2 minutes to the circle close. Apex now coming in from a northern rotation. We're going to be driving onto the dirt road and onto that position in general. Trying to see where they can get to. Trying to listen for sounds and shots. Definitely know that there's a big team into the compound just north of them. Tixu is playing anchor on the dirt road here. All right, so they hear that. They hear 1 shot. They know that they could potentially drive further than this. I'm okay with Tixu playing anchor here, but I would rather see a 2-2 from them. But that's fine as well. It's important to have that in general. Simsi and the guys, they're going to be rolling in and trying to get into a spot. Meanwhile, Rise and Win, Mika's former ends captain in Season 1 and Phase 1 of PL, now playing still with Finnish guys, doing well so. Also in a northern position. They're going to be close to each other. And Tegas is playing level 1 helmet, aka UMP. Not the best of setups, though.
It's a public game, Martin. That's what it is. It's level 1 helmet and a UMP. Fair play, lad. Whatever works. Tekka's already taken damage. Rise and Win will spot him. Right amount of, what's that? Sub 50 at the moment. So Calvin for the backup also. All of Apex currently trying to go into reconsolidation mode, but they are sending this. They're taking the fight to them, even when they're damaged up. Well, they're wanting to push this 2 players off of this hillside. If they can do, if they realize there's only 50% of the force of Rise and Win, they'd be able to take control of it and push them back. So they have done. Their presence has been noted, and actually, Martin, it's worked out perfectly. They pushed them back to the coastline. Yeah, this amount of utility committed to getting this spot here is completely respectable. I really like that. Car is lit though. Simsi also with a level 1 helmet and a 20% HP car. That's unfortunate for him. But they're going to be able to play on foot from here unless we see a super south shift. Imagine if this shifts super far south. That would be crazy. Curious to see where we're going to be going though. Very far north so far. And it contains a lot of water still. Actually, a really good shift. Okay, so super favorable to DA right now. They have the junkyard, they have the warehouse, and it's looking really good for them so far right now. Eliminating a lot of water this early, not eliminating too much of the play space already. The majority of the teams are actually already inside. Nexus has to move, Liquid has to move, Last Crew has to move and get into a spot. Rise and Win as well. So this rotation was actually rough for Apex and actually lost them a lot of durability on their cars as well, and now I'm expecting them to kind of move on slowly from this one here. They cannot take cars and dive center again with this one. Oh, hey, wait, Liquid, they're driving into each other. Mommy picked up here. Apex shooting at Yikes as well. I'm taking some shots onto, not connecting too much. It's just a hand damage, I believe. There's 10 damage. That has to be a hand that he hit. Was lucky for Mexi. Mexi usually catches headshots. Be catching not too much this time round. Maybe a few bullets as they do try and disconnect from this complete fight. Totally fine with this one. We only saw Senix fall 1 player. Not too bad given how many shots were actually fired away from it. I suppose the ramifications of this circle, all the priority place has been taken. This is a very, very hot zone towards the central side. For all teams that are playing on the outskirts, extremities, everywhere they go now is going to have teams in abundance. Rise and Win. They hit the one shack that we'll see DA holding for now. Mikas has fallen. Different team altogether outside one of them. Cover also falling. 14 trying to set up the last stand. Pixel outside of the window. Finds the Pixel, finds the one player, and down he goes instantly. So, Rise and Win, comes down to Elska to try and hold the line. Mixed his Uber. Wait a minute, Clib. That's a 1-2, thank you. So Liquid getting the job done. Jimbo's there for the cleanup. Where's that fight happening? What are they trying to take control of?
They are taking the warehouse. They were in a 2-2 split with them, and honestly, these are the two best spots right now. And I would have expected someone to breach. So they're getting breached on both sides. They're going to lose two of them. Super well defended by Pixel and Stylus here. Shots coming in. Connecting a little bit. Shots. Oh, that's a little footsie right there. Elska finds sidestep. In the 2v1. Oh, Mika's going to find Silas. Pixel left alone. Utility being committed. And it looks like... Oh, Pixel's going to find Elska as well. He's been hit by the molly, though. And that's unfortunate for them. Down to one player after holding the two best compounds. And that's what the greedy 2-2 split gets you. You're always going to be breached if you're holding the top two spots inside the square. Pixel's going to find Global Army. Nice shots. Taking fights on both sides. And Mikas is also going to help that. He's going to finish off the kill. And Not Fair is joining this one.
I'm totally fine with this. You know, try and strike while you're in a very weakened position. But ultimately... Up in the loft, it's going to be Pixel, the monster straight on the stairwell, holds it for now, one of them will fall, and ultimately all three of these teams have just been damaged by this one house and everyone committing to the cause. For Not Fair, there's a fourth team, okay, well, all the Finns just want to get involved here, don't they? Straight into the back of it, the smokes are already set. The door is open. ENCE will try and strike this, but the question is, do they realize where Rise and Win will be holding point? Do they realize there are players towards the backside containers? And even more question is, do they know how many is still alive inside? You've got the guy in the loft.
No
Pixel
way.
still doing damage onto two of them. Digital Athletics will go down in 16th while this is all going on. Pixel finally removed, and his life is expended. The question is, can ENCE keep 4 players up?
No
If
way.
they get the resuscitation, this would be formidable. Rise and Win with a 2-man army still keeps going. Diggory, one more falls, and my word, this little compound on it.
Oh,
He's
hit
hit
him!
He's actually hit him! He's only gone and done him, so he'll be forced back for all but a second, and this gives opportunity for ENCE to try and stabilize. But Martin, they are all upstairs. They are all in the loft just hiding.
This is one of the most insane crashes I've ever seen. Istanbul Wildcats, they're sniffing it out. Are they joining as well? No, they're taking the compound. They're small buff for that one. That's fine. There's still 4. There's 5 players below. This house, no way. No way. This is insane. I've never seen something as crazy as this. This grandma house is absolutely stacked right now. There's 4 players up on the loft. It's ENCE. There's 3 players in the kitchen downstairs. That's Not Fair. And 2 players of Rise and Win outside. There's 9 players in this house right now. It's obviously a very centered location right now, so I'm completely fine with it. But this is... Oh, look at 2 there. 4 aggressive...
Look at the smokes
Offensive
keep going.
smokes
It's
here.
just... Oh, it's just an abyss downstairs. I mean, get the architect in while you're up there. Tell me about your loft conversion. What paint you're going to be using? What kind of items do you want to be putting up? I mean, you've got this window. It could do with something there. Maybe, I don't know, maybe a nice clock to try and cover it up. You know what? Instead,
they're
we'll actually
breaching as
use it as a
well.
little hole to be able to try and find out what's going on. But with how much smokes
No
are downstairs, Squeaky just goes barreling in. He's on fire, taken down. Diggory also falls. This is just complete madness and utter carnage. All this for one tiny little compound. What on God's green earth? Why is everyone just committing towards this?
It is dead center, and I respect the send here. The 5-team breach into the Grandma Center house. It's fantastic. BSD with a nice nade. Oh, it's going to take him down. Tix is going to be found as well. That is ENCE out. They joined 4 guys. They're actually one of the teams to 3rd party or 4th party this one. Istanbul Wildcats is going to lose one. Tekker's taking Rupture down. Elska's going to be found as well. Dot triple nade from Odin on to Istanbul Wildcats. Is Not Fair going to be the winner of this one? Mika's still alive as well. Istanbul Wildcats is the 5th party's youngest. They're eliminated. Literally is still in this one. Taking shots into the smokes. Can't see anyone. And Rid is still alive. 7 kills for Not Fair so far. And this has been an absolute mayhem.
This is the single messiest fight I think I have ever witnessed in PUBG. Like, everyone has just been sucked into this vortex, and it's mutual destruction for everyone else kind of watching. It's like, I don't know. What do you think? Well, I don't know. We'll just kind of stay away from it for now. We'll see with the next circle if it does pay off. And if throwing your body towards this compound was worth it, it keeps them in. It keeps them on the Snake Road for now. Rise and Win were the first team to push this. And Mikas, while he is down to 1 player, he has, however, outlive the rest of them. But when you're in a winner-takes-all scenario, the question is, was it worth it? Was it worth sending all of your players towards this? Because you don't need kills at this stage. You need placement. And all of those teams that sent it and booked it towards that compound, unfortunately, have paid the price. Last crew, more like last chance when we look towards the chicken dinner format. If they want to qualify, they have to win this, or if they at least want to qualify with skipping the best of 10, this would be the game to do it within. Heroic, another team that has been having a very difficult run and have only had 2 cracks at the whip. Beamy beams JCap straight across the battlefield and gives him a headache with the M24. Nexus, they will pull up on scatter, and unfortunately they are met with full force. Rise and Wind finally does go down. Kill still.
Nice trade.
Ultimately, I think, is he the last player alive? Oh, this is not going well. He's stuck inside the vehicle. He does answer back, but it's shut down instantly.
Holy, this has been an absolutely mayhem of a game here. Shots are coming in to try to flush. He's trying to hit. It's the small gap under the wall, and he's hit. It's Yord taking down Nuki with the 8x. He has 8 bullets and 2 spare flamey. That is nothing. Yord must be having more kills. 8x zeroings just to hit the small feeties on there. No way.
Please leave my ankles alone. Please leave my ankles alone. They're already broken.
He forgot to take the work boots on. James is going to find Tafu from Talents. This is a repentance from last game, taking down 2 of them. And the circle is obviously centered on the road, on the shack. This is a good reach. Or this is going to be insane. But we live again. Dante finding 1, finding 2. Nice shots, finding 3. Insane from Dante.
He's answering all the players as they arrive in the vehicles. VP ultimately will strike at distance, and Dante finally falls. You can see them bleeding out at the wayside. Koju will be the last player standing. The smokes will go up. They'll be able to get Turbo back on his feet, I would have thought, once the smokes have expanded and bloomed. VP are watching all these antics go down. Just wonder what the hell is next on the chopping block. We'll still see the fight continue between Liquid and Talon's up towards the top. And Apex, while they had a few shots here, there, and everywhere at the start of it, they're still eyeing up this next Liquid compound. That'll be their next task that they have to get in front of. Again, perpendicular to the circle, and everything we talk about is dependent on that. 10 seconds, and it will update, and we'll see where pretty much... because I've got to be honest, man, I want to say where our final fights will happen. Yes, we're only in phase 4, but, I mean, look at the land that's playable. Around here, we are lacking hard cover. We are lacking compounds.
Yeah, so in general, this circle here, everything south of the road is just doomed, because unless we see insane amounts of south shift for the next 3 circles, then we're looking that it's going to end around on the kind of uphill, but there's not a lot of cover. There's a few trees, a few rocks to play, so whoever is able to kind of join that the fight last is going to be the winner of that one. But you also have VP on the western side of things. It still has a compound in, so it's very likely that we're going to see Liquid and Apex and VP in the kind of midst of things towards the end game. Everyone south is going to have a really rough time getting into this one here, Sims.
Yeah, it's time to get in the vehicles and get gone. The main POV alive, but this was down to 4-1. Oh my god. Third one. If he'd managed to get the spray transfer onto the last guy, that would have been just all 4 dead and collateral damage. I mean, don't get me wrong, he didn't go much further because VP saw the opportunity and took him down, but still, a good handle. And people are turning up to try and take control of that. We'll get back on the main head of the fight and what's happening now. Yord? He's got full HP. I'll have to take this. Surely they both know players inside. Surely Luke holding the angle. They go in. And the retrade's there. Be able to get the resuscitation, and that's why you always want to send 2 players in there. Eliminate the first one, so you can't get that flush. Again, not central. You know, when we're looking towards this, man, it's not the most central. Sorry, that was a bike going by in the distance. You probably heard it. Yeah, it's not the most central place in the world, but ultimately it's something, and that's again why everyone's going to try and take these small shacks, because there's nothing else to really be playing for. And you know what? This is probably how you don't do it. You saw 2 players attack one inside rather than send them individually. That's the other end of the stick, right? And then John comes around, flushes him, and what a hold for Gen.
Super well executed by Bastard, and just 2 guys alive. Obviously winning the 2 versus 1, but also lacking to commit here. Tekkers, they are into this one. Apex, oh, what a molly. Can he find him as well? Tekkers gonna find Last Screw. They're out in 8th. Now Simsi and Tekkers have the world ahead of them. They have to play out of this one here. He's gonna try to get some smokes, and he's stuck under the right wheel because the car is on top of the other car. So he's somewhat safe, but he needs to get with him with the smoke. So Liquid is pushing out. They're trying to take control of the north. They have successfully done so, and now putting on pressure onto VP. If this circle does not contain just a little bit of the south side, we're going to see 4 teams trying to fight uphill towards Liquid. Liquid in a really good spot for this one. Versus Pro, they need some kind of luck with this one here, because as you see here, it's right in front of us, there's a very little amount of play. If this one goes east, they're going to have a really rough time. They will have to push Liquid eventually. Let's see where the next circle goes. Spyro is going to be putting on some pressure, and it goes hard east, not containing anything of Liquids either. This is going to be rough for them. They're going to have to move.
Maybe, just maybe for Virtus Pro, if Liquid wants to try and take control of this circle early, then they can use the leverage of the hillside to keep cover, keep out of range of them, or excuse me, keep out of line of sight of them, and work their way up. They also have vehicles, but again, with Liquid being Liquid, you'd assume they know this, they've made note of it. They'll leave it in a 2-2. 2 players will hold the front side to keep all oncomers at bay. 2 players will try and hold back on the compound and maybe slowly but surely work their way into the compound. The little shacks themselves now, just for everything that was sent towards them, for all the death and damage that was done, the two 2-man bands have all the time in the world. They have control of this one. They can let every single team just destroy one another and then come out from the shacks once the time is right to try and claim victory towards what will be the end of it. For Liquid, I do see that Jeems is holding. He does have a companion with him. It's Ibi, excuse me. You can see it now on the open field side of it. They'll keep track of this and they'll feed all this information back. Remember, Liquid still doesn't have a massive foothold in this circle just yet. They still have their 2 players towards the compound side. The smokes will be thrown outside the vehicles, and for VP holding the vehicles now, they'll build themselves a little bit of a fortification. They'll try and utilize them either side of the rocks to build them up with the smokes. The question is, what does Liquid want to do? If Liquid takes the hillside, VP is buggered.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid in this position here, they have to backfill east. They have to try to play for controlling the east side. And the pressure coming in from the teams there, there's still Sancho alive. There's 2 bystanders in the shack. And I believe there's 1 more player alive from Skate. It's Misa, actually. Now, Beam and Heroic, 3 guys alive, 3-man band. Are they going to send it to one of the shacks? They should potentially be breaching bystanders in this situation here. That's the only viable option for them. But they're going to be going for a 1 car. This is unoptimal, I would say. Obviously, the amount of pressure coming in from multiple sides, they're going to have to be pushing Apex, and the amount of shots coming in from the west side or from VP, that's going to be rough. All right, Smokes is found. Okay, they spotted Misa. They're going to keep him alive. I like that. They're enabling him to kind of put the pressure onto later. As long as he's playing, never mind. He's dead. Beam is taking down Misa. His bloodthirst for kills is unstoppable. He cannot even use him. Oh, no cover. Oh, where have you gone, car? Stay, please. We're going to move into some more cover behind them. And VP is still 4 guys strong. Smokes are going to be used more. They have to use them carefully, though. Shots are coming in from Liquid. It's Clip finding more. But now they have 1 smoke and a car to play with for now.
And that's blind fire, man, and that's straight through the smokes. They've not seen them, so at the moment they're just peppering and getting damage off on it. I suppose the one thing we'll kind of call into play here is that you do have 2 sniper rifles on this roster. If they can get some sort of a knock, like they've already done on Batulins, it quietens VP down. If they can get a quick scope, maybe potentially to the side of Liquid, it quietens them down. So the marksmen really need to, play for their full worth here. Apex has descended probably, I mean, I'm saying probably all of their utility, but with how many body bags are going to be there, there's going to be unlimited amounts of utility. That nade's close. That nade is very close, and it's very good. With Simsy falling, there is a small window of opportunity now. Do Heroic capitalize and jump into that compound? Because if they do, they've got some sort of a foothold to try and work off the back of against VP.
All right, Liquid on the east side, setting up. It looks like Mexi has taken the position east of bystanders. Meanwhile, the guys are putting on pressure onto the other side of things, and they're positioning themselves well. Virtus Pro has a really big one to try to work with. Clip find Beamy. One more shot off to Apex. And there's now 2 players left from Heroic, 2 from Bystanders, and 1 from Apex. Meanwhile, there's a full 4-man from VP and Liquid. It's very likely looking like a big fight between Virtus Pro and Team Liquid towards the end of things. If they manage to get rid of the teams that are sitting off the edges. Vasco's going to be spotted. Shots are coming in. Are they going to be able to see him off? And yeah, he's been spotted out. VP and Liquid work towards that collectively because they're on the other sides of things. More shots coming in. Apex, Tickers. He's not. Yeah, he's going to be spotted here from Mexi. Trying to drive by. Mexi's going to find him. And Mexi actually has a really good rock to work with here. This is phase 7. We are going to have another one. But Liquid is controlling all of the East. Meanwhile, VP is not too happy with their current position, I see. They are very stacked up. They want to be working towards more cover, and the next cover is very far away. A few rocks, few trees as well here, Sims. This is going to be a rough one for them.
It is, and you can already see from the side of VP, players are missing helmets amongst them. Looking towards the side of Liquid, and they've gone for this 2-2 split, taking 2 much deeper angles. Mexi's actually, if he finds one nade through that gap of the window, if he manages to take these guys out, the molly, it's outside of it, just misses it for now. The next one, though, that's a pulled pin. He's holding it forward, he's lowballed. It first comes out, Ibby says thank you very much. Walk around the back, have they made note of him? Because the smokes were up there, so if he hasn't, but this is phenomenal work from Mexi. There's obviously a danger leverage towards his side. If you miss that shot, you go down. That's the downside to it. You are the one-man army, and if you do not kill both of those players, you leave the rest of them standing. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off, so let's kind of keep that in the back of our mind. He's at least, you know, expelled 50% of Bystanders' fortification they had going in there, so it's something, but it's only a trade for trade. Would you have preferred to keep 4 players alive and gone toe-to-toe against VP, or is it worth that 1-for-1 fight? We shall see.
The amount of pressure coming out for them, but obviously VP being 4 guys alive, they have a massive advantage. And right now, Yord is going to be staring down the barrel of Liquid, probably putting on the pressure on them. And the terrain is working okay with them. There's a slight curve, it looks. So the Earth is round, we have confirmed here. You see the slight curve on the terrain here as well, and that is due to the Earth being round. Now, jokes aside, it's working really well for them, and I think a few smokes could set them up for a nice victory. James is in a bush trying to contain Yord, and right now it's definitely Yord's opportunity to do this, and he's just going to sit still. He wants VP and Liquid to fight this off, but they want to finish him off as fast as possible. Let's see what happens.
Wait.
Good utility usage here.
Look at Clip. Clip's crossing the road again. Is he going to go after him? He's
He's
got him! Oh! He's only gone and done it!
Kobe.
Okay, well, here we
kills.
go then. 4 versus 3 will start to unfold now. The pressure is removed from the left-hand side. This gives Liquid a little bit of breathing space. Ibby, straight hot off on the heels, moves the vehicle up towards the northern side. Jeans waits patiently. Perfect, it's there. Over the shoulder we go. 2 players in the vehicle. 1-2, thank you. But all of a sudden, VP is on an emergency situation. Clip, last man standing. I think it's a 1 versus 1. They will stick the res. Clip, do you have it in you once again to throw the grenade of your life? Do you have any left? He does. The god nade. The pin is pulled. It's ticked. It's flying. If it hits the deck, it'll be perfect. But VP's back up and alive and kicking. If he gets this second one, it would be phenomenal on the backlines. Chases Batulins out. VP could have got away with murder here. Clip, though, wants to answer it back himself. If he gets this shot, it would be phenomenal. Batulins Clip, 1 versus 1.
Oh.
The SLR finds the face. And VP, against all odds, comes out on top. And Team Liquid's dreams are denied. What a banger of a 1 versus 1 that is. It's so good to see. Clip crosses the road, takes the player out. But instantly, while he's doing that, VP responds in kind. They set it off and the firefight unfolds. And what a wild ending, Martin.
What an absolutely insane ending. And also on top of that, you know, it showed that losing Mexi could have turned that around. That was unfortunate for them. They had to get rid of Bystanders. Bystanders was going to be a pain for them. But what an insane ending. Coming down to a 1 versus 1. And you know what? It is true. A broken clock is right twice a day.
Oh. That is true. That is true. I didn't think of that. You know what? Here's some standings while we celebrate in my wonderful joy for now. James will be happy also. The standings. Wow. I'm still in recovery mode from that final one. That 1v1 was. It always blows my mind when all players are pretty much standing, and in the blink of an eye, everything just comes down to it, where one shot makes the difference. The SLR ultimately is the shot that happens for VP. They will avoid the last chance qualifier. They will avoid the next 10 games and move directly to the grand finals. Congratulations for VP. For Team Liquid fans, once again, they will have to wait with bated breath as Liquid enters the best of 10, Martin.
Yeah, that's true. When we're going to take a look at the highlights while we take a short break, and we're going to be back on desk with Kylaris very shortly.
Whoa. Sims, do you have some kind of mystical powers about you? What's going on, lad? What's happening?
Look, I can't cast, but I can guess who's going to win, right?
That's the tweet. All right, well, thank you very much. Yeah, Virtus Pro get themselves the victory, and they are the last ones to qualify through the winner chicken dinner phase of our stages here. And of course, now we have 10 matches and our last chance to go. However, Virtus Pro, what a 1v1 Avenger with Clib, Batulins. What a game in general. Give us more of this.
Yeah, if this continues today, I feel blessed. Honestly, this was 2 insane games. This one here with the absolute mayhem in the Grandma building with 26 players alive in phase 4. Everybody died in that Grandma. It's just absolutely crazy. And you know, we're seeing a lot of good macro. We're seeing a lot of good micro. Some insane shots as well. You know, a bit of bold action to satisfy Sims as well. So we've had a good start to the day.
Are you satisfied, Rich? Talk to me about this game.
I am. It was everything I wanted and more, James. There was action. There was people dying in the tiniest house of all time. As Martin said, there was a few bolties here and there. We're always happy to see those come into play, and a few more grenade kills as well. So ultimately, it leads us up to a 1 versus 1, and of course, that's exactly how we kind of always want it. I say always think. I'm thinking back in my mind, and we kind of touched it very briefly because it was a very fast execution. Mexi going towards the shack, misses, unfortunately, the first molly towards the 2 players inside. I get the whole idea. You want to remove that obstacle from your left-hand side, but there is this point of if you go down, you're leaving your teammate. You're leaving your team in a 3 versus 4. Then he does go down. What would have happened if he'd have stayed alive? But also, what would have happened if Bystander have had 2 alive and kicking? We don't know it. It's all ifs and buts. But ultimately, it will be Liquid who have to enter the last chance qualifier, and it will be VP who miss it.
Yes, they will. And with VP advancing on, we now have Mr. Batulins joining us here to get an interview and think about what he's going to be talking about here with this win. Hello. Oh, you know, I was hoping you would have it on, but you knew I was hoping as well, didn't you? You knew.
Of course.
Of course. So first things first.
You know, yeah.
Go on.
Start. No, you start.
Okay. All right. Like a married couple. How you've been back from Korea? You're back into your first tournament. How's things been back from Korea? Did you enjoy the Korea trip and all that? Because we didn't really get to speak to you since that was all going down.
Yeah, of course, Korea was awesome. It was like the best experience in my life of like playing PUBG. Like all these players who were there, I really love this whole trip, this whole tournament, and I hope I'm gonna be back there for like next tournaments. So yeah.
Perfect. Rich, do you have a question?
Yeah, I suppose for me, Batulins, it's you're up at the big leagues now. You're playing at the highest end. How PGIS wasn't exactly the results you were hoping for. How did you as a team kind of deal with that? And you know, what's how as a team do you deal with it as such? What changes do you think you're going to be making going forward? Is there anything you can really do towards this format, change-wise, for you as a team?
So yeah, of course, after PGI, we came back, and now we're playing with a full roster. Now we are playing like how we should play, like middle aggressive, middle like passive sometimes. To be fair, right now we are trying to be much more not to say aggressive, but we like want to make more plays sometimes. Like each player should play like by himself, making some situations, and we have some difficulties because of it. Because before we mostly only played like from center together, and we have difficult times right now. If we're talking about winner chicken dinner, there's really not much to do with it. It's like you should just play for the win. Like we played in the last game, you should exactly know which players are playing from which positions, and you try to team up with these teams so they're gonna kill like your opponents. And the last game was exactly like that. Like we tried to make the best opportunity for us to play the final fight, so we're gonna have an advantage on Liquid, and we actually we're super close to lose it because of our mistakes. We should play like more passive this situation. But everything we did before was only to win this fight against Liquid in the final fight. So yeah, and that's very important, and that's very difficult because the previous game we also were like in top 4, but our position didn't give us any chances to play from it. We were like between Tarlans, Blaze, Liquid on the top. We had like 0 chances to play this game, to win this game. Yeah, and that's the most difficult thing in this new format. Like always these things. Yeah.
All right, fair. Martin?
Yeah, I have a question as well. And Privyet Kakdila, how are you doing? My question is that what is the kind of best experience and learning that you took from PGIS that you can take home and kind of apply to playing against in your home region here in EMEA, playing against the teams that you played against so much? Obviously, a new format and stuff like that. But what's the best experience that you can take from? You've played so many games out there. You've learned a lot.
To be fair, I can't really say like which things we learn because we're gonna tell other teams how to play.
Of course.
But the only thing I can say is now with this new format, you have to work hard on other teams' mistakes. So you should catch them on their mistakes and try to make winnable situations for yourself. Because before you just play in the game, you make a lot of kills if you have a good positioning, and even if you lose the game in the final fight, you have so much kills that you can even have more points than the team who won. Yeah. Now, even if you have 20 kills, it gives nothing for you. So you should better like think about how you can take your team and put it in the final fight than just doing the kills on the whole map. And yeah, that's the thing you should like learn on and think about always.
All
right. And I guess a final question. Were you surprised by the Talon's hot drops in apartments throughout those 2 games? Because that was over very quickly.
I mean, first games on Erangel, when they hot drop us, of course, it was okay because they looted this spot. And we were the team who tried to take their spot. Yeah. And after these 2 hot drops, they decided to leave to loot like just these TSM compounds, and it was like super smart move because as you see in the previous game, they have a really good chance to win the game and go into the finals. So you don't really need to fight for these apartments if you like not winning the first hot drops. So yeah, it was like super smart, good move by them. And I hope to see them in finals. It's also our CIS team, so I will cheer up for them.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Batulins. Do you have any final words before we let you go?
No, just thanks for the viewers for watching. Thanks for all the community that we that we all together trying to solve some problems. And go on, let's go together, boys. We're gonna win together.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Batulins, and good luck in the grand final. Bye-bye. Awesome stuff. Batulins joining us here from Virtus Pro. Always one of the best interviews. Let's be fair. Let's be frank. Very good indeed. Now they move on into that grand final. Let's take a look at who they'll be joining, as we already had 7 teams before them. Navi, Entropic, FaZe, Karagumruk, Augulus, Norseman, Blaze, and Virtus Pro. On next, we move into our last chance qualifier. It's going to be 10 games, 4 today, 6 tomorrow, and it is super settings. These are the 16 teams that are going to be heading into that. And I know that everybody's thinking, which of these 8 teams are going to be advancing on into that grand final to join the already 8 teams sat there. But most people are thinking, who's going to win the next game? And Richard Sims has the answers. Rich.
Liquid.
Damn. Well. Can you imagine if he gets 3 for 3? That would just be nutty. And that would be insane. But there you go. He's already called it. Liquid. The prophecy is foretold. will they be able to stand out? And admittedly, in a lobby like this, Martin, it's not a bad pick, especially considering the last 2 games where they've been ever present in these last circles.
You know, back in the day, I played a lot of different games, and I always hated winner team joiners, and I feel like that was a winner team join right there.
Oh, I see. It's called what's it called? Fairweather fans? No.
I don't know.
Glory supporters in England. Glory for football. Glory supporters.
Right,
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
It would be like me, you know, if bystanders had done, you know, their 2 games with 16 and 17 kills, and these last 2 games, I'm like, all right, so who do you think is going to do well? You know, this is kind of a double whammy, though. Danish guys just did well, but no, I think it's obvious. I just want to hear, you know, the 8 picks that's going to go through to the finals, and Sims calling those guys out now. You know, if you can pick all 8, and it would also be, you know, those, you know, jokes aside, I think we're in for a good one here. First 4 games, I think we're going to see a lot from these next 4 games here. We're going to be able to see, you know, big tendencies of potentially, you know, with a great start, Liquid having kind of fired up the cannons, and I'm quite sure they're potentially could be already be locking down with the performance we've seen from them so far. We could see them go through. Also, ENCE could be a team that, with the consistency that they've showed, besides the Grandma House Carnage from the last one here, those teams with the big experience that we're seeing them coming out from PGIS, I think they're able to come into this one and do well with our Super Sonics.
That's right, firing the cannons. You triggered me for a moment there. You're just like, oh,
no.
Firing the cannons. Let's take a look at the point distribution here and see what everybody's playing for per game. We are back to super settings here for our next 10 games. And as always, it's our good tried and true here, Mr. Clairvoyant Sims.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping from what we've seen thus far that we can, you know, see the Liquid win come through. They've been firing all cylinders or all cannons, as you did mention, and the points would have been good for them had we have been in that scenario, but ultimately we wasn't. We do fall back to it now. But then again, everyone changes a little bit, right? We've all been playing a different meta, quote unquote, if you want to call it that. Everyone knows how this works. So we should anticipate that some teams change a little bit. Whether it's as easy for Liquid as it was previous, I'm sure we'll find out.
We will find out indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be an exciting time here as we're getting into Miramar to start things off in our last chance qualifier. I believe we're going to Miramar and then to Erangel. And then tomorrow again, we have 6 more games remaining. Points are back to 0 for all of these 16 teams as they go up against one another. So, you know, load those cannons, ready the capstan, raise that anchor, hoist the masts, and let's get ready to set sail to the desert, ladies and gentlemen. I'll stop. It's time to give it over to Rich and Avenger. Avenger, why don't you do me the honors, Captain? Sail away.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Not so much water on this map. Obviously, we're onto the desert. We're going to see more hooked up boats for this one here. A good plane path to start things off with for this one here. And, you know, with our first 2 games, a lot of the teams, a lot of the tendencies we've seen, I feel like they've already kind of prepared themselves. You know what, guys, if we don't win, we might not win, but let's get ready. And the meta already kind of sits in, especially Liquid with a really good start to things. And a lot of the other teams, you know, more kind of centered strategies. But here in Miramar, it's going to be flattened out. We're going to see a lot of macro rotations. We're going to see a lot of third parties, and we're going to see a lot of kills coming into those one Sims.
We are indeed, and we have to, you know, call it for what it is. Miramar's one of those maps where the circles become a lot more manageable than Erangel. It feels like Erangel's completely off the leash at the moment, and they can go wherever they like and do whatever they like. I mean, it's fun for us and the viewers. For the players, it's quite strenuous, but for us, we're seeing things we've not necessarily seen in either before or for a long time now. So it does create some action. It does create some interesting rotations, and a few, as we saw in the previous one, everyone just committing to the little granny flat, everyone going towards it. But with Miramar, indeed, it does give you those valleys that circles like to flow into. It does give you those hillsides that they like to work off the back of, all those cliffs, the outer extremities that are completely inaccessible terrain. So it should be a little bit, in theory, a little bit more manageable. We have a very, very central circle on our hands, Martin. For something like this, everyone is just going to go vying towards the middle. And there are 2 teams in there. The one thing that kind of stands out about this, smack bang in the middle, we're going to have the old electricity plant.
Yeah, It's kind of crazy, right? Because it's open now that versus pro is not here, so kind of a lot of space coming into this one, and We Live Again actually took the opportunity and locked that down, so they're looking very good off the start of things. Didn't manage to win a game in our winner chicken dinner format. Even after winning, 25% of our stage one seeding games, so that was I was expecting them and kind of hoping to see that they're able to clutch one out, but not as consistent here against the big dogs. Now that we have 8 invited teams, obviously a harder lobby as well, and a very central one. And we know obviously that in general, the kind of whole terrain plays around it, and we often see it end either over towards graveyard side of things or towards the power grid and San Martin side of things. So central open for everybody, kind of a fair circle for everyone to get into and get started for this one. And we got 4 games of our BO10 points of reset, as you see to the left side. No points, no kills, carryover from our winner chicken dinner. So our double elimination format is very much into effect of these ones here. Liquid and Mexi, obviously after this one, had a really good start. I'm expecting big things from them in the first 4 games of our BO10. So that's going to be interesting to follow. On the other sides, Last Crew very far away. And it's actually guys, and Heroic Talents Digital Analytics is also into the midst of things, obviously. And Ware team as well. The other Finnish team is also south side of Los Leones. Decided not to take Los Leones. Kind of surprised from that one. Loot is definitely better over there. Elasaha here for Rise and Wind, and Mikas and the boys. Elska, does that mean love as well in Finnish? Does it does in Danish and the other Scandinavian languages? I'm kind of curious because I love these circles.
Okay. Okay. I'm glad you mentioned Ware team. Obviously, this is the good thing about this. We are moving into a different format, but we also move into a different lobby altogether. 16 different teams, quote unquote. Yes, they've all played some games already. I always wonder what kind of effect that also has on people's playstyle. Are they going to be warmed up? Are they going to be ready to rock and roll? I mean, that's why I'm saying Team Liquid, because they have been absolutely prolific in the last few games. Yes, they didn't qualify, and ultimately now this throws them to the wolves in this best of 10. When we look towards this, there is a few teams, Martin, though I have to say they're going to have a fun time with this lobby, right? There's a few of them that are head and shoulders above the rest, and that's no disrespect. It just comes down to what we've seen, tried and tested, what we experience, the names, the brands, they speak for themselves on PUBG. If you're a fan of PUBG Esports, you'll know who's going to be, or should be in theory, doing well when it comes down towards this best of 10 and when it's all said and done. For now, everyone is magnetizing straight towards Power Grid. Again, there are multiple places you can play within that. Whether or not it does go, there's a different question. At the moment, it's set up for the best of success. It's going to be difficult getting out of it because you have that huge kind of like rim that blocks between Picado, Minas Generales, and surrounding areas. Towards San Martin, it's a bit of a downhill battle. You're looking towards the apartment blocks. You're looking towards all the small yellows on the edge of it that can just be laying waste to you as you try and dispatch Power Grid. It's an interesting one. I think with this next circle, if we get a hard shift, whatever point of the compass we go to north, south, east, west, wherever, if you have committed to the cause when it comes to Power Grid, centralizing could be difficult. We shall see. It's all a storyline. It's all unfolding straight in front of us on our screen. Not fair for the moment. We'll take both the roads and the hillside. It's up on El Azhar. Yeah. I mean, you're waiting for a team. If you're looking for points, fair play. I respect it. It's not the greatest place to be setting yourself up for success, as we are going to be working towards the later stages of this circle. There is potential that you go a little bit more further forward towards a circle and think, okay, well, will this team be rotating? Where's the most likelihood and the most likely spot to be able to catch them with their pants down on rotation and pick up those points rather than camping the actual town? Otherwise, they're just going to avoid you and you're going to be wasting your time.
Yeah, for sure, and especially in this circle here, the high ground around where the center is right now, the very high mountainous areas, they are going to be very played here. It's good to scout. If Batulins was in this in this game here, he would be on the highest mountain with his two-seater already, scouting everything, locking everything down, and making sure that he could give some information and pass that on to his team, of course. And now Istanbul Wildcats, they're going to be pushing on to Nexus. Very similar colors here. I was kind of in doubt now that we see this Nate coming out, and they're pushing them out slowly. And they're going to be trying to take over this graveyard area in general, and Minas Generalis trying to push Nexus towards their spot. Graveyard is actually a better spot for this one, so I'm all for and okay with that. 1440 is obviously trying to get in and get the spot here. Securing cars is a little bit important. You want to be able to send it across the road in case it goes west, so they want to make sure they can keep that and lock that down. And yeah, this is going to be what they try to do. Big rotations are coming out as well. I was kind of surprised to see some of these repositions here. We see some of the eastern ones trying to go around and try to avoid Minas Generalis as well. In general, we'll see how well they're able to get into this one here.
Horizon Wind just looking onwards of all their opponents. Again, holding this certain area on the map. It's okay. It's okay for now. It's a little bit exposed, and you're going to be vying for some cover if you have to completely bomb it away from the position that you're within. Ends, on the other hand, just going past water treatment. Horizon Wind looking onwards of this, and again, that's kind of the 50-50 chance that you're going to be playing off the back of. You are playing the numbers, and if people are diving directly in front of you, it makes it that much more difficult. Bystanders take the top of the hill. Give a good overview of what's going on. It'll take a few seconds away from being able to rotate a bit quicker while the rest of the team advance forward. Heroic going for a big old wide split. I mean, Vasco is absolutely no help whatsoever if a team were to push up on this, but he has the Mirado positioned and ready to rock and roll. Just book it from outside of the garage should they have to. Picardo in the distance is actually littered with players, to be honest with you. See them scattered in the distance. Short will just kind of call them all out and be the orchestrator to the rest of all these teams that are just looking onwards of all of it. With the circle itself, we have, what, 1 minute and 10 seconds to come into it. And I've got to say, Martin, once this circle does collapse, I think there could be some collateral damage done for teams, because it's setting up to be quite a dangerous hard shift if it doesn't go towards the center.
Yeah, this is, in general, this circle here is where you want to kind of edge your bet. Either it goes west towards circle 3 and 4, or it goes east. That's a super rough one to kind of decide. So it depends where you loot it. It depends what rotation you do in your first circle. So first rotation in this one here is actually quite important. You want to be able to see where you're going to be progressing towards later. So a high ground position is super viable for this one. The Ike's already putting some pressure onto Rise and Win into this one, and they were putting in some damage. Luke is going to take down Kova. I'm quite sure that's going to be a safe rest. We'll see. And yeah, it's going to be a safe rest easily for Rise and Win. And sending up into San Martin here is okay, but it has to go super centered onto San Martin. If it goes anywhere else, they have to leave. They have to kind of push onto Yikes just further down the line. Let's see the circle pop for this one. It's going to send her super hard onto our ridge side. This is going to be a really interesting terrain battles here.
That's a coin toss, isn't it? That's a 50-50.
It is.
That is an absolute IGL nightmare. For Team Liquid, there's potential just to hold the road. It'll give you a good foothold to where you want to go. But for half of the server, you could be sitting pretty when the next circle hits. For the other half, regardless which way we want to cut it, that is a devastating blow. And just to kind of explain it a little bit more, if you are new to PUBG Esports, the circles flow away from the hillsides and the mountains, the inaccessible terrain, the rough terrain. It kind of works as if you are the same principle as water, right? So with all this huge crevice that runs pretty much from San Martin, goes all the way around, it skirts Graveyard, it skirts Picardo, and it actually ends up towards Monte Nuevo. That entire circle's encompassed by power grid. This goes one of two ways, unless we get double hard shift to San Martin. Let's not forget about that. We could have double, even triple hard shift towards San Martin. To get San Martin, that's the only viable situation where we see it coming to play. We get 2 to 3 that just go full north, all the way up against the white, and we're in. If not, we go to the east, bang, it's going power grid. There's nowhere else for it to go whatsoever. Beyond that, we're looking at the outskirts of La Bendita. We're looking at the outskirts of Picardo, and then pretty much anywhere in between. Right now, at the moment, Istanbul Wildcats have a phenomenal hold on that position in particular, between La Bendita and Picardo. Where team, this could also be a very good showing from them. They're at a man disadvantage. Let's not kind of forget that whatsoever. But this is a good position for them. And even if you are up against the edge of the circle right now, this circle in particular, it's not the worst case scenario. Being center right now, funnily enough, is.
Yeah, being center is rough. Like playing the edge on either side is completely fine here, and obviously, it's basically to ensure that the circle doesn't end on an unplayable or unreachable position. And yeah, the same case with water. You don't want to see that happening as well. So the esports setting has been that for some time, and the players know how to work around that. And that's why you say it's Nigel's nightmare, right? You want to see how that ends. It's a lot of knowledge to have and store. Meanwhile, you also have to frag out and micromanage your team. So I should say here, I really want to see how well we're going to see ENCE play off this here, because this position is actually extremely strong. Because if you can, this is the same as basically Mount Everest on Erangel, right? Because if you can control one of the ends where you enter the high ground, you can pretty much kind of swell and put in yourself into a good spot from this one here. So you want to be the last team that enters that position. And this is why we see ENCE in the 2-2 split like this, with two players on the backside playing anchor. Meanwhile, Skate on the other side of things, playing in the northwest, trying to be the last team that enters up here, etching their bet on that it's going to be a power grid ending. This is pretty obvious to them right now. It's kind of funny that a lot of the Finnish teams are up here playing into this one. We'll see. Oh, the circle closes slowly, and Skate is repositioning himself, and the circle is going to pop.
3 seconds to go, Martin, and we'll be able to see pretty much where it's going to be setting up for the end game. Okay, now I'm going to stand corrected here, Martin. I said sitting center might be one of the worst places in the world. Team Liquid, they took a chance, and it has hit, and it has paid off big time. They now control that entire road compound. Yes, you're going to have a lot of teams challenge you for the outside of it. Yes, you're going to have to probably fight off the back of that and into the open terrain, which is pretty much where Team and Istanbul Wildcats will be holding down. So you will have to play off the back of it. But for now, for the next circle, and maybe even potentially the one afterwards, it's a very comfortable situation. So Liquid have a little bit of breathing room. Apex, Hillside have to come down. They may even have to fight off against Team Liquid, which could be a problem. DA control Picado. Any trespassers, they will also have to deal with. That'll be problematic late game, next circle. If Picado's no longer in and there's going to be late stragglers that you want to hold, I will hold on the comments I'm saying, Martin, because Heroic have a fight of themselves. NF are directly in front of them, and the flashbangs have already been committed.
Good flashbangs coming out. Shots onto Page. Molly's committed as well. And good nade. Ooh, nearly taking Odin as well. And Odin's going to find Vasco with a nade. A lot of utility commit. Rid as well. Going to get rid of Beamy. Page. T-Bone healing up. It's a 2 guys standing here for Heroic. And they're going to try to go off with the smokes. Shots are coming in from this side of things as well. Page is going to find Gluttony. And Keanu's going to find T-Bone. This is rough for both teams right now.
It's just 1-for-1 trade-off. So really good knock comes out of Vasco to be able to at least sit one back down. I think Riddy and Global are just probably going to be on red alert. And still, as a going up against someone like Heroic, you are going to be in that panic scenario. If you do have the lethal utility, now would be the time to expend it. Now would be the time to put it to good use. Vasco will fall. All 3 players are struggling like mad. Another one knocked Beamy on his feet and back down instantly. Bystanders have heard all of this. They want to get involved. They realize there's points to be had directly in front of them. The molly will be sent straight through. And Heroic, no rest for the wicked. These guys have had it so hard in this fight. This is just terrorizing. Straight out of the frying pan and directly into the fire. But look at that kill feed. Heroic might be the one going down in 16, but everyone else is losing players simultaneously. The entire kill feed is alive right now. We'll stick and focus on this fight. Skada has fallen. Rather unfortunate for them. 15th position. All 3 players alive and kicking on the side of not fair. The smokes will go down. And remember, eventually, they are going to be strangulated, Martin. They have been committing all of their utility to try and survive this one. Are they going to be able to do any more? Probably not. When 3 players go down like that against that one big nade, Flaming peeks over the ridgeline. It comes
Oh my
down
God.
to 1. They are denied. And bystanders, they do not stand by idly whatsoever. They realize what's going down, and they hamper 2 teams and knock them out of the competition.
Extremely well executed by bystanders. What a perfect backfill timing as well. You want to be the last team to kind of enter this position, and they just did that timing-wise perfectly. And Circle has shifted southeast. Very expected shift for this one here. Ends. I'm going to try to get the last player from Talons away. It's Ermax. He's sitting here with 75 HP. Shots are coming in. Shots are committed. A lot of smokes already. It's a hard house to push for this one for sure. Squeaky trying to get this one. Calvin's going to take down Mexi. A fight between Apex and Team Liquid right now as well. They committed to a breach into the compound. They needed to. Squeaky gonna bounce off a flashbang. Look at this breach here. Mexi was outside, unfortunately for him. And Apex is pulling up on the longhouse. Really good breach from Apex here. I really love what I'm seeing. Taking on Liquid right now. EB is holding a tight angle for this one. M4, door open, clip. There's pretty good setup here for Liquid. Ermax is going to find Tixu, and Scree's going to trade that. That ends on the other side of the circle. Meanwhile, Apex and Liquid, we're going to stick onto this fight here, fighting for this compound. Extremely important one, this one.
It is, and while it's certainly not one that you absolutely do not want to be sharing, Ibi, death from above, straight up onto the top of it. The commit on the flush is good. Calvin's down, but certainly not out. Tekers can try and stabilize and get him back. That's a banger of a nade, though, through the window. Answers back in kind. The response to Ibi is perfect. The second one will go up. The resuscitation will go down on his right-hand side. The question is, do Liquid want to try and commit to this? They want to overextend and maybe try and get their fallen comrade back on their feet. They need to. But the question is, can they? I don't think they can. With Intense there, you're just kind of giving yourself up for the worst good. The confirmation comes in. The knock's there, excuse me. Initially, the flush is there. Nexus in the kill feed going toe-to-toe, and Rise and Win have gone down by them. That's by their hands. They are expelled. Clib and Jimbo. Now, this compound itself, you kind of touched on it. It is breachable, and that's just because the longbound, you absolutely cannot hold this entirely with 4 players against a full 4-man stack. And the circle, while we said yes, it's good for now. You can have a quick look once you get it in and your central side of it. But both of these teams, it's the exact scenario that we spoke about, Martin. Both of these teams, once this fight is all said and done, have to advance forward and have 4 teams laying in wait, waiting for them to cross that bloody road.
Yeah, that is true. And actually, the road is actually okay crossable with a few smokes. But what they're playing for is to play on the west side on that ridge. Tavo, though, is going to take down 1440 from Nexus. Big fight here, trying to hold them on the edge. Circle is closing slowly. Kills is going to find Yapi. Big trades coming out, still in the blue. More shots coming out. Turbo Banana taking down Hagdonix. And Last Crew seems to be the winner of this fight. Yapi still resurrectable. And now Killstill is going to try to do some utility. Okay, Molly actually connecting onto Yapi. He's going to stay it in. He's done. Turbo Banana, he's going to be hit as well. He's going to go down. And third party's coming in from Yikes. Extremely well timed from them. And Clip is going to find Tekers on the other side. Killstill advancing from this one.
He hasn't realized there's someone healing in the smoke to his left-hand side. But as you said, Yikes are advancing on this one. Third party will become an abundant. Realistic thing finds the back of the head, and Killstill just absolutely batters the last crew. Clip and Jimbo find Tech as an intense, so they do take out Apex on the advancement, but they have lost numbers. They have had casualties. So it's going to be problematic for Liquid as they try and advance forward within this game. Squeaky go down, he's flushed, he's gone, he was removed from the server. Surfy has been answered back though by Diggory, so a bit of a hard-fought battle here going up against Ents. Where team, again, first time in the lobby, welcome to the server. It's going to be a difficult time up against Ents. It's a tried and tested team. It's a fight on the extremities as well. You can see from the circle, man, it's not exactly an important fight. It's more a fight for survival.
It is indeed. They are going to be pushing onto that one, obviously. And by the look of things, right now, DA and their new lineup is setting up very nicely on the west side, actually controlling an immense amount of space. And they're going to be able to put on a decent amount of pressure onto Team Liquid and the teams that's going to be trying to advance in front of them. Cenix taking out some pressure as well. Saw Dante as well, took down one of the Istanbul Wildcats players. It's BSD. The fight is going to continue. Yikes in a pretty decent spot here in the northern side of things. Now shots are coming in. Clip driving straight past Uber. And then he's going to be found by... Oh my god, a drive-by with the barrel. What a shot. Headshot Clip. Uber might be safe though. Looks by the looks of things.
Is that a return? Like a return? He drove past him, then span around and just banged him out. Yes, it cost him his life, but it allows at least Jeems to advance forward. So Liquid do have one player. Whether or not he can do too much with this area because he is central and everyone's going to be looking towards this as a priority place to try and take control of. We Live again, just lingering and lurking on the ridgeline. It takes one player to catch Jimbo on his lonesome and see Liquid eliminated here. Ends, however, through the trial and tribulations, they've managed to only lose Squeaky. They've had plenty of fights, 6 kills to boot, so 6 points already on the board for Ents. Diggory just hoping with the pre-fire he does show his face, but he's not that stupid. Vehicles in abundance as well, so mobility is on their side, and with this type of circle with very little hard cover to work with and more ridgelines, dips and divots to play off of, mobility could be good, but the question is the circle, it's not. It's very unfavorable to Ents, and they have to go through 2 teams in order to advance forward.
They're gonna have to play this whole ridgeline here, taking up We Live again. Terrain actually works with them. They can use a few smokes, but the question is, does Istanbul Wildcat wrap and try to put pressure on them, or do they backfill WLA? That's the question. Smokes committed. Peterson off angle. Flashbangs committed. Very good flashbangs. They don't want to take the low ground. Shots coming in. This is going to find Diggory with the Scar 3X. Definitely using that one. Not as strong as it's going to be in the future, but very stable gun indeed, especially for the sprays. 2Xs and the 3Xs, even 4X with that one. Fade in the back line of things. Ents is in a rough spot right now. Istanbul Wildcats is actually pushing in and advancing on to We Live again. Habib is going to find that one that she created. BSD is going to trade that one. Dance is going to take down Rustam now, and BSD is going to flush that one. BSD, that's a Peters. Managing to kind of wrap themselves around this one here, Sims.
Speaking about being wrapped around, it's Jeems who's still on red alert because the solo snake in the middle of all of this, just in the desert. Everyone else is, I mean, this becomes more favorable and more healthy for him. The more players that die around him, the more placement points he's going to be able to garner. We are not in that whole winner-winner chicken dinner format. Of course, 10 points for the win, and a win is going to, you know, suit you regardless which way you want to cut it, but still, points mean prizes, and the top 8 from this 16-team lobby will be ones qualifying to advance into the grand finals. And it's a little bit of breathing room as the Wildcats answer to the back of WLA. The grenade from Tixu finds Fate. Now this gives some maneuverability for Ents. They'll swing ball off the back of this one. Reeds has not realized what's coming around the corner, but Schofield absolutely has. That's a beautiful lean. 1 HP in a complete dream. Fate has also been flushed. Dante up on top of the hill. The savior from the previous round is shut down instantly. Death from below. And now it's going to be coming up high. If Ents can do something, no, she created the transfer, the spray, and Ents has gone in 7th.
Extremely well played on third party here from Istanbul Wildcats. Super well timed as well. They have an immense amount of control now on the east side, actually enabling them to get really well into this one. We also have Ware team on the south side. Poro is sitting there and trying to snake in. Bystanders has a lot of control on the high ground as well here, Sims. This could be a really good game for them. DA on the west side, Yikes on the north side. Big teams with many players alive on multiple sides here. 2 small teams with Snakes, Team Liquid and Ware team. And then Istanbul Wildcats with a 3-man. 6 teams alive, 17 players only. 3 kill has spotted one of the DA players over there. She-Grade is going to bang him out, though. That's a mini headshot straight to the face. Zenix is going to return. Not connecting just yet, Zenix. That's 1, that's 2. That's overcommitting there. Actually, from She-Grade, he should be repositioning Yord, finding the SLR headshot. But cannot get knocked again. Silas returning as well. And DA has to make a big rotation here for this one, Sims.
They do, but at least they have the manpower to do it. They're only one of 2 teams that currently have 4 standing on their feet for now. Senix will go for the low rotate, but as you say, there's 2 of them that have to do it, essentially the simultaneous rotate, unless Yikes want to try and play it to more the eastern side of it. It certainly will be difficult given the Wildcats angle. The Wildcats will hold a deeper one, more importantly, a height advantage. Jeems was spotted earlier on. I saw him down to about 10 HP, so someone put a bullet in his face. Yellow and Morme simultaneously will kind of fight off one another. That'll be the Yikes versus bystanders fight. Free kill finds Silas. There's little time for resuscitation. I mean, even if it's just getting him back on his feet to deny the point at this time, might be the play if they can make it happen. But do they really have time to do it? Yes, they do.
So, yeah.
He's up. He's alive and kicking for now. But ultimately, there's still two teams, Martin, that just have full eyes on the prize when we look towards the side of DA. And the lethal bombardment will now be committed.
Yeah, this is rough for D8 indeed. Silas Nixis has been found. She created finds free kill though. And Yikes is in a spot for it. Oh, good nade. Committing.
Dear.
Oh my god, Mom with a big one. Pixel left alone now. Flashbangs committed as well. Nice cinematic shot here. Pixel left on 40% each HP. And Luke in a rough spot. Looks like free kill, and the boys are gonna be forced to try to make a rotation out of this one. Senix and Mom is gonna be the last players. There's a rough path to pass as well. Pixel has been spotted. Shots coming out from Mom, connecting a few, connecting more. Mom is gonna find him, and DA is out in 6th. It took a lot from Yikes though. They're down to 2 players, and Bystanders is looking extremely strong for this one as well.
All right, hear me out. Hear me out here.
All ears.
Wildcats goes on to bystanders. Yikes gets involved in third parties. Knocks someone from maybe from bystanders or Wildcats, either one of those. Jeems either gets liquid second or first here by everyone else just holding ridge lines. Like She Created and co from Wildcats have to push into the bystanders. That will draw attention. Yeah. They're currently split in this 2-2 kind of hold, looking towards Yikes, looking towards Wildcats. But I think for bystanders, if they want to try and take this fight, Martin, they have to commit the full team. They can't take it haphazardly. They can't just send a 50% deficit roster down, because the Wildcats are a good set of players, and there's only one way for them to go, and that's advancing forward.
It is. I think we're going to see a big fight from bystanders as well, Wildcats, without too much involvement from Yikes, though, because I feel like James is going to be a kind of an anchor man unadmittedly for them. Keanu's going to find She Created, and now they're in a 4 versus 2, and Schofield is putting pressure on them as well. Yikes is holding the angles to make sure that Istanbul Wildcats doesn't push that way, so that's fine as well. Team's trying to stay alive, securing placement points right now. Top 4 for them. 4 placement points and 4 kills. That's 8 points total. Already putting themselves into a really good spot. Istanbul Wildcats 4 kills in Schofield. Putting in some more bullets with the mini. He's only got 27 reload. More shots coming in from Yikes. This is... And I feel like Yikes should be leaving them. Should be, like, obviously poking them in a bit in that direction, but bystanders is the winners of this fight, admittedly. Yellow finding Rupture. Good shots from them. And Schofield is down to just being himself right now, Sims.
Liquid down in fourth position. Senix will find him. Mummy answers back onto Yord, actually. That's an interesting one. That makes things a little bit harder. Play me. The continuation onto Rupture to pick up the point.
Oh!
Wildcats looking in a difficult scenario. Third position will be their final tombstone. Yikes with 2-man band up against the bystanders. The bystanders, they'll be kicking themselves. They couldn't do this in the previous round, but ultimately, still a good amount of points in the bag, regardless which way we look at it. Both of these teams on 8 kills, respectively. It's all about what you can do up at that top spot. Do you want the Mighty 10? The bystanders currently have the lay of the land, and most importantly, they have the vision. They have the height advantage. They have the team advantage. It would be a monumental play in order for Yikes to be able to win this one. Swinging around on the back of it, especially with Mome down. I mean, he's not even healing at this point. There's no time to be able to do it. Keanu is wrapping low. Should be able to spot it. 1, 2. Thank you. It's done. Double headshot. Bye-bye. 10 points in the bag of the bystanders. And well, they couldn't qualify through the winner-winner chicken dinner format, but certainly that is a good way to start your progress when we look towards the super settings and the last chance qualifier, Martin.
Yeah, this was super well executed from them, honestly. And you know what? They might have planned this all along. You know, it was just the winner-winner chicken dinner. They wanted to get as many games in against their opponents. And with this one, off to a fantastic start in our BO10. Super well executed from them. The third party onto the heroic fight was just perfectly executed. That's honestly gameplay, just like that was just perfect. I honestly am mind blown how well they timed that, how well they executed, staying 4 guys alive with a newer roster, losing Beamy, you know, and then showing them the door and like, okay, you want to join the team? We're just going to perfectly time that execution on them, and they're going to wrap that one up.
We'll take a look at the standings and show you guys exactly how it all went down, how the points are going to be situating us now as these teams are working off the back of it. 20 points to start your campaign, the Grand Finals campaign. This is what it's all about now. Again, if you are just joining us, let me just kind of update you. We've had our final winner-winner chicken dinner format done. That's over and done with. We've advanced teams forward to the Grand Finals. Out of these 16 that are in front of you, we need to find 8. Over the course of the rest of today and then 6 games tomorrow, only 8 of them can advance forward, and we will find our grand finalists. For now, bystanders, this is game number 1. Win it with a 20-point game, Martin. That is a phenomenal way to start the day.
Yeah, and you know, going off the momentum they had yesterday, they were able to put themselves into a spot again. And what we saw from them in this game here is some of the moments that we saw, and they're doing extremely well in Miramar, continue to do so. So I'm honestly excited to see them continue this. And obviously, I've had big expectation to them coming into this one here, but losing Beamy, that must have hurt. But Keanu just showed himself. He was able to take an insane 1-versus-2, win it. They've been able to do extremely well yesterday. And yeah, wrapping up this game number 1 here, that's going to be sitting there an insane momentum for them here, Sims.
Well, certainly is. For now, we're going to take a very short break. We'll show you the guys the highlights, and when we return, we'll crack on with game number 2.
Fantastic stuff. Bystanders here continue the form that they had in the winner chicken dinner games and get themselves on the board heavily here to start off our last chance qualifier. And you know, Sims Avenger joining me here. That's kind of what we were hoping if they weren't able to get a chicken dinner right here, Avenger. When you look at how they were playing out those games in the prior round, to now see them here on the board with 20 points off the start of it, fantastic stuff.
Yeah, you know, after such an insane performance yesterday, I was definitely hoping for them to do well. I didn't pick them as my team because I was kind of hoping that they didn't qualify, because I wanted to see them continue to frag out and do so well, right? Because the games that they were able to post yesterday was just so intriguing to watch. The amount of points they put on the board, the amount of kills they put on the board, even in a format where it isn't crucial to put kills on the board. Obviously, it's an impact, and it's enabling you to get a winner chicken dinner, get a win. So definitely amazing to see, and happy to see them do so well, even without their former top fragger.
Yeah, and their kills enabled someone to get those wins, that's for sure. Taking that many people out of the game in those matches that we had before. But Rich, your hot streak comes to an end. I'm sorry, friend.
It does, but it's fine because 2 for 2. We'll leave it at 2 for 2 and not 2 for 3. How's that sound?
Good. It was pretty
Is
good.
that okay? Have we got a deal on that?
I'm deal.
Yeah.
Okay, sorted.
Yeah.
So what we've concluded is that I can do winner chicken dinner games, but not super.
Well, the most important ones as well.
Have you ever been able to? You know, like, anyway, moving on. Let's take a look at the overall standings he beat us in Nations Cup. God damn it. We have ourselves Bystanders up towards the top. 20 points for them. Yikes. Fast Pay Wildcats and Nexus Gaming. Kind of unlikely candidates, Rich, to be able to get themselves up towards the top, considering some of the other names that are here, but brilliant stuff by Bystanders to start things.
Most certainly, yeah. It's the start of the campaign, isn't it? And it's going to make you feel confident. There's that small part of you that's like kicking yourself. It's like, why can't we just do this in the previous rounds? Why can't we get up towards the top? But the consistency has certainly been with them. When we looked so far, I think coming into the winner chicken dinner formats, they were the most top 4 finishes thus far. They continued the streak. This time they've actually boxed it off with a first place finish. 20 points is a nice buffer. If you can continue that streak, double digits every single time. I mean, just look at your top 4. It was just all the guys literally kicking themselves towards the top of that hillside. Credit to James for being able to keep his head down for so long and move it at least into that top 4. You know, as a solo snake, any points that you can just scrape the barrel of is justified and worth it. So it keeps Liquid within his top 8. But everybody on that left-hand side, it's not about where you are now. It's about once these 10 games are done. If you're on the left-hand side of that, quality, you're going to finals. If not, that's your second life gone.
Yeah, definitely so. Definitely. And for some of the teams, obviously, going into these later circles here, Avenger, you guys already made light of it in terms of how difficult these circles can be. Even Central teams having a bit of a rough times here. And it did turn out that some of our H teams were able to work it out.
You know what, this area in general is it's actually kind of enjoying to play and to see how these teams decide, right? Because the terrain works well. Yeah, especially with the amount of utility that you are able to kind of go into a circle like this. You could also see in phase 3, already in phase 3 popped, the vast majority of the teams decided, you know what, we're gonna swirl around on the east side and try to play from there. So well played and well IGL'd by the majority of these teams here.
Yeah, well, you got to be quick at gunning, you got to be quick at running, you've also got to be quick at answering questions. Let's hear from some of the players here at the ESL PUBG Masters.
I think it's Pecado because there's so many fights going on every time.
Fast fights early on, it's Arena in Pecado. That's probably the main one, yeah.
That will probably be either Pecado or Bootcamp, because you always have a lot of people and there's always a lot of shit going on in the middle. So you can always expect a lot of people.
I would go for Hacienda or Pecado on Miramar.
Pecado or Pochinki, because like it's center of the map and you got the biggest advantage to move inside the center of the circle. So these two tops are probably my favorite.
Pecado with Pochinki. This is the best spots to fight.
Pecado. I like Pochinki as well, but I think Pecado is cleaner.
It was always Picado and Pachinki. So yeah, always like this.
Absolutely, Sukol in Erangel. It's a cool area for fast fighting.
Fast fights, Pochinki.
Definitely Pochinki.
is the town that is the most common for the biggest fights in the early game, and I think that is also one of the best for the early practice hot drops and just to warming up.
My favorite drop spot is probably on Erangel, Milton.
Probably Picado boxing. That's insta fights. You drop on a gun, and if you don't get a gun, then the other team's probably gonna kill you. I think that's probably my favorite place.
Pochinki, 100%. And on the Miramar, it's either Picada, either the Power Grid. And the Sanok, it's gonna be Paradise Resort because we just looted it. Then it wasn't a competitive, so I'm just used to play there.
I would like to say Pochinki. Because I'm a Pochinki guy. I like to learn Pochinki. Many good teams and players like to learn Pochinki, and I like to go on the middle side because it's fast action. Everybody knows Pochinki. Everybody knows how to play it. I like going in on the houses. It's easy to push player in Pochinki. It's a very well-known town, so yeah, it's pretty easy. I like to fight Pochinki.
Awesome stuff. Hot drops galore. Something that, when I'm playing with Rich, of course, he knows absolutely nothing about because I never hot drop. Isn't that right, Rich?
Let me unmute first. There we go. Yeah, no, it's one of two. I have two sets of players that I play with. Also, two different sets of friends. With one side of it, it's you know what? Let's go boxing arena. Let's go Picado. Let's go Pochinki. With yourself, which I don't mind. It's different pace. But we do play duos. To be fair, James, it's where we go. Where we going, James? Elazar. Oh, okay, fine. No, where we going, James? Oasis.
No, anywhere far away from the plane.
Anywhere that doesn't involve fighting for the first 10 minutes.
It's like, where can I drive to, you know? Like, that's what I'm looking for. I know Avenger is far more... I think you're more aggressive, no, Avenger?
Actually, both side of things. I'm a bit of an advocate for trying to, especially in rank, try to reach end game. I think where you want to, hot dropping, Pochinki Picado, that's fine. But there's TDM. If you want to fight like crazy, go TDM. And I feel like Picado Pochinki has become a little bit more Picado Pochinki TDM kind of style, especially because you see all these players here as well. Pochinki Picado, and you often go in fights where it gets so crowded that you end up fighting with pistols and shotguns and not fully stacked out. And I like my macro and I like my late game, and I think that's what I enjoy. So I've had enough of Picado Pochinki hot drops.
Pistols and shotguns. This is like my dream come true. Give me the Winchester. Give me the crossbow. I'm fine with it.
I'll say it again. The DBS, best gun. Fantastic. I love the DBS. It's so much fun. Why are you face palming? What is going on? This
is coming from a guy that pulled a 4 versus 1 with an MP5 last week. So I'm not saying anything at all. All right, I'm not saying anything.
They were rubbish. I was lucky. They were rubbish. That's how that went down. All right. All right. Anyway, we're back on towards the Miramar here. And for a team like Team Liquid, Rich, obviously you called them as kind of your pick. They did take one of those central positions, Rich, and it didn't quite pay off. They were very close to making it pay off, but that crash by Apex really kind of put a nail in for them.
Yeah, I think we touched on it, and that's the only problem with that roadside, because it's so far up against the hill. You're going to be in central, you're going to be in a good position, but you've got to move quick, because the next circle, if it's going towards power grid, you've got an uphill struggle, and someone's going to be standing there. If it goes towards the opposing side, which it always generally does, and it did there, you've got the entirety of that just open, barren landscape that you have to fight uphill, and everyone is just bowing down upon you. Like I said, for Jimbo to be able to get 4th position in itself, it's a triumph, and it's the best of a bad situation, so fair play to him.
Yeah, not too bad at all. And Avenger coming into this next one here, who are your eyes set upon?
Well, obviously the teams that we expect to do well, your Ences, your Liquid, but if you wanna have a dark horse pick in terms, I kind of want to see We Live Again really step up to this here. They had a crazy run, a really good run in our stage seedings, and I want to see them do well. I want to see them replicate that. Yes, there's really good teams now. We had our PGIS experienced teams there and tier 1 teams coming into this, but they were able to frag out and do extremely well. We saw Dante with a crazy 3 kill, especially in Erangel in one of our previous games. So I want to see them be able to do so
Sure.
and do well again. I was actually expecting them to do the third party onto to Liquid.
All right. Well, you know what, Avenger? You keep going. You roll with it. Let's do it.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is going to be our second Miramar here, Sims. It's a really eastern plane, though. This is a really rough one here to start things off with. I'm kind of excited if we're going to see any contests or hot drops for this one here. We're actually seeing Istanbul Wildcats and Bystanders go down towards Cruz del Val. This is going to be a rough one for them indeed. Also, two teams going towards Impala. So a lot of contests to start this one off here.
Yeah, with something like this, it's all based on the first circle, right? I mean, for me, I look at this, I think, please give me the islands, please give me the islands, please.
Did you see
look,
the one
I
Paper
saw
had?
Clinton tweeted, and if you guys are actually watching out there, Clinton does a lot of content and a lot of scrims, especially for the Asian PUBG scene.
Paper Thin, yeah.
Go and watch Paper Thin's latest YouTube video. There you go, Paper. There's a plug. I'll send you my PayPal afterwards. But go and watch it. He got the lowermost island ending, and it is like I've never seen it before, and I think even you were quite surprised when it came through. It's like, my God, okay, where do we see this? Our particular circle, Martin, this time round, it is towards the north. Now, I'm not going to lie, me and James actually had one. We were speaking at events when me and James were working last week. I actually saw for the first time the highest ending, the most northern ending I have ever had on this map. It was over between La Cupboard area and Oasis in itself. I have never had an ending so far north, and I think it's just a telling sign of the very minor changes we've had with the super settings. What a huge difference it's had, and it's opened us up to quite a few different new circles.
Yeah, the impact that switching to the ranked settings from our previous one. Nice shot from Yellow. Was probably hoping for to finish this one off, and it's kind of a string setup here on the side of things. Istanbul Wildcats is gonna have a rough one to start things off with. A level 1 helmet only from Schofield and a 2x AK. He has spotted Yacht. But yeah, I do love these areas in general. The northern area of Miramar. Give me some more Campo Militar endings. It's crazy, and I love it. Especially up by the side of things here west of Cruz del Val is super exciting to see the terrain play out. Bystanders and Istanbul Wildcats in a face-off, and they have a lot of terrain, a lot of open area in between them that is unpushable or very hard to push at least. Wouldn't recommend pushing it at all. They haven't looted up too much just yet. Level 1 helmets on both sides. Mini red dot here from Yord. That was a nice reposition, actually.
Stay on board with it because it is quote unquote hot drop. You know, it is a contested initial setup. It's up towards the a very good spot, to be fair. It's not quite central circle, but it's not far off. BSD pokes for a second and ultimately feels the full force of Kino through the window. Bystanders will be holding the roadside, and for both of these teams, they don't really want to lose anyone at this point. If they can get away with it with their life, that'd be the better prospect, given where they are on the map, given where the circle currently is. It's an important fight, don't get me wrong. It's 4 points, whichever way you want to cut it. But if you can come away from this cleanly with all 4 players, that's the most important factor. I think that's more important than eliminating the other team. If you can pull away from this with all 4 players alive and kicking, that's the better play. And I think that for the Wild, it's even harder because of the way that they both looted. It's simultaneous. It's like a parallel formation. So it's not like one team can run towards the south, one team can run towards the west. You can't go back if you're Istanbul Wildcats, otherwise you're in just no man's dead terrain. If you go forward on the opposing side, it's the similar scenario. Tekkas will disconnect from the compound that he's in, and that's because one of the players from ENCE has pre-scouted and advanced forward. Rest of them are going to be joining up rather shortly. Everyone else down towards the south, they better get going or they could be getting gone, because this is a long old rotation. A lot of teams are going to be playing pretty much towards the south side of this circle. We'd have to anticipate Oasis, Tony Mawada won't be coming into play. Again, I've recently had a very more northern circle, so anything's possible, but we'd have to anticipate it doesn't go that far. So instantly, I look towards it mine and I think, okay, the most difficult part of this, ultimately, 60% of this circle won't be endgame, so where do you set up shop?
Yeah, for sure, and that's why it's kind of unfortunate for both Istanbul Wildcats and bystanders for them to be in a spot like that. Nice flashbang from Fade. He's going to be pushing Luke. He's going to find him as well. No trades coming off just yet. Flush as well. Fade down to 47 HP. Good nade. Could connect. Oh, doesn't put him down just yet. One more. Putting him down. Xenix in the bin. Fade taken down. Now repositioning coming out, and they're going to be committing to this fight. Free kill off on the side. Did I just see a flip? And he's now reversing into this one. Meanwhile, Mommy and Xenix is pushing more nade. Oh! I thought he actually threw it straight at him. Flawless, he's going to find Mommy. And now it's a 1v1 into this close battle. Backup has come as well. I think Apitz is off in the back line. Flush is trying to come in. Fade. Revivable, actually. A free kill now. It's coming off with the help off to the side. Flush is coming on to Mommy. And this is a rough one for Yikes.
They're all throwing themselves into it. They're all committing to the calls. They all want to just, you know, be the one who comes out on top of all this. But ultimately, it's damage on both sides of it. For We Live Again, they are in the better position. I don't think a flush came through, so they will continue as a full 4-man stack, which is absolutely perfect. You take 2 points, then you pincer away from it. Xenix and Free Kill will have to continue as a 2, which is very, very difficult. There is opportunities to try and pick up a compound and maybe just go for late game placement, but it is going to be rather difficult. Wildcats in the distance. Yellow pings him, absolutely domes him and sips him down. So Schofield towards the back will finally fall. Rise and win. Of a different area altogether, and we do have a bit of a fight coming up in front of us. We need to be really careful. We'll show the replay ever so quickly of the fight that did unfold previously. We'll still keep our eyes trained on that beautiful Winchester. Come on, Kino, make it sing. Show us the sound of that guns, people. That is it's a beautiful gun, but whether or not you want to play it late game is a different question in comp PUBG.
Yeah, and the only problem I have with it, it's 99 damage on a level 2 helmet on kind of close range. You cannot one-shot headshot with a level 2 helmet. So that's one thing I would have loved about it. If it did, it could maybe have been a little bit more viable, but I just don't see it strong enough right now. So you would definitely prefer to have a DMR or a bolt, another bolt on it. I do love it though. It's a fantastic gun, and the rapid fire you can push off it, especially with the bullet loops, is fantastic.
It reminds me of the Deagle, I think, and again, this is all for this year where things could change up, where small balances and improvements could happen. I'd like to see both the Winchester and the Deagle one-tap a level 2 helmet, but have the greatest reticle reset known to mankind, so you cannot spam fire them. Yeah. You get your one shot, and then you're going to take a pause. If you dink someone in the head, brilliant. Good on you, because you know it's not exactly hard to, if you're not going to get a response that instantly like a DMR, kind of put it in and work it the same way as what a bolt action would do. So you take the shot, and then the reticle reset would kick in. There's nothing more than I want to see in a late game, someone whip out a Deagle and just tank someone in the head. Like it'd be so good to see. But that's all a different story for a different time. And you're just talking to a man who absolutely enjoys his bolt actions. Cruz Deval. 2 teams still within reaching distance of one another. Not fair all the way up against the edge. Could be a little bit difficult should they have to transit forward. Other teams' bigger picture. Let's take a look at the map and kind of, or at least talk about the map and explain how things are going to be playing out. Team Liquid have committed all the way to the north. They're around Oasis. Now, the thing is, eventually, Talons are on the same trajectory path. Yeah. Whether or not they cross lines is a different question, and we'll keep a track of that kill feed to see if that does come into play. For the other teams that are not quite there just yet, DA, WT, all moving from San Martin, or certainly to the west-hand side of San Martin. Go on, do it. Do it. See a shot like that, I'm going to get all excited. They should be tripping up one another rather shortly. That's going to be outside El Pozo, or at least just off to it. Here it is on your screen. So both of these teams have to be careful. The vehicles will be heard, the presence will be noted, and it's not exactly a prime position, a priority fight you want to be taking out on the extremities of the circle. Same can be said all the way on the other side, Martin. Complete polar opposite, but mirror image. You'll actually have Skada going up against Last Crew, almost in an identical position, but just on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it's definitely big rotations coming in, especially considering how north the circle is. They're preparing themselves for potentially an even more northern shift. If this sends us up or goes south, it's going to be super rough, but we're going to see some big rotations coming out no matter what. Let's see where the circle goes. They're going to be swapping vehicles, obviously low on gas from the other one. Circle pops. It's going to go southeast hard, actually. Bystanders and the boys from Raw is sitting very, very good right now in the compounds and Cruz del Val right now, obviously. And we're going to see some rotations coming in. I wonder if this is going to be, you know, the saloon on the south side of Bystanders. We've seen a lot of endings in that area in general, and that could be interesting to see indeed. Uber putting some pressure on to where team Udi is repositioning himself with the car, and Uber has a car he has to move. This is a big rotation for them. And I wonder where they're going to go here. Are they going to go straight in to try to go onto the southern side of things, or are they going to commit to the northern rotation? Because that's a long one, and they're definitely not going to be the first team doing so. So let's see where they decide to go based on the information they have and based on where they saw the circle go.
South of Cruz del Val actually is there's no one really around it, which is rather surprising.
Open.
Yeah, especially for how many circles we do see, like in and around that area in particular, to the eastern side of Hacienda del Patron, all across that crossroads. It's kind of like just like a trident when it comes off, and you go straight through the middle, and then it, from Elazar dips down low. I'll pause for a second at the moment because Nexus, fight of their life up against Last Crew. Here we go. One player knocked and flushed. Answers back in kind. Tabu straight onto 1440. We're trying to find a resolution onto this one, and so will Heydonix with Jab going down. The nade, the pin is pulled. It's hit the wall side. It's going to be a little too far on the opposing one, but the damage is good from either side. The response is phenomenal. And Killstill is taking full advantage of this one. He knows he's going to be healing. The audible Q will come in, but there's a shot from a distance. It's a different place altogether, and not fair getting involved. Nexus Gaming goes down in 16th position as a third party comes through.
Yeah, fantastic third party and timing shot. He's actually going to take the class. Sikur's going to find him, and that's him done and done. He's finished off, if you may. And Bystanders repositioning inside Cruz del Val. Nuki and the guys here sitting on high ground. This is actually a really good spot in terms of gathering information and kind of setting yourself up for the next circles. And we have seen a fair share of these circles go far south in this one here. I've never seen a pure Cruz del Val ending with our current settings right now, so that could be a really interesting one to see as well. A lot of teams have set up inside Cruz del Val or in the outer skirts of things. Let's see where Talons decide to go.
There's a couple of areas, Martin, that are playing off the back of my mind. I'm thinking like water treatment within the actual plant itself. So in theory, that should just kind of push it away from the western side of it.
I actually had one ending there in a ranked game. That was insane.
Yeah, I've had one on the hillside next to it, but not directly in. Tornemoada, again, the oil cylinders, kind of same principle, should be pushing it down. And then Elazar, that's still, excuse me, Thierry Bronca. I've never had an ending even close to Tierra. So all these different towns that are playing off the back of this circle, like for me, it's reading as pushing this towards the south. Again, anything can happen until you have land ratios and all these other factors that are considered when the circles do their own thing. But still, as an IGL, I'd kind of be looking towards the south. And honestly, it's barren. Apart from the two teams that have come in late game, it's completely open.
Oh, southern shift here, Sims. This is insane. Honestly, and this is phase 3, right? There's so much to be played for. Still, the vast majority of the teams, they're set up on north, and there's going to be so many rotations coming out right now. You can see the commitments already. Bystanders is taking the saloon compound I was talking about before down the valley there. And the terrain in general is actually really good on the eastern side of this road here. A lot of bridges, a lot of high grounds to be played for. Apex looks to be committing to this one as well. They're going to be sending it straight in, trying to take it before. I think they actually tried to scout it early as well. And they're taking the north side. Simsy's going to fall out of the car, unfortunate. And Tekers is going to find yellow in a big fight between Bystanders and Apex right now.
Yeah, the heals will start to go down. The smokes will be committed towards Simsy. Tekker's already damaged. Intense. It's put them at a disadvantage here. They're going to have to force themselves out of the fight completely. Calvin comes in onto yellow, so that's one of them removed. The utility will be put to good use. They can try and go and stick the res now. We're using the nades. It gives them a brief moment of respite, but it should be brief. I mean, thankfully for Bystanders, there's no lethal utility, which you can damn well guarantee. They would have committed that. Calvin, with a Hail Mary of a grenade. The second one's there. We'll see if the follow-up is good. It absolutely is. It's bloody perfect. 2 players left standing. And my word, Apex, they have made a meal of this. This is phenomenal work. Only 2 players of the Bystanders are holding off the back of the win. They are staring down the barrel of 14th place.
Yeah, this is extremely well executed. Unfortunate for Simpson to go out though. He's going to be able to get a mid kit off, and Apex in full force now. And 4 guys standing, and they're stuck inside the saloon here. Obviously a lot of covers, a lot of angles to be covered. Ooh, shots being returned as well. Keanu down to 39 HP. Bystanders could be losing out on this one. Molly's still on the side of Apex. They could be committing to this one. Simsy finding Keanu, and now they're pushing onto it.
Behind the barman, he's here to serve, and unfortunately there's no vodka in, so he will go down. He is dead. And Apex, well, they're going to take control of the saloon for all but a moment. We'll pop back onto a different fight altogether. Same principle, same style of building. This time WLA going up against the one-man army that is BSD. No frags on the board, no points earned thus far. With a situation like this, when you're in this 1 versus 4, every opportunity to scrape a point you're going to take. It's not about survival. It's if there's a knock available and a flush, you do it. You put them on the floor, you kill them. For WLA, you want to avoid that at all costs because it then doesn't really set you up for the best of success. Losing players against a lone snake is absolutely not needed whatsoever. You prefer not to have the point and actually keep your player alive at this stage rather than scraping the barrel. Ents still lurking and listening into the distance. Now, make note of where they are position-wise on the circle. It's not exactly the best place in the world, and if this circle keeps going towards the south, it will keep doing damage to all of these teams that are trying to sustain themselves. Another hard shift comes in, and we are going as south as possible, Martin.
Yeah, for the teams that kind of predicted the southern shift here and took a long rotation in phase 3, this has paid off. Look for Liquid right now. They're controlling the vast majority of the south. And Mexi is sitting up into a nice spot. Nixie is trying to return some fire. Took some shots from T-Bone. And now they have to fight for their lives on the northern side. Still, the terrain in the center is very playable. There's a lot of open areas for this. Nixie is finding Page, opening up into Heroic. Flush is coming through. Well played by DA, and now Heroic is down to a 3-man. Meanwhile, DA is going to be advancing onto this one.
Yeah, Heroic, I'm just going to get out of it. Then it's a fight they don't really want to take after losing 1 player. They'll try and keep the vehicles alive and advance forward. Northern side of the circle as well, so it's still, if the trajectory path that's been set up in front of us keeps going towards the south, it won't be the best place to be. And the northern edge, more particularly the northwest, has yet to come to blows. This is it. A lot of these teams fighting tooth and nail on the edge of the circle. We've still got 2 teams that have to advance forward. Ryzen winning the distance. Mikas comes through, steals a kill as well within this third party. WLA have actually gone for a completely disconnect. You can see the little symbols in the distance. They were behind all this. They were behind enemy lines and are playing the edge currently and just rotating from west, maybe to east. We'll kind of see how that goes down because remember, they are driving directly into Heroic. If that fight unfolds, you'll be able to see in the kill feed. We'll see if we can jump on board with it. Apex are basically just dictating where everyone goes that wants to try and come around from them. On to Uber. That is a big kill, Martin. That is a huge scalp to claim on the side of DA.
Yeah, that's a big one to lose for sure. Koga hitting some nice shots as well. Definitely see Solar is still strong and kicking. Apex putting a lot of pressure. Nice shots coming in. That was a upper body and headshot shots coming in. Oh no, the boss slow uphill. He has to jump out. Is he gonna be found? It's gonna tire Pops, and oh my god, they're gonna be finding him shortly, surely. And now this is obviously a tank now. They have to hit it in the front. It's a good one. Hobitzis is gonna find Beamy. They're flying into things, and Flush coming onto Heroic. They pushed onto this one. Shots coming in. Calvin finding faultlessly. Apex onto 5 kills. Intense confirming that one. And this is good. This is good for the side of things for Apex here. They're pushing onto the northern side. They're going to be advancing onto this one. Mikas finding Gluttony as well. They want a third party this one. You can see in the minimap Apex is advancing really quickly actually. Raw 14 finding one more.
Yeah, this
Can
is
they
good.
return?
This is a chance for them to roll into this, Martin. If they realize what's going happen here, they can just kind of wrap round. With the circle updates, it's favorable to them. They may be even to be able to stay this side of it. It does. It goes towards the west. Okay, now we come back, and now for everyone else that's been in the north, it's not much of a trying time. WT, big compound. Quite hard to keep control of a 4-man stack.
Yeah.
It's very open as well, so they need to play that one carefully and cautiously, especially with Talons chomping at the bit. Liquid also down towards the south as well, so it's not safe by any means whatsoever. 14. Pin is pulled, nade is over. We'll see if we get a knock. If we do, that'll be a good time to strike. No doubt, excuse me, a little bit of damage is done, but no knock will be had, so they don't realize exactly where the players on the side of Apex will be lurking. Calvin, I believe, is disconnected completely from the rest of the team, and not from the game, just from the team. He's moved more towards the eastern embankment, and that's because both Apex, Rise and Win, all these teams that have to come down from the north have got a lot of teams set up in abundance in front of them. For the teams that are up against the white, there's no reason to center up. There's no place to really go. You could take the dip in the road that runs, or at least the dirt track that cuts this circle directly in half.
Liquid.
It's actually on your screens in the middle. Both of these teams will be setting up. In fact, as Talons has gone for them. Talons has met them in the middle. Wait a minute, hold on. I thought they were going for it. Instead, they decided to turn and face. They got scared. They should have taken that fight and committed. What? Out of the car, tap fire? Okay. What else have you got left in the tank? Absolutely nothing. I thought they were sending it to Liquid. Instead, they just turned and faced. They run away scared. The pause has cost them dearly.
Yeah, and unfortunately losing Ibiza in the time, but 4 kills. An arm on clip, and they actually have a lot of control on the southern side of things. Meanwhile, absolute carnage on the northeastern side. Apex is going to find Heroic, take them down. That's Heroic out in 8th place. A lot of kills coming on to Apex. 7 kills so far, guaranteeing themselves placement points as well. Top 7. 4 kills for Simsi, the captain, the IGL, and then also the fragger at the moment. Putting out a lot. We've seen Calvin been able to step up as well. We had some amazing games from him in PCS3 last year. Of hardcore fragger as well, and the newest addition, Tegas, also a very capable player together with Intense. Now they have to push onto Skate. All they could, turn around, take the western shift, and try to backfill on the west. A Sakura, nice shot onto Habitas, and Anonymous take down Teggers. Oh, cheeky angle, Sakura.
I mean, what do you do here if you're against Fate? There's nothing.
Oh no, Calvin.
And that's up against the blue.
Yeah, he's going to be out for that one as well. I think Simsi's going to be able to return. They committed a bit too hard onto this lower area here. I think I would have liked to see them what they could have done on the west side, maybe to backfill Rise and Win, because this is a rough one for them. I feel like Serene is very hard to play uphill. Another southern shift, Sims. This has to be 5 consecutive southern shifts for this one.
I think for Calvin, then, don't get me wrong, you can never really, whichever way you cut it, guarantee what a player's going to do. And if it's just one of those good headshots and it counts you out a bit, then fair play. But, you know, with a decent headshot, here we go. You know what? I'll pause on that note for a moment, Martin, because all of a sudden Apex do have to withstand this one. They'll send their own nades in the back towards Skada, see if they can hold them at gunpoint. But this is going to be a difficult hold. It's only tiny cabin. It's something. You can obscure your body from it. You can maybe play off the back of it and try and wander. Damage has been done in abundance once again. The problem with these tin roof shacks is that hole straight through the middle. Like, there's just...
Right.
Unless you've got a very specific angle that's safe, all the way up against the wall, like this one, Tekkas, for example, it's okay. But everything else is just like, you can't even really run away from it unless you've got your smokes to be able to back it up with. Head peeks up, Simsy goes down. This now puts Apex in a very, very rough situation. And ultimately, I don't think they go much further.
No, Skate has their number for this one for sure. He has to try to make a run for it. They're going to be finding him running through the smoke. Shots on the side. Flip, meanwhile, on the other side, finding him. Simsy's going down. And yeah, he's going to be going down to this deny. Down in 6th. Securing another point, though, for this one. And Skate, 7 kills so far. Sakura, 3, and Anonymous, 4. Anonymous really fragging out for this game so far. And now they're going to have to take on Digital Athletics and try to push onto the southern side. Look at this, though. Where team playing this passively, trying to take on Rise and Win. Shots are coming off. He's going to be going down, actually. That's 14 out. Top 4, it's Skate, it's Where Team, Digital Athletics, and Team Liquid. Skate has a knocked player. He's going to be able to get him up, probably. But Silas is pushing this one. Oh, I think Anonymous is actually going to be dead. I'm not going to be able to get him up, so it's 4 teams with 3 members alive. A straight-up, fair, 4-team battle.
I mean, you say that at the moment, it feels unfair what Liquid's doing. They are just capitalizing on that southern ridgeline that they have. They won't be involved with the fray towards the north, but for them, that's fine. They've got level 3 gear on the side of Clib alongside an AWM. Every single piece of utility is being committed on DA to see if they can catch anybody just lurking on that hillside.
They're pushing.
It might have been a bit overzealous, in my opinion, because you know that
feel
these
like
guys
it.
have to. Well, they have to move first, right?
Yeah, yeah. I actually agree.
Why waste all their utility, all the lethal side of it, when they have to come out of this one? I get getting up close and personal like this, but now you can't really fight off the back of it.
Close, but no cigar. Sakura pushing as well, and now this is a rough fight. They have 1 minute before the circle, and it moves away from them as well. Here's Sims. They have to finish this fight up, wrap it up fast. Otherwise, they're not going to have a chance to go off this one. Maybe they're just going to accept, okay, we're not going to get into the next circle. Let's try to get as many kills from this one. This is actually what they should do, because the next one is just impossible considering how many teams is alive. They have the information that Liquid's on the southern side. They know that the western team is coming out of the warehouse as well. So they need to get as many kills out of this one for sure. They're not going to be able to cross towards the south side. Skate is considering, can we do something here? DA has to push Skate. There is no way into the circle on the south side. Skate finds Nixties. Oh, another one. Silas returns. One more. Silas finds Misty as well. More shots coming in. And now Sakura's left alone. Oh, he's been spotted. Oh! What a shot from Silas. And they're now alone in north.
Yeeted with the final shot. It's going to be difficult given where the blue is. And there's been a bit of a gentleman's agreement in the back, Liquid and Wear Team. When you look at those two, it's like, okay, well, we kind of have a presence, surely.
Oh!
No, that was a mid-air AWM tag. That is mid-air.
Wow.
Oh, that's disgusting. All right, well,
give me your best.
He's on red alert now. It's like, okay, we don't want to... No peeking. Not when there's a wild Clib lurking in the distance. And you'll have heard that. You'll have seen that. You'll understand the lay of the land. Nixty's first one. Okay, trying to see if anyone's a little bit closer within the dip. Blue instantly will take them, and they're basically playing off the back of it. As soon as they go down, there's nothing else they can do. And for this one, they may just give it up. And if so, that's fine. You realize where Liquid's position is. You can't win it.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. There's
that's why I was talking about here.
Just deny it.
Yeah,
I'm totally fine. When we're back into super settings, this is totally fine.
I mean, this is playing the settings that they're given, right? So this is exactly what we would expect them to do. There's no way they can get another point out of it, so don't give up a point. Squy. Oh,
he got it.
Sit down. Liquid.
I absolutely love seeing him play, especially in the hands of a good player that could do so. Oh my god, it's bouncing off and hit the second one.
Oh my god, that's a good as well. Are you kidding
there you
me?
go.
These nades and one more. Could hit him. No, not connecting. And these guys are bruised and battered. Clip with another nade on Squy. And James and Clip is advancing in this one here. Surfy, can he do anything? Versus these two guys. He finds one. Opens up another one. No way!
What?
Mexi left alone now. And he finds him as well. Shots coming in. Poro. Oh my god. Where team absolutely shut down Liquid. What an absolute insane ending. Sims is stunned.
I mean, so there's two sides to that, right? When we're looking at and the range of where the players were, I'm going to give all credit where it's due towards Wear Team. While that fight was unfolding with Liquid at the end, they all advanced to the middle. They put Liquid in a very disadvantageous position. And I don't care what anyone says. You get a knock like that, you're going to push on it.
Of course.
Damn good job coming out from the player to hold both Liquid players on the left-hand side. But for Liquid, that's what you have to do. You have to push that fight. You've been put into an unwinnable situation on the edge of the circle because of Wear Team's position. Wear Team perfectly positioned himself for that end game and ultimately led to that where you get a bottleneck, you get on two players, your final player comes in. It's a damn good win. Regardless of what you want to look at it, send it through. The shocker is the 1v2 spray transfer, right? But when you bottleneck like that, it's not the easiest lane to be able to get hold of. Ultimately, a fantastic game. We'll show you the rankings now so you can see exactly where all the teams fell when it comes towards the point side. But my God, Wear Team, I've got to say, Martin, we know exactly where they're standing now. It's at the top of the table.
Yeah, fantastic play by him. And honestly, I know exactly what the Liquid comps were like in that one. It's like, oh my god, he has a barrel. And obviously still playing on the barrel patch for this one. I'm just curious, did they have no flashbangs? Did they have nothing for this one? They're obviously trying to take a 2 versus 1. It's the right call, but I would like to see more utility committed to it if they had some. Extremely good game from Liquid, still 12 point after securing 8 points in last game. Their consistency shows here. A 10-point average in 2 games are fantastic, but credit due to Wear Team. 16 points in 1 game, winning this game, taking it home, obviously holding the west side of things, closing this one out. Extremely well played by Wear Team.
It's always nice to see more unknown team. I say unknown team, but not, you know, someone like that doing big things against Liquid. But in no way can you take that away from them. The pincer maneuver to be able to go towards the middle. Don't get me wrong, the banger, the shot Martin coming out from Clib's always a good job. But still, to see them holding Liquid, fantastic work.
Yeah, super well executed by them. And we're going to take a look at the highlights while we take a short break, and we'll be back with Kalaris again in a short moment.
Damn. What a win here to finish things off for the game, as we have ourselves a great win coming out from our Ware team. Very nicely done here as they continue things on. Team Liquid coming very close in the end, but it's not to be. Sims Avenger joining me here. Rich, you were almost right with a previous prediction that wasn't exactly for this game, but it was for the previous one, and then Team Liquid got themselves second to Ware team anyway after amazing AWM shots. This was an interesting game.
It was, and with Ware team taking a top 8 placement in the previous round, this at least sets them up well when we look towards the side of Miramar. Again, I'm very interested to see how far this team can go at the moment. Things are looking rather solid, but we're all, you know, this is a marathon, not a sprint, so to speak. It's the second game, excuse me, of a best of 10. So anything can change on any Sunday whatsoever. We've got 2 more games left of Erangel. We are in super settings now. We'll see how big things kind of plays out.
Yeah. Martin, what do you think? Ware team here, considering that they got no opportunities in the winner chicken dinner games. Actually, they've had 2 pretty decent games. I mean, I say decent games. They just got themselves a bloody win, but even in the previous one as well, very nice from them. Are they the true dark horse of this tournament here?
They could be. I mean, they're definitely the last dark horse to enter the fray, right? But this was impressive. Surface 1v2 with a barrel is just, you know, 2 things is being able to control the barrel, but also take the barrel when you can, when it's still very strong. So it's good to see he was able to wrap that around, but also, you know, winning a 1v2 and a spray transfer like that deserves you a win, honestly.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Let's take a look now at the overall standings. We have multiple teams up in the 20 digits, 20-some points, not 20 digits. That would be a crazy amount of points. It's 21 points for Bystander. Can you imagine?
Yeah, they won
billions and billions of points from just 2 games. We have 21 from Bystanders, 20 from Team Liquid, and Ware team 20 points go their way as well after getting themselves the chicken dinner on the board. We live again. Yikes, all up at the top. So any surprises jumping out from you, Mr. Richardson?
I think the one thing to note from there is one, how good Bystanders' first game was to be able to give them a buffer that they would stay on first place after game 2. But also now, with only 1 point in that previous round, that buffer is completely shattered. That is now once again into a top 4, top 5 horse race rather than one being so far across from the rest of them. But yeah, thankfully they did have the buffer, but that's their only chance they get now. That said, it's taken away from them. The scores will be all evened up again, and we got a game on his hands. I think that's what's going to be the, well, I hope it's the telltale story from this week. I hope when we move into tomorrow, all the scores are still very clean cut and all the scores are still very close together. There's nothing worse when one team, don't get me wrong, it's good because, you know, we when you see someone performing really well, you're proud of them, you're happy of them, and you understand that that's how it's going. But there's nothing better than coming into a championship Sunday and seeing like 5, 6, 7 teams that are possibly going to win it. Yes, it's about qualification. I get that. But still, even when it gets that qualifying spot, if 9th through 12th is all around the same part, it makes for a very explosive round.
Yeah, definitely so. I kind of expect it to be that way. As you mentioned, you know, top 8 is the things that are going to be advancing on. Let's take a look at the top killers so far here from our games, and actually very close. Resolution will sit at the top here, but not dishing out as much damage as someone like Hobbits in 2nd place here from WLA. Surfy, I think a lot of his numbers right now are coming off the back of this previous performance here, Martin.
Yeah, this is quite impressive. Obviously, two games in, so statistics wise, we're going to be shooting it down the line. But anything above, you know, 2 kills per game is quite impressive. Sims with 4 as well. I was hoping to see She Created up there as well. He's been putting out an insane amount of damage as well. Usually he does as well. So with this coming in, the efficiency, like kills to damage ratio, means that I'm expecting a few stolen kills there from 1440 resolution there.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. It was funny in the previous. I think I had Toby and Copter on before, and somebody, maybe it was, I can't remember who it was, but somebody was calling him 1440 by 1080 in every fight, and I'm like, guys, you can't keep doing this. It's too much. It's too much of a mouthful. Just say resolution. Good times. But anyway, we have 2 more games. Is it 2 more? Is 2 more games remaining? 2 more games remaining. That's right. Thank you very much, Rich. And it will be on Erangel here for these teams. And considering what we've seen so far, some impressive feats here. And I think when you look at kind of these later stages of these games, you see how we don't talk about crate guns too much in these kinds of breakdown moments, but an AWM can make so much difference when it comes to these kinds of end moments here, Rich. I mean, how it plays out.
It can do. Excuse me. I think that's sometimes you see these ball actions, and we always say the only real time that they have a true place within a game is towards the for making opportunities. I think is the best way of putting it. If you can knock someone's head, if you can take away if you can damage their economy, it's not as prevalent now that you do. We see helmets and chests surviving through, and they're broken as such. So it's not as prevalent. But if you can get one knock in when there's 3 teams alive, that's an opportunity for you to jump on and capitalize and take someone's position. For the guns in general, I think we see a lot of them. It's just the level 3 gear. Level 3 gear is, I don't think overpowered's the correct terminology, but bloody strong. It gives you such a buffer in a fight. And in terms of next fight survivability, if you've got 2 players geared up with level 3, like you can just fully send it with so much confidence behind you, and you've got a good chance of coming out on top of the fight.
You definitely do. Martin, are you watching what I'm watching?
Yeah, I saw a squirrel in your background there. No,
squirrel.
But what was interesting there? What we saw was, the AWM. When you have a broken level 2 vest, it's 20% instead of 40% reduction, and that means that AWM actually one-shots the body, and that's what I think we saw, because it was not a headshot knock we saw with AWM, and that's why it's extremely strong, this gun, because especially towards late game, you often have broken vest after being in so many fights, so it's a one knock to chest as well, and that's why it's really, really impressive to see those long shots and opening it up, and why I also think that why Richard is so ecstatic about our bolt action shots.
Why? Because I can't hear headshot.
I don't know. To be fair, I've seen some pretty sick headshots from you, Rich, sometimes. I remember that one do you remember ages ago, that one in near apartments? Do you remember that you took a clip of?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of it now because I've had a few.
You took the clip of it?
Did I?
Yeah, it was fantastic. It was good.
I remember on...
it's so rare. Those headshots are so rare that it's hard to remember.
Oh, I've got a quick scope. I'll link you a quick scope after this, and you can take a peek at it. You can hear me screaming. Honestly, it's insane.
Well, I tried to pay you compliments, and I'm still paying you a compliment. So anyway, it's time to leave it with you gentlemen here for our penultimate game of the day whilst I watch Floof do things. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, James. And off to the grassy pastures, as James calls it, of course, with an extreme southern play path. This is going to be a rough one, actually. And most of these teams are not going to be able to go to their usual drop spots. So I'm curious to see how many of these teams is going to go to military for this one here, Zims.
Yeah, with something like this, it's synonymous with lower circles, military islands, and so on and so forth. We always say we see a low flight path, we're going Sosnovka. It's something that happens more often than not, but still it can go anywhere. So long as that edge of the circle is touching along that flight path line, everything will be fine and dandy. But as you say, there will be an abundance of teams, regardless if it does go towards the main head of Erangel, that have to rotate off the back of Sosnovka. 4 teams already down there. They're going to be set up pretty if they do get the circle. If they do not, well, they could be in for a trying and troubling time. Something that would be favorable to a lot of these teams, if we got a central circle somewhere on the main head of Erangel, then you're looking at the team starting to try and rotate off the back of it. No bridge camping. The question is, does someone like Apex, does someone like Nexus? Remember that teams do look around them. They do keep tabs on where people are dropping to, so to speak.
Yeah.
You can see the drop spots for quite some time. With a circle like this that will encapsulate a few players for even off their drop spot location, do you set up shop on the bridge? Do you try and pick up some free points? Say thank you very much, we'll stick those in the pocket, because really we don't have to rotate heavy.
It depends how your circle is, right? So with the semi-western, mid to western circle like this, the question is on the teams that are looting in Milta and Varipir, do they find it more beneficial to stay on the bridge and try to get those kills, or do they think they can get more points by getting a good position early? And with a mid to western first circle like this, I would say for a team like Nexus that is not inside the first circle, that it could be beneficial to try to bridge camp this one with this amount of teams that they saw jump out, because they have seen, 2, 3, maybe even all 4 teams drop out over military. The question is, do they think that it's going to come that way? Do they? And we also have the idea of both boats or the ferries and such being a thing. I'm not, actually, the ferries, are they in 10.2? I don't remember. That's the question we are all searching for, but I think it is. But yeah, we'll see. I can't remember.
I'm pretty sure they are. I'm 99% sure they are.
Yeah, I'm quite sure it is as well. But we'll see. I don't see it happening though. But it could be interesting to see if they're like, okay, we're gonna get bridge camp. We're not gonna have any cars anyway from the bridge. You can take the ferry, and even the one from the southern side of military is going quite well into ferry pier. But we'll see. I'm not expecting any of these teams to bridge camp. Honestly, Nexus could be going into a good spot quite early if they go fast with it, especially Apex looting ferry pier. They're one of the 4 or 5 teams that actually has a good spot to begin with, so I'm not expecting it, to be honest.
There's a little update towards the western bridge side of it. Yikes is going to begin their rotation off the back of Sosnovka. Beamy has left the vicinity. Beamy got in a vehicle and has sent it across the bridge. He's by the petrol station. Excuse me, he's not. He's by the glass house currently. Now, Apex are still within reaching distance of that. That's the worrying thing. If they realize that a player has crossed the bridge, then maybe they understand that the rest of them will be coming that way slowly. And while it won't be a direct up against it bridge camp, there could be ample opportunity for the rest of them to park, somewhere around the petrol station, maybe on the shack, maybe up on the cliff edges, maybe even hit the lighthouse. But I'm keeping a track of this in the back. I'm also seeing Yikes now be the first ones to send it towards the bridge. So we need to take a quick check-in with that to see how it all unfolds. Because
Apex.
3 teams... I think that, Martin, this is because they heard Beamy come across. I really do.
Oh my god. If they are doing it though, is it gonna fail or is it gonna succeed? Apex, Beamies. So Calvin, they're actually already in the glass building. We'll see some shots coming in from this. I don't think Calvin's aware that Beam is above him, honestly.
He's still the entire time. It doesn't matter either.
No.
Oh, he come down! He had no idea!
Calvin's been spotted. Shots coming in from Beamy. M60 N4 in hand. This is a 2017 meta. Not sure what that happens, but they do get some kills in the form of Yikes. Apex lost 2 players so far. 1 knocked, 1 is flushed. And now Simpson Intense in a really rough spot for this one. This was not a successful bridge camp. I can say that already now.
It's super split, but the one thing to note is that clearly from what we saw on camera, Calvin had absolutely no idea Beamy was in there. So he come across earlier, they didn't get to hear the vehicle. He stood upstairs in the glass house and literally didn't move on the stairs. He didn't move an inch. As soon as he hears Calvin firing off, he jumps downstairs, texts the frag.
Yep.
Backstab, indeed, job done. Thank you very much, and gone. Tekkas is still bleeding out of the wayside. Whether or not he's resable is a different question altogether. It would mean committing someone to the cause to be able to go and get it. With the smokes up on the opposing side, you can see them just blooming on Beamy's side. He won't see one of these players dropping off the back, but they've got to be quick. For Simsy is trying to keep the vehicle's tires in check, and I'm okay with that for now, and that's why he's parked it up against the rock. He will be able to get the res, but it does throw them out of position for all but a moment. Now, if the rest of the cavalry are going to back up and maybe tackle this face on, then maybe they do the dirty towards Apex. For now, I think, look, you've taken a frag, you've got off the bridge successfully as a full-man squad, take it for what it is, and leave.
On the other side of things, I actually feel like with such a southern plane path, right? Apex looting ferry pier, I feel like they're a 4th to 5th best position in the circle when you have a circle that was like slightly off-center towards Pochinki. I would actually like them to take a center position here in Super. Yeah, sure, you can bridge camp, get some points out of it, but if you can't secure something along the lines of maybe like a 4 points and keep 3 to 4 guys alive, then it's not worth it. And they didn't capitalize on that. So 3 guys alive, a few kills. If they get away with this, they don't have a good position still. So let's see how far they're able to take this one here. Heroic definitely the winner of taking really early position with Beamy silent rolling into Glasshouse without Calvin noticing. A big one for them. And all the other teams have position inside the circle now while it slowly closes.
I'm so glad you touched on that, because that's the downside to all of this. And that's why I said I'd like to see Heroic go. I don't really see the benefit in trying to farm Apex. It's a couple of points, but you are putting yourself at risk of not having a good position on the map. Like, if you can get another one, great, it's a point. But what happens if the circle hard shifts, or even if it centralizes? You have nothing. And it's just a personal thing. I prefer to move early than I do see teams playing off the back of it. It works, don't get me wrong. We've seen many a team, many a team, be able to withstand and work off the back of that, you know, synonymous Na'Vi back in its day. VP do well off the back of it. Ensh used to do it. It's worked in iterations past. It has adapted and it has changed over time. The problem I have now is if winner chicken dinner is going to become a very staple, and even if it's not staple, but something that's prevalent within our, you know, esports ecosystem, playing center is going to be the way to win games. Getting a very vital spot and moving early will have huge ramifications on how you do and how you seat yourself within these competitions. And I think playing Edge, even in Super, you're creating bad habits. So getting closer to the center as quickly as possible and rolling the years back to 2018, it's going to be the more common thing that we see going forward, I believe.
I want to oppose that a little bit, because if a lot of teams, if the lobby is very center heavy, that means there's a lot of space on the edge, and edge actually becomes more viable. It has to be very center heavy, though. We're talking, you know, 12, 13 teams playing center, playing compounds, meaning, you know, 3, 4 teams playing edge. If that happens, there's enough space on the edge. But if there's more, if we're talking, you know, 6 to 8 teams playing edge, then ones come circle 4, circle 5, the density on the edge will simply be too high, and you will be third-partied in the end. And then your center-heavy teams will have an advantage. But that's where reading the meta becomes extremely important. And that's why, you know, we have coaches, you know, they're stuck glued to the screen, seeing and reading and analyzing all this information here. Because if we see center-heavy lobbies, we will see teams shift slightly towards playing edge once they don't have a good first circle.
Because they can take advantage of them.
Exactly. And that's where, you know, the scale kind of tips towards one of the sides. And this is where the really good teams, they are able to play both. They're, you know, our old school Na'Vi previous roster, they will play extremely edge heavy always. And they did well due to the fact that there was a lot of teams doing very center heavy strats. They did bad because we had a lot of teams also playing edge like they did. So the tipping scale is also that. So the most important thing is being able to adapt to the different metas.
You need a lot of confidence, and you need to have done an absolute thing. Yeah, you need to be absolutely on point. You need to have the best IGL, or the best of IGLs that you can get your hands on, and most importantly, you need to understand how the lobby works, where people are going to be dropping, where people are going to be working. It's a very challenging thing, and I'm kind of excited, you know, regardless which way you want to cut it. It's shaking things up. No matter what we like to say about it, it's certainly shaking things up with how things changes, and it will keep these players on the toes. It will mean it will force them to have to change their ways for now. Vehicles, okay, I mean, they're not all-terrain, but whatever works, right? If you can get a Dacier up there, fair play to you. Get it up there and crack on. It's forced the teams to leave that were up there, the bystanders. Yep, it most certainly has, and they've gone back because they realize that there is a full four-man squadron coming their way. Skate down in the lower third there, Martin. Also on transition, they do pick up a player while doing so.
Yeah, just straight slamming into him, and Apex losing one more, and they had, you know, 4th, 5th best position for first circle. Kind of sad to see them go out this early. Yellow, though, is going to be pushing with bystanders into this house. It's Jeems and Clip in a 2-2-3 split from Liquid's side of things. Yord, nice nades coming in from Liquid. Jeems could get another one. Nice shots coming in. Jeems finding Yellow and putting in pressure onto the bystanders. We'll see Yord be pushing onto this one here. And commitment coming in from EB from the backside. He's going to be found by Flamey. Nice headshot. It's going to be found as well. Flamey with 9 HP. He's going to try to get a first aid off. Pressure coming off from the side. Clip committing to the wrap. Mexi on high ground. Now shots are coming in. Third party from the south.
James is here to try and hold down the other compound that it will be open for now. Clip out on his own here. Just hoping for the best. Mexi different angle altogether. The Uber setup. 8 times on the back of the minute. If he can find a face. Certainly been put on red alert, and the players from bystanders will make note of his presence, which is good. It keeps another angle of approach that you can deny. Kino is just fully sending it. There's two of them. Here comes the hit squad. They're on the Jimbo. He's in the toilet. It's denied instantly. In the bathtub and the quick lean, but unfortunately there is too many members to put him down and lay him to rest. James will fall. Clip has to try and evacuate the situation. The best case for now, is to try and get away from it. Yep, he's been dinked as well. So not the greatest of starts to this game if you're a Team Liquid fan.
No, for sure not. And now Steel's coming in. No, James is gonna get his kill. And he's gonna take shotgun and keep his level 3 vest and just completely sit up in this one. Try to make sure that he can maybe get a few more points. And this is just about salvaging points, as many as possible. Second circle closing in, 25 seconds. And now Clip is gonna just be looking at this and saying, you know what? I'm just gonna be waiting patiently in here. DA Pixel sitting up in ruins, trying to get into things. We're gonna be seeing phase 2 pop very soon. It's a very interesting one. If we go chopstick side, we're gonna see a lot of endings towards that, and it's been kind of interesting. Let's see how it goes. She created has sniffed out DA. Circle is gonna pop, and it's gonna go center. All right, so Super Donut actually, and favoring the northern side of chopsticks. I see WLA in a 2-2 greedy split, so I can definitely expect a breach coming into to those sides. Also, the northern side of chopsticks, you know, the 2 dips has not been taken yet, so a lot of open area for the teams. Hard to scout, hard to get info on those areas though, so not expecting it just straight off the bat unless it's a full send from one of the teams in an inferior position. I think Simple Wildcats though has to move.
Really quickly, minds kind of jump in there. What you know, the picture that you're painting here, it's a bit of a double donut effect, because when we look towards the center of the circle, it's just open field.
Yeah.
All the hard cover and all the hard terrain. It's all between, you know, the edge of the circle and maybe 100 meters straight towards it. Like it's a bit rough. You're gonna have Gatka, you're gonna have chopsticks, you're gonna have all these other areas, but pretty much center of this circle is very, very unoccupied, and it's just full of grass. We'll see how the kill feed does explain what goes down. Tifu, the vehicle up in smoke. He will fall faultlessly onto BSW. Oro, mine's ready. This one going down from a headshot at distance, and unfortunately this will be us just kill feed casting for quite some time, as the ditches do spell disaster for a lot of players. Last Crew's in here, Heroic's in here. I'll need a bit of a heroic performance, currently down in 15th place. Certainly a good game here. Some good frags to boot. Would send them flying up this league table and give them the confidence they need rolling into tomorrow, or at least the last game today.
Oh! Nice shot from Turbo Banani. T-Bone is gonna finish off Tifu. Nice shot, a nice nade from Yapi. Super well played by Lascrax, managing to keep a hold on the right chopsticks. Meanwhile, Not Fair has taken the northwestern side off the dip of the left chopstick. Heroic advancing a little bit beamy, trying to get a hold on things. And Lascrax is gonna smoke out and try to maintain control of the eastern chopstick and the northern side, because right now they're a little bit vulnerable to a potential breach. Right now they are committed to the southern side of things. We could see a team jump into that. Usually we don't see the northeastern side being breached as much. It's not obviously not as big of a dip. It's just a little bit of a sewage area. But I really like the endings around this, because there's so many good plays you can make off this, and the terrain around it is hard to play due to the fact that it's fields. There's a little bit of curves here and there and ridges. We live again, have the yellow compound just north of chopsticks. Also a very good one for this circle for sure. Basically the last compound that enters into the fields on the northern side. And let's see where the circle goes. Oh, nice shot from Yapi. Taking down Vasco, his fellow Finnish hombre. Circle pops southeast, favoring heavy onto Istanbul Wildcats. They breached into this one in circle 3, so this is super good from them. Nice breach, committing to that one. It's a really good compound to breach as well. It's the best one to breach from the last circle, so well executed by them. Heroic, 2 kills so far. They are slightly in. They have a big amount of work ahead of them, those Sims.
They most certainly do. Heroic just upon the edge of them. Blast Crew directly in front of them. Trying to kind of hold it back for now. Whether or not this is going to be the telltale sign they've been able to advance forward, but a different question altogether. Kind of stay with it and watch how these fights unfold, because there's going to be a lot of action as people trying to transition around it. Squeaky has to turn into it. Headshot's already done. Tries to find a different angle of approach, but it is denied instantly. Intense finds him. The rest of Ents are already here. The pin is pulled on that nade. It's going to spring out the window if he doesn't hit the bar. It will be phenomenal. It's outside. It hasn't landed. The shot comes through from one of the Ents players, and it may have just done it just as enough time to be able to hold them back. Tixu through the window, jumps up, nade goes out. If they get into the low ball onto this one, it would be pretty damn solid. The smokes will be up there to try and get the res onto Squeak, and if they do, then good job. Inside and into the bathtub we go. So they have fully breached the building. The Molotov's going down. They will try and find the players outside. No one's going to be burning away thus far. More flashbangs are in abundance. This is just to try and keep them preoccupied, be a nuisance to them, keep them on their toes. Doesn't find the end one, which again gives full clarity here that Ents absolutely have no idea where the Apex have set up shop.
And of course,
go on.
Apex in a good spot for this one. Ents trying to make things here intense in a rough spot, not a good spot, and in a rough spot. Simsy seeing if he can do something with this one. He's on fire. That's probably going to be a knock from that one for sure. Squeak, he's going to go down to his own Molotov. Simsy, and this, like, I mean, sharing this house would probably be the most beneficial for these two teams right now. It could be just losing one or two players, but once they have to leave, it's going to be rough. But right now, they want to secure placement points.
Take a bit of a pull up here. Bystanders. How far can you... Oh. Okay. Surfy, different angle altogether. The bystanders. Well, we said they couldn't really be allowed another bad game, Martin. Up at the top of the board with 20 points, and slowly but surely for the last two, they've not been fruitful. So, they did have a buffer, but then has been swiftly removed from them. Liquid. Okay. Down, unfortunately, in third, so another high-ranking team will leave us early on. This then gives us the scenario what we were hoping for. We like to see in PUBG. There's ample opportunity now, if you are Ware team, to make a big old jump towards the top of that board and give yourself a buffer. They've got 3 players standing. Anything can really, you know, towards that side of it to be able to get up and further up.
Oh, not fair.
Okay, your top 3's gone. 4th down to 9th. Crack on. This is your chance to really get up top and do some damage. Big old nade comes through as well. Rustam Matt onto Simsy. Another one posted through the window. Try and get the confirmation on the knock. Secondary towards the stairwell, but you know what? You have to. It forces him into the bathroom. It denies leverage and it denies movement. More importantly, it denies access to this building. Unfortunately, we will see them going down. Top 4, Martin, has left us early game. This is setting us up for a very, very tight final match on today.
Yeah, honestly, absolutely insane for this one. I actually didn't expect, you know, these teams, they were setting up. The circle was really good for them, but they lost out early. T-Bone taking down both Tabo and Coyote. Wesker gonna flush Jappy. We live again is trying to maintain control of the west side of things. Heroic absolutely smashed last crew. Get out of the lobby. Super well played by them. And they are maintaining control of the right chopstick. And they might be able to get themselves into a good spot for this one here, Sims.
You can see how it's starting to unfold on the left-hand side of the scores. They are in real time. It does take into consideration placement as well, so be aware of that. At the moment, it's just try and reconsolidate for Heroic. Pick up whatever's been left up. Grab the scraps. But a bit of a... It won't be the worst transition in the world coming outside of that whatsoever. I'll give you a quick replay as well so you can see exactly how some of the previous kills went down. This was just the absolute madness. A complete smash and grab from Ents to take that compound for themselves. Yikes have fallen as well. Let's make note of that. In the small little window to the right-hand side, Yikes have fallen. Istanbul Wildcats, a team who's positioned themselves currently in 5th place. This should fare them pretty damn well with 4 players live. Only one of 4 teams at the moment. Saying that, I can see Nexa slowly but surely is bleeding out. DA is swinging the hammer onto them.
Yeah, they're maintaining control really well off the northern side of the fields. 3 kills so far, and a lot of space for them going forward. If they have smokes and utility, they could make something work from this one. Kill still. Last player for Nexus has a little bit of utility left, a little bit of HP as well. Let's see if Silas is able to find him and finish him off. Shots coming in, actually connecting. Silas fighting on multiple fronts though here, Sims. Let's see if they get circle. Oh, they actually maintain a somewhat northern circle for this one. Have a lot of space ahead of them in terms of field play. And he's going to make a move. Nexus Gaming has been found as Pixel. And now they're going to try to commit for a bit further into the circle. Go deep here. Make sure you get enough space. You're controlling the north. Silas, though, has been found by Digger with a really good headshot. Rupture finishing him off. And DA, 3 players alive for this one.
They'll be held at gunpoint by Ents, who have had to leave the safety net of the building that they're within. That's given the circle and how it will force them out of it. Heroic. Time to go big. 2 teams here in resistance to try and hold down this compound. We live again. 6th position, so this again, I said Heroic needed a heroic performance. This could be the one with 4 players alive and kicking. If they can clear out this compound, it will give them a bit of a stage to work on. First one will fall. Fate, Hobbits as well in the distance. Page does go down, but he's outside for now. The problem is the third-party scenario. Does anyone wants to try and get around the back of it and shut this down for Heroic? I think it's clean. I don't think anybody can wrap on them for now, which is good.
I like it.
And they should be able to get the resuscitation, but the next obstacle is the hardest, man. And if they clear out this compound, great, it's all good. It's getting to the center of where we go next, because you've got Rise and Win lurking in the ditches. You've got IW who have the slight elevation from the buildings that they're controlling.
And not fair, also in a gatekeeping position for them, but they also in somewhat sandwiched. Digital Lytics are losing a lot of players on the northern side of things. Pixel gone down, she created, finish him off. And this breach from Istanbul Wildcats that we saw in Circle 3 was actually really well executed, maintaining the amount of players, keeping control of it for so long as well. I'm surprised that nobody else decided to breach them once we saw it center quite nicely up on it. And the circle is extremely centered, and we see a crate straight smack bang in the middle. That could be somebody to play, you know, a car or something like that off it in the later stages. We'll see if we're gonna have somebody enable that one. Oh my god, Beamy with the preemptive shots into the smoke, into the door.
He actually tags him up as well, so he catches him. I'm glad you mentioned that as well. In the middle of it, the crate, while the level 3's there in abundance, just having something to play off the back of is even better. Especially when all the teams are being gate kept towards the outside. I'd anticipate that maybe IW have this game, to be fair, given where they are currently on the circle.
Get him.
Gotta be clean. It's gotta be clean.
He got
all
2!
Right. It's not the cleanest thing in the world, and yeah, if NF push onto this one, they are knackered. Like, this will be the time to strike. You've seen 2 go down. Any nades, throw them. Get stuck in, do whatever you can. They're playing for survivability at the moment, which is, I don't know if to say if it's questionable. I'm not a pro player by any means, but you know they are damaged, so just kick them while they're down.
They had to focus as well on northern side. They have some cars as well. Not sure if they're moving them. If they're they're pretty disabled, those cars. 100% not. Oh, they actually one in the back. Okay, outside in the blue, stick it in. Try to get into the northern side of things, and they could make something work. Schofield's gonna find Raw in the back, helping out. Heroic actually. Let's see what not fair and Heroic does. So Rise and Run actually out. Istanbul Wildcats eliminate them. Schofield putting pressure on to Ents as well. Triple flashbang committed, super well played. Nice execution from Heroic. Finds one, opens it up, return as well on Rustenmar on the other side of things, and they double eliminate that. Well played by Heroic, and I think Rustenmar is going to be able to get revived. Let's see if they're able to do something with this. They have to play the northern side of things, or the northwest. Try to get into a circle position where they can actually open it up and play for next circle. Nice nades coming for She Created. This could be a 4 versus 4, actually. We'll see how they're able to do this. It's 9 players left. Circle 7 closing. And a bait crate in the middle.
Digger is really the last problem for the Wildcats. Maybe he just shoots them in the back and causes them problems, even losing 1 player at this stage. Would be bad. The height advantage will start to show now on the side of the Istanbul Wildcats. They'll pull all the bodies back towards the southern side of the circle. They basically just need
next
to
to
box.
Rock as well. Look at that crate.
Yeah, they've got to box Heroic in, because if Heroic are allowed to push out, you know, we'd have to assume and best guess that this circle, it forces them all to the middle. You know, it forces them away from the edge. It brings out the compound that IW are going to be holding. So if I'm IW, I have to stop Heroic spread now. I have to keep them in a little 360 in midair from Diggery. Probably not too long for this world now, given that the smokes will eventually be dissipating and be spotted. Speaking of spotted, Schofield finds it. Okay, Ends finally down. Martin, we're down to a 4 versus 4. The Wildcats. They have the compound, but they're on the edge of the circle. They have the height advantage, but do they have the mobility? Now, when you look on the side of Heroic, you've already got T-Bone, deeper angle. Bazku, slightly deeper angle, might even be able to make it to the broken wall. Circle now throws them completely out of place, and She Created's down.
This is a good play and push from Page. He's alone, and he's not going to be able to turn it around. 2 knocks on Istanbul Wildcats. Rupture down super low. Beam is advancing as well. 8 HP. He has to heal. No helmet and broken vest as well. Page is going to be found. Oh, he's on fire. He's going to get knocked. No. Oh, the heal went off. He's actually going to survive that. He managed to heal and move out of the molly. Repositioning quite well. Still 3-man standing for Istanbul Wildcats, and so for Heroic. T-Bone find the level 3 vest and helmet, and they advance, repositioning well. This is a setup that Heroic should be winning and advancing from for sure. They're completely gatekeeping them. 14 kills for Istanbul Wildcats, 11 for Heroic. Sims.
Well, they have Beamy to hold the broken car. This denies the push from the eastern side. And then you put T-Bone up against the crate. I mean, the crate, he's got the gear on regardless. That gives him ample opportunity to be able to lean over the side. Beamy just needs to hold this, stay alive. Even if you don't get the frag, it's totally fine. Let the rest of them consolidate. Beamy on the first one, Rupture down. Flashbangs up, and away we go. Smoke cover to deny vision whatsoever. Beamy, once again, onto BSD. Shuts it down, it's spotted. She Created very disgusting angle. 15 kills in the bag. It's phenomenal. It's a damn good job thus far. Bazku through the smoke, jumping through midair. 1 goes down, 2 versus 1. She Created round the corner, hits him in the ankles, and he's gone to the blue. Heroic, from 0 to absolute hero. Bottom of the table, jumping all the way to the top. For both of these teams, this was the time to get the job done. Your top 4, top 5, gone early. Barely any points amongst them. And all of a sudden, your last final 2 in the circle, they're number 1 and number 2 on the league table. Like, what? You're talking about your bottom placing teams here having a massive game when everyone else at the top does bad. It's the absolute perfect scenario, and has thrown us into a really good league table and really good standings. We'll show you exactly now how they do stand. But Martin, what a final way for Heroic, and what a resolute way, to be fair, to hold them at the end.
Yeah, and 14 and 15 kills respectively for these 2 teams. Super impressive, honestly. And they fought for it. You know, Heroic, they had to push all the way through. They had to move and move and move, advance all the way through the chopsticks onto the compound, taking on multitude of teams. Extremely well executed here by Heroic, honestly. Fast play Wildcats managed to get an immense amount of points. 21 points for them, 24 for Heroic. Fantastic game for them. And overall, an absolute banger of a game, honestly. This was extremely impressive how to see these teams advancing through this. And Heroic, you know, they had a rough seeding stage 1 in this tournament here, but to come into this is where they feel comfortable, and you can definitely tell.
There is a world in which, you know, Heroic doesn't flex out. They don't go towards the tractor. They don't go towards the crate. I mean, he used the crate to T-Bone to the best of advantage. It was hard cover, regardless of the level 3 gear. But there is a world in which they don't do that, and then they lose. But they do. They flex out Martin, and ultimately they capitalize and take the win.
Yeah, and you know what? We're going to take a small look at highlights before we go back to Calaris and break down our ultimate game of the day.
Hell, it's about time. Heroic putting themselves properly on the board after we've watched them, to be fair, all tournament long. Stage 1, winner, chicken dinner, and now here into stage 2, we were like, when is Heroic gonna turn on? And I think properly here in this game, we see it occurring. Sims and Avenger joining me here. Avenger, and it's good to see them turn it on here, especially considering how high they jumped up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like this had some time coming to them. You know, they're a roster that we know can perform at this level. And especially, you know, considering some of the teams that's gone through, they should be able to smack a lobby like this up for sure. Top 8 should be easy piece of them. But I feel like this is the momentum boost and confidence boost they needed, honestly. You know, going into the rest of the game, they're going to be confident. They're a team that want to be running with the wind and not running against the wind for sure.
Let's take a look at the numbers then on the board, as Heroic has done a ginormous leap up towards second place. Bystanders and Where Team will fall a little bit. However, and I mean, actually, no, you know what? I'm not going to talk about them just yet. Sims, talk to me about Heroic, because obviously, like, they are the focal point right now.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Like on the previous round, they needed this. They absolutely needed it, and it was the perfect time. I keep harping on about it, but it's just like the stars have aligned for them. All the players up towards the top end have had a really rough game, and they have capitalized on it with both hands, grabbed that opportunity, seized it, they get the win, they get the frag points to boot as well, and instantly put themselves in second place. Like, they were nowhere to be seen coming into this.
Yeah.
And now they're at the top of the table. If they can just stabilize and give us a, you know, a half-decent game in the next round, we've got a really, really, really good championship Sunday coming our way. Like, I mean, just look at the scores already as they stand. Don't get me wrong. The Wildcats they're a little bit advanced forward, but everyone else is going to be within a few points of one another.
Well, this is what I was leading to. I didn't want to talk about them just yet because I wanted to get everybody's opinions when it comes to Heroic and stuff like that. But oh, my hair's crazy because we're getting wild for the Wildcats. They are looking brilliant here. When it comes to what we've seen from them in the past 2 games, to be able to leap up to first place here, Avenger, with their performances in the past 2 games is brilliant.
Yeah, honestly, not surprised. I will say they've been able to do extremely well and kind of lead into that for sure. So I was happy to see them execute that so well. What I'm excited to see here in the last game is, you know, you want to finish on a high note. Obviously, it's you have to going into the last games. I know we have more games tomorrow, but yeah, considering how close it is, was it 5 teams that was in 1 point of each other? You know, there's 3 teams in 17, 2 teams in 16, cutting off on that 8th place right now. I'm just predicting, you know, I'm going to be glued to the screen for the last game here and for tomorrow because it's going to be extremely close. I know some of our teams in the top, they might run away with it, even, you know, finishing on a high note today. Some of our very top teams, even if, you know, Liquid or Wildcats, they're able to wrap up and have a really good last game of the day. They might solidify themselves in the top, but our top 8, you know, couple of spots might be up for grabs, maybe even 3 or 4. And I think we're really going to see that changing in and coming into the effect for the last game here, but for tomorrow especially.
Yeah, definitely so. Rich, can your hair get wild or is it too short now?
It's definitely too short. This thing's like, I'm like an action man at the moment. If you drop me on the carpet, you'll never get me back up. It's like a block of Velcro. Honestly.
Nice.
It's like a piece of Lego that just clicks.
It really is. I've got a Lego head at the moment. But you know what? The barber's closed over here. And I'm actually glad I did because I went past it the other day after they opened up. And honestly, there's people been waiting like 2, 3, 4 hours for a haircut. I'm like, I'll just shave it for now. We'll have done with it. We'll let it grow back. This is fine. It's not great, but it's okay.
Ain't nobody waiting 4 hours for a haircut. Screw that. That is... No. Anyway, you know, moving on. We have one more game left to go. But before we do that, one of our lobby leaders, of course, here, Team Liquid right now. Let's check in with them here before we go into the last game.
I would say the favorite team to win this is either one of the PGI teams. There's a lot of lower tier teams in this tournament, except for us. So I would say one of those, but probably us. The minimum amount of gear I would loot for pushing another team is probably vest, helmet, and a gun, and probably 1 first aid at least. If possible, utility as well. The advice I would give to do the crate would be check your surroundings first, make sure no one is looking at you, and probably throw a pre-smoke on the drop just in case, and then loot fast and leave fast. The one thing that they won't let go is that I always go for crates. I always have this intention to go for crates because I feel like the free gear is really good, and I always like the guns in it. Honestly, in PGIS, I had a SLR and I was in the driver's seat, in the passenger seat, and I hit 2 bullets in a row with SLR on like 200 meters. So that's pretty funny. The thing I like about PUBG is that every game has a lot of variance. It's not the same ever. Like the circle aspect of the game makes it really interesting, and it makes the game really like replayable for me. The thing I do to practice my mechanics is play constantly. I play like at least 6-7 hours per day if I can.
Oh, don't worry, Clib. We very, very clearly remember that 2-tap SLR in the cars over at PGIS. It was at the bridge over towards, well, going towards George, I suppose, here, Avenger, but it was a great time, great moment.
Yeah, Watertown, I clearly remember that. We had to break it down, I believe, as well in one of the videos, like the 2-tap out of a car, it puts a pin on the drive-by, no matter how stable it is, but also the skill of these players, right? Because even having thousands of hours in the game, it's still pretty hard to pull some of those off.
Rich, you looked concerned almost there as you were rubbing your face.
No, it's really warm in here because the boiler, the boiler kicked in. It's like, oof, it's starting to get a bit warm.
Is that what's behind door number 1 behind you?
It is. It's where I keep all my dark secrets.
Oh wow,
that's why it's such a big door.
We don't open it. It just stays in there. The boiler holds everything back.
Okay, all right. Yeah, holds everything back. Repressed memories, anyway.
Anxiety, depression, key stay in there.
Well, yeah, it's been a rough year and a half, I think, for a lot of people.
Yeah.
But, we're coming out of it, I think, towards in the end of 2021, and it will be good times. You know what? I'm looking forward to being back at LANs, boys.
Yeah,
that's going to be a great time, Avenger. Oh, yeah, can't wait.
Just the whole idea of the synergy as well, like it's fun to see you guys in reactions and stuff like that. Obviously it's something that you're missing, and we've had some good times, plenty of time, but you spend so much time together, definitely miss being close and talking and sharing experiences with each other. That's definitely something I miss. And also talking to the players, after the games, their reactions, and seeing that emotion release, and hearing, sitting in backstage and hear those guys scream. You're like, oh, it's I miss that.
All right, it is time for the last game here of today, and then of course tomorrow we got 6 more for the last chance. Get points on the board. I'm leaving you with Sims and Avenger for the last grassy pastures.
Yeah, the grassy pastures indeed. And this one here is the setup for tomorrow. We obviously have only played 3 games so far, 4th game being wrapped after the day, and then they have 6 ahead of them tomorrow. You could go 2 ways. You could set yourself up tomorrow, or you could say, 6 games is plenty to try to get into the top 8. But no matter what, I feel like our top 8 is going to be extremely close. Eastern playing over towards Georgia Pro, and kind of north as well here, Sims.
Yeah, I think we need to emphasize this. This is a very, very, very stacked lobby where these teams are pretty much just within a hop, skip, and a jump, a bit away from one another. Like going down late game now, going down early game is going to set you up for failure. There's no way of cutting it. People will take advantage of teams that do bad. If they do bad, they'll either push them in the later games if they understand they're going to be, free points, quote unquote, or for them, it opens up this entire table. The last game proved that. The dominoes fell, the cards were dealt exactly how we would want to see it, and how heroic, how the Wildcats would want to see it. They have jumped up tremendous amounts. Now, with a flight path like this, it opens up the entirety of the map. We'd have to hope that maybe we get a central circle to go along with it. Nothing too messy, nothing too strenuous. If we do that, then it's going to be a bit of a longer game, a little bit of a slower game. We can have more talking about various guns and everything else. We'll see where it goes. Oh. Okay, then. It is on the Eastern Embankment, Martin, and we've got about 25% water in play.
All right, Apex, show us what you got. They're one of 2 teams that is actually inside, somewhat centered, and they have to set themselves up for tomorrow for sure. They are in a decent spot. but they are one of the teams that is sitting within that 1 point mark, as you see on the left side. 5 teams on 17 and 16 points, now on the cusp of 8th. And they have 15 kills, so they're sitting on top of that. But 15 kills in 3 games with only 2 placement points talks to me that these guys, they need to continue fragging out, but also get themselves more into the placements for sure. We'll see if they're able to do so. This is definitely a game that's setting themselves up for this case. And meanwhile, we'll see here Uber with a 1 helmet and an SKS. Where is your Mini and M4, Uber? I'm sure you're not going to be playing those 2 guns. Why do you even pick them up?
Look, you get what you can get, right? It's as simple as that. Whatever's lurking, you've got to put it to full use. This gun in particular, I'm looking forward to seeing come into a bit more of a relevant situation when we do advance through the patch. For the moment, everyone else is just going to be getting geared up, moving along. This is what you're seeing across the screens. Everyone just getting their economy and their utility for what will be the end game. At the moment, no one's taken a big old rotate. No one's gone early. Everyone's still within their home location. Teams that probably have the biggest swings that need to happen. Last group all the way over on the Western Road, playing the old the big old tempo storm days back in the days, popping all the tires and been a complete nuisance to everyone else around them.
He's back, Santa. It's back.
Yeah, I watched him last night. It was kind of good. He's stepping in from the mime at the moment, isn't he? It's interesting. There was some wild comments in chat that we won't go into, but it was any at his finest. Let's put it that way. Skada just more towards the eastern side of them. They'll be lurking around Gatka. Further afield, WLA, not too far off the side of Chopsticks. Then we move into Pachinki. You know who lives there. They've been there long enough. It's going to be Team Liquid, who yet haven't moved. So they're going to be spending a little bit longer, but it's around the 4-minute mark. They usually get up, get the vehicles, and get gone. Georgia Paul, nobody's moved whatsoever. We still have a bit of a standoff in terms of Heroic and Yikes. That's going to be north and south, not respectively, because Heroic are down towards the south side of it. Nexus is an interesting one. They're playing the compounds above Rolltalk, the garages. They're a bit few and far between. They're quite spread rather sporadically. What are you giggling at?
Just Mika's changing guns to shoot with the different guns, making it sound like there's multiple guys in this compound. Oh, the AK, the SLR, considering the shotgun. What am I? It's like a complete obvious peacocking to try to make sure people don't breach him. And like, if I heard that, I'm like, single gun being shot a few times, dick, SLR. Okay, changing gun, dick. Okay, that's an AK. That's a single guy peacocking. Like you're exposing yourself, kind of inviting people to breach you. But it's phase 1. I wouldn't say it's viable right now, especially the position that is in. It's just fun, you know, that the reason he's doing these things, like to peacock, to make him bigger than he is, and you know, it's not happening. It's you have to be 2 guys to peacock properly, changing guns, and you know. But I respect it.
Not everybody is a 10-head like you, okay? You know, we all can't have galaxy brains, Martin, and sometimes this works. And it's what I like. I know it's a complete tangent on this one. I always find it, and you see some of the pros doing it if you're playing in public matches, where you know someone's inside a building, they'll look away, they'll spray an AR, then they'll switch to the bolt action, just look at the window. It's like, you're gonna have a look and see what's going on. And then you just see this little guy's head just poke up, and it's just removed from his shoulders, like, yep. You got baited, my dude. You got baited. It's rather unfortunate, but you know what? Sometimes it can work. And at this stage, anyway, regardless if you hear some shots, you want to try and avoid it at all costs. Yes, you can play off the back of it. Yes, you can try and set yourself up to maybe capitalize on them advancing forward, get a bottleneck going, look towards, okay, what's the best and safest trajectory path that these teams will and these players will be taking forward. There's a few times players will do that, and it does turn out. More so we see it when it comes to bridge encampments, when you just know there's nowhere else to go. Although, saying that, if you've been looking at, you know, player IGN on social media, you'll see some changes apparently are coming towards the bridges, which will be very, very interesting. Don't know if I like it. We'll need to try it first, because I think if you're coming into the bridge, it is what it is, and you shouldn't have a get out of jail card. You're either jumping off of the bridge into the water, or you're standing your ground and fighting. I don't know. We'll see when that change comes in. If you haven't seen it, go and have a look at it. I don't know how official it is and everything else, so we'll leave it at that. As everyone else, Martin, begins to rotate.
Yeah, trying to committing as well, actually. Ryzen win. 14 is going to leave this one. The peacocking did not work for that one. Not fair is going to take over that. And 14 is going to be off his ways. And yeah, for sure, super interesting. PIGN always sharing some of the data mining stuff. And it's, you know, it's not the final iteration or anything, but sometimes it does come through, and it it works out quite well. I'm interested in the bridge as well. Getting wider, having another level, basically enable bridge camping though. So that's a really interesting one. I'm curious to see how that's gonna work, and it's gonna be all the bridges. It's gonna be the Georgia Pole bridge as well. That's one of the very interesting things to me. We'll see though. That's in the future. Right now we're looking at 4th game, and this is a really interesting circle. It's a new. If you look at the map, Sims, and you can see how center heavy it is already. All the teams, they want to be inside the kind of roads that is encroaching around the whole lumber hill, and that's the really interesting part. And this is because the teams obviously don't want to make a rotation that is crossing too far. They want to make sure that they're inside, and this is where, if you're late into this, you'll have a lot of space on the edge, and if the teams are aware and find out that there's actually a lot of space, they could be playing an edge heavy meta for this one and enable themselves to get into a really good spot for this one. Also, it's for a circle. Next circle can literally go and send it up down towards Milta Power, and we will see multiple teams that have to make a big rotation. We'll see though. 2 minutes to go, and while we see the teams make some macro moves, there's many teams actually coming in slowly. Wow, Heroic, WLA, and Last Crew driving close to each other. We could see some drive-bys with that one for sure.
I'm just trying to take a look at this and see if anyone's going to have some difficulties. There could be a possible chance, as you say, from LC all the way down to the yellows on the cliff faces. WLA are directly in front of them, so the 2 players at WLA, excuse me, these 2 aren't in particular. We'll pin them all the way up against the cliff faces, and this is from barn compound. Swing it around and get rather close to them. You can try and dip away as much as possible, but not much further than that, otherwise you're going off the edge of a cliff. Heroic are shooting down into this one. That tracer fire and that gunfire is in the distance. It's coming from... Oh my god. He
Flushed
just got
as well.
Banged out.
That's the power of the SLR. That's one of the reasons, 80 damage plus minus depending on the distance of it. Usually it's 78 or 79 damage. Basically 3 to 4 more damage than what you get after a full first hit. So that's why it's so strong still. Even though a little bit of recoil has been added, they're still playing the strong version of the barrel and SLR on this patch, playing on the Esports service. We live again, try to live again, and pushing into Milta. Actually quite a lot of space ahead of them here, Sims. A lot of the teams have committed to around the lumber area, and we'll see how much they're able to push further. 3 guys alive only, and this last and 4th game of the day for them. So far not super impressed with them and their performance. I was expecting a little bit more from them, considering their insane performance in our stage 1 seedings.
Holding tight and hoping that someone comes flying his way. Circle updates, pulls away from water, liquid center, DA center. Team playing off the back of DA as well. You can see pretty much how close these 2 teams are, resembling one another. Just on the opposing side of the road. Everyone else now needs to try and make something happen and rotate off the back of it. The priority space has gone. WLA may try and take that little dirt road that runs from Potato Hill. Skirts the top just above the farmlands. Yappy. As for the tag, there is no frag given this time round off the back of farm. Apex. This will be an interesting one. Now they have to work uphill. Talon should be in front of them if I'm not mistaken. And we still need Nexus to move out of Milta Power. If they go direct up towards the lumberyard, you're going to have a 3-way fight for lumber. Yeah, and lumber is definitely not favorable right now. I'm curious to see if Apex is going to be pushing on and advancing towards. They can definitely push and play towards the shelter area where Liquid is. Hence, in a reposition, they have taken the Alamo compound here close to Hall of Fame. Squeaky taking some shots. And if they keep the cars on the northern side, we can kind of expect them to keep their cars. They will probably need it later. And they're betting on it's going to be a northern side of things. Squeaky with some shots. They have good scopes as well. Rise and Win is committing towards Bison. No, they're going to disengage from that fight. Kova and Mikas is repositioning. Mikas actually hit a few times. His car looks to be smoking headshot from distance. 72 Anonymous with another SLR and actually committing to that, connecting that one. Good shots coming in. Flushed probably soon. And Kova is going to be taking the dip here. Yeah, one more. Oh! Has to be careful. They've got somewhere to at least stay their feet for now. Skada will hold the level 3 building that it looks in towards this one. DA with the priority, and again, it's very hard to breach that place given how open it is with all the surrounding areas. All these other dips basically taken. Everyone's just kind of, you know, scraping the bottom of the barrel for whatever amount of land you can have. It is safe, unless you decide to go and play off the hillside. Although it is much harder with bystanders there, it's kind of a little bit easier. I'll position these vehicles to try and keep the tires as clean as possible. Certainly in as tact as possible for the next push once the circle does come in. In around 1 minute's time for now. Ends still lurking between Mansion. However, it is a 2-2 split. They sent 2 players to the little tiny shack that is just off the back of Digital Athletics. You'll see, I think it's Yikes that are playing Farm Yellows and Heaven. They're also sent 2 to the ditch, so it's a 2-1-1 split currently. The Istanbul Wildcats, they spot Nexus. Now, Nexus just completely jumped every single person. In fact, the whole lump.
Oh. Silence Revolver. This is some Wookie Boogie levels of gun choice right here. Coyote from Last Crew.
That's for words.
In
What is that
farm.
thing? Get it out of the game. It's offensive. Don't use that in esports. Come on, barely use it in Publix. Anyway, the lumber farm, the lumber mill that we were speaking about, Martin, the whole battle that could have unfolded there, it did not come to fray whatsoever.
Yeah.
It completely dissolved. The Talons moved a little bit and advanced forward.
Oh!
We saw Apex rotate down to Milta, which is not too bad. Yes, it's
But
up against the
off.
white, but they don't have to do a hard transition now. Nexus pretty much split the pack and jumpstart everybody and move more towards the garage compounds and the ticket booth towards the roadside. They will have a garage compound on the hill, so they'll be able to take residency in that. Wildcats, though. Let's talk about this, Martin. They are central circled. The road cuts through the middle. They have the 2 priority garages fully locked down here. And the thing is, in my opinion, you can hold these 2 areas with the 2-2.
The different and dangerous thing is, though, phase 3, you could see someone breaching them if they find out that there's a 2-2 split. We'll see how much they're able to peacock for sure. It's definitely viable having both of those, but you want to be able to be 4 in late games. The question is, do they have a fast car? Can they move on the other side? Or are they not going to be able to do that later? Because if they get breached and lose 2, it's definitely not worth it. We'll see if they decide to join up and unite later. Liquid taking some shots and making sure that they can hold down and make sure shelter is theirs. Shelter is definitely a breachable area. Shots coming in. SKS connecting from Jeems with a 3x. One more. Oof, that could have been a banger. Did not connect.
Are they going towards it, Martin? That's the trajectory path surely to the area that we've been speaking about. You go over that hill and you would land down by it.
Taking the Harry here. Taking the tower on the high ground, and that's actually pretty good bet on phase 3 that this is not going to be taken somewhat centered, but still, if they have to cross the road later, it's going to be really rough for them. Probably also going to lose their cars due to the fact that this area is open to many angles. They can stay safe. Let's see how many guys they manage to get into the position. Right now, 1 knock. It looks like Rid is also left on the backside. Global is knocked. Is he going to get rest? I'm not sure. Looks like it. Yeah, he is inside. Okay. He was not stuck on the outside. Sancho, though, and the boys from Talons on the high ground. Very impressed with Talons and their performance in Stage 1, to be honest. Very aggressive gameplay, and I was looking forward to seeing them, how they're going to be able to perform here in our super stage format in our last chance BO10 so far.
Sorry to break you off, Martin. We've just seen one of the Liquid players go down. That means either... Oh, he's been finished as well. Okay, so Mexi has gone. This is a different fight altogether. That's DA working off the back of the bunkers. So what did Liquid try and do? Maybe they were just on transition because they've taken the bunker that is further towards the center side of it.
Shots.
God, this is on a knife set, isn't it? Everyone just run him over by accident. Nope, doesn't happen. Sees him, sprays him, and he's dead. And that's the power, unfortunately, of the drive-by meta. Instantly goes down. Second player there to maybe follow up as well. Circle's gonna pop. Where does it go? Who does it favor? Boom. Shelter and surrounding areas. So now that's where you would anticipate surely the Wildcats get in the vehicles. They send it across the road. They regroup as a 4-man band. Liquid, good position. Nothing really in front of it. You've got that really obscure ridge line that you can play off the back of in front of Liquid, but that means that your entire backside needs to be clean and you know, completely covered and no enemies whatsoever. The problem is that's not the case. That's central area, so we shouldn't see, in theory, anyone playing center here. This is going to be an awful, awful time and a very difficult one to cast. A lot of players, unfortunately, are about to leave us. This is going to be very, very difficult. Transitions, rotations, and basically just push a building and hope for the best.
All right, Talons with the push. Is this a blind send, or did they know that Istanbul Wildcats actually left this one here? Luke from Yikes taking on a fight with Apex. Gonna be pulling up. Wait, Calvin, is he 1 HP or am I blind?
He is.
Oh my god. Ermax has been found by Schofield. More shots coming in from Istanbul Wildcats, taking down Talons completely. Super well played by them. Clip taking down Poro, and a shot coming in. Yap is gonna find Calvin. And he's going to be finished off as well. Tekkas trying to get into the northern side of things. Oh, they're trying to get onto the dirt road and the Maple Leaf. All right, I see that coming in. Shots are coming in. This is a massive fiesta of kills right now.
George just got, unfortunately, banged his teammate in the back of the head. He must have run in front of him while he were on the spray down. He did get 2 while distance, but you know what? Bystanders are all gone. All 4 players, WLA, have had their day with them. Intense will also fall. This is NF doing the work. We'll see Nexus hit the back compound, the old one where we were seeing residency from the side of the Istanbul Wildcats. They did leave as a 4-man squadron. They are on the opposing side now. Sakura onto T-Bone. T-Bone's knocked and flushed. The point goes towards Skada.
Oh
with a quick shot through the smoke, the damage is done. The follow-up molly could be phenomenal if it goes inside. I would very much doubt that they would stay within that building, though. And you can see, unfortunately, why Heroic will fall. It's a bit of an obscure place to be playing. They've been using the vehicles, they've been using the rocks, but unfortunately, Scada's positioning had just been too damn good. Senix onto Hydronics. Ibi, Clip, Fallen. That's not great, but James is there to try and hold tight for now. Global Army will go in onto free kill. That's a double molly, knock, and a flush confirmed. Habits. He does have Fate to try and back him up in this one, but Ibi still Liquid are not faring very well. This is 3 different teams that are falling on their position. First of all, they had DA, then they had WT. Now they've got ENCE knocking up the door also. That is going to be a very, very rough time. Over by the hole that Liquid were trying to fortify, and still, what did I say about blind sending? How many vehicles is that? 7 in total. Resolution will hold on for now against the nade. Not much HP left whatsoever, but certainly for Yikes, it's a bit of a Yikes moment. Getting out of this spot, the smokes are there to try and get round the front of the building, but ultimately NF will hold them at gunpoint.
And Circle slowly closing as well. Shots coming in as well, connecting. Mom is going to get knocked as well. Circle's going to pop. It's going to send up quite nicely with a big road in the middle. This is going to be a really rough late game for this. Apex sent it up quite nicely, sitting in a good spot actually. They're playing the Maple Leaf tree dip east of the dirt road. And Yikes, down to 2 players in a really rough spot. They have to fight for their lives to get into the circle, but they have Not Fair denying anything. Trying to use all the utility. Resolution in the top of the mansion. And the garage compound on the other side, Not Fair locking that down. Senix is going to find Resolution. That is them out 13th place. No placement points for them. Nuki is going to find 14 on Rising Wind. And Gluttony peppering them right now, trying to hold them out.
Liquid down in 12. Tekkas solidifies it with a kill onto James. 14 also will leave us here. Luke, wondering what he can do with these smokes. Skada. Is that offensive grenades? It is. Flashbang there. Hobeats has been spotted. He's blind as well. Nice lead shot comes through. Skate doing well. They knock out another team. They pick up 6 frags while doing so also. Luke will be another victim to fall on the side of Yikes as IW across the road, actually. So whether or not he pushed over to try and get to a different angle. IW got to be careful in themselves as we see the crew are going to be just lurking on their position. Tagged up, backed up. All of a sudden, Skada been spotted. The noise has been made as well, so certainly for Istanbul Wildcats, they'll be looking at this and trying to make sure that nobody can encroach on their position from behind and flank them. Still quite a lot of players alive to this side of the map. I've got to be honest, the southwest eventually is going to come to a head, and on the opposing side of the road, NF have just pushed into it.
Yeah, and you know, Not Fair. They're right now, none of their compound is inside the circle, so they have to clean this up to make sure they can play ahead and try to use the utility to get into a better spot. ENCE is looking at them, trying to deny any entrance into the zone. Coyote and Last Crew advancing onto Skate. This is full finish action right now. Istanbul Wildcats putting pressure onto them. Schofield actually advanced onto them, trying to make sure that they go that way rather than, oh, this is an 8 from Nuki. Straight onto Yapi. More utility being committed. What a wonderful nade from Noogie again. And it's continuing. Absolute red zone here from Skate, denying any advance from last crew. And Tar was the last player. He's going to be found from the side. Schofield's going to get one of them. Missy's going to steal the kill as well. And 10 kills for Skate so far.
Yeah, this is huge. This is a decent performance at the moment, especially when you're looking at their position on the league table. Because the Wildcats have got a lot of catching to do. Ultimately, the bigger picture is being above that top 8 bar. You know, it's going to be good in terms of Super Saiyan. It's got to feel good topping the charts towards the Slash Chance qualifier, but certainly there is 8 places up for grabs. So the further you can get away from that 8th spot, the further you are away from danger. Same cannot be said when it comes to the side of the Wildcats. BSD has gone down. I mean, thankfully they have this window, so it's not a very simple run over and flush, because then you know, there is a possibility that you get hit by the windows here, but the amount of smokes up, Rupture's going low as well, Martin. He's come out to try and get him to fight. The nades will go over the top she created onto Gluttony. That's the fight behind us here. I'm really intrigued to see this wrap and see if any of these players down low can do something. In the vehicle, and away we go. Might be time for Scarlet to just book it, get out of dodge here, because that is it's not the greatest place in the world when the circle has updated.
No, and also 22 seconds to wrap up and finish a fight like that. That's not nearly enough. So they're, you know, jumping ahead and trying to set up a gatekeeping position rather than fight outside the zone. If you get a knock there, you're going to lose your players. Right now, they're setting up shop 4 guys inside the zone to make a gatekeeping position. You use a bit of utility here, and they could set up really nicely. I really like the play here from Skate. Super well executed decision making on point here. And double-digit kills already with 22 players alive. Top 8. All teams have now been awarded 1 point for placement. And ENCE have set up shop in a really good position. 4 guys alive. I really like this from ENCE.
Pixel avoiding near death. Unfortunately, those shots did not connect. He has picked up his teammate. That's all it was for. So the Uber actually gets away in the Uber, funnily enough. Try and traverse away from all this one. Still going to be rather treacherous given how very little area there is to play off the back of this. I mean, that ditch in itself that they currently have, providing their cover, is not inside the circle. WT, however, is downstairs in the maze.
Rough circle.
Very, very rough circle. Rough terrain, to be fair, that goes with it, hand in hand. It's not great for these players, and it's going to be a very, very testing time. The hope is that a lot of them just kind of turtle, just go inside any kind of cover and cover they have, and allow people to leverage up.
Absolutely popping off here. 22 kills so far, taking out Wildcats. 14 in this game. Misa with 5, and the rest of the guys with 3 apiece. And they're actually sitting high ground, good position. Only Tech is ahead of them. And now they can put out pressure. Noogie finding Kova as well. Extremely well executed. Rustamar is going to find Uber, finish him off as well. Diggory confirming that one. Now Skate on the high ground. Have to find taggers and then have to get into a position where they can play the late game of the zone. Elska's gonna find Pills, Pixel, and Silas is gonna return onto Rustamar. Big fight here between BA and ENCE.
It most certainly is, and with the circle and the situation that it's in, it's just drawing everybody into the open. This area in particular might not be a bad one that would kind of withstand it. DA is down, 7th position. Diggory stands up to the test of time and eliminates both players simultaneously. You touched on it, 14 kills is huge. Apex goes down, make that 15. Another notch on the board for Sakura. Looking across on the opposing side, NF still lurking in the distance, but not too much of a challenge. This circle goes direct to the road. Everybody currently is living in the shadow of Skada. This is their server, and we are just watching people die within it.
Look, Misa taking position, actually really good position. They have the whole southern side of the circle. ENCE has to fight with DA, have to fight with Wear Team inside the bunker as well. On the eastern side, Odin from Not Fair, last player from there. 5 teams left alive, only 13 players. Rustamar getting revived right now, and ENCE, they have to play from this position. I actually really like this anchor position from Misa. The other guys can play high ground and make sure they get some more kills. Kovali is going to find Rustamar yet again. He's going to get knocked. 5 kills for ENCE. ENCE has some work ahead of them, but they actually have quite a good spot. Sakura with a binger of a shot straight to Kova's face. He's going to get an instant revive. Diggory is going to steal it. Unfortunate for Sakura. And Elska, he's going to be loving that shack until his death.
Yeah, there's nothing really he can do. We'd rather give it up to the blue than giving it out to another team. There's just no point in going out this stage. Leave it as it is. Even if someone tanks you through the window, just die valiantly. That's a... Oh, I thought it was a nade. If that was a nade, it would have bounced off and hit them both. Trapped up against it and ends at nose. They either die to the blue or they die to their hands, lurking and working their way up the stairwell. See if they want to try and challenge it. Tixu finds one at distance as well, so another team will be leaving us. This will lead us into a 4 versus 4. All the smokes are in a distance, and the thing is for Skada, this is their time to strike. Rustamar stolen away from them instantly. Still against the blue, the smokes will be committed because they are going to be working off the back of it. Tries to spray down. Quite nothing really else he can do, and same goes for Poro. Not too much he can do. Between this, spots him through the gap, commits to it of another point, but ultimately, this for me, unless we see some unbelievable... Oh my god, he's ruined it for them. He's absolutely ruined it. There was going to be maybe some window of opportunity you could get something done now, but from the blue, the dagger in the back, it comes down to Diggory to try and hold the mantle here. Gets a knock onto Misa. Now, don't get me wrong, we've seen a 1 versus 4 before in a winnable situation, but honestly, with 17 frags...
Oh, Diggory!
No, wait, no, he doesn't. No way does he do this. No way do you do this. He's done so much damage to the last player as well. My god, what a valiant attempt this has been thus far. Sakura, the hold the rock, surely you can see him. Surely you want to put this to end and get the win. He does. And most importantly, Martin, that is a 28-point game. That is phenomenal work from Skada.
What a game. That's honestly one of the most crazy games I've seen so far in this one here. Honestly, the amount of macro they had on point, the fights, they kept 4 guys alive, disengaged from the fights at the right time, took position. Macro and micro completely on point here for Skate. You know, 28 points. This game basically secured them a top 8 spot straight into the grand final, to be honest.
You needed as many points as humanly possible rolling in tomorrow because we only have 6 more games. This is the last chance qualifier. This is your last chance to get into that grand finals of the PUBG Masters European side of things. And ultimately, it's going to be a good one. For now, we'll take a look at the scores once they're ready, bring them up and show you exactly how that final match played out of today.
Oh my god, doubling second place.
It's a big boy score, that, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a qualifying game for sure. What an amazing one for them. 18 kills ends, and that was not easy for them. It was such a rough position, backstabbing with Wear team. And I just realized, actually, all the last 3 teams, full Finnish lineups, they've been really doing well, the Finnish guys today so far. It's spring. They're definitely jumping onto this one here. Super well played by them. Wear team, very surprising to me that they've been able to do so well here in the beginning, coming in as the last team straight into the last chance qualifier, being, already in the top 8 of today after 4 games.
Well, it's it's been a very interesting day. Congrats to Ents as well, and Not Fair on a 2nd and 3rd place respectively. Again, as many points as humanly possible is kind of what we want to do for set us up for tomorrow. But it's it's been a good day, Martin. It's been a very good day.
Yeah, I've enjoyed this, casting with you and also talking with James. We're going to take a quick look at the highlights before we go back to the closing analyst desk with Kalaris.
Amazing stuff from our Finnish players, not only Skade, but across the board, let's be perfectly honest. What a game for them. Skade, though, ooh, you need to take a breather. Need a cigarette after that one. That was something and a half. They get themselves huge amounts of kills. The win in the end. Rich Avenger joining me. I should have said Rich Martin joining me. This is mine. That's insane. Insane
game, you know, like getting 28 points in one game is the same as the amount of points that I believe Heroic had, you know, 26 points in 3 games. So that's extremely impressive. Skate jumping the leaderboards for sure with that one. And I would say with a game like that, pretty much solidified themselves in a top 8. I have a really, really big doubt that they're not going to be able to close that out for tomorrow.
Yeah, and without further ado, let's get Sakura in here after that brilliant win here by Skade, bumping him up the tables heavily. Hello, Sakura. How are you doing, fella?
Hello. I'm good, guys.
Fantastic. I mean, especially after that win, that was nuts. So coming into the last stretches of that game, you guys looked untouchable. What main threats were you considering going into some of those final moments in the game?
We just tried to keep the comms calm and take the right fights, and that's pretty much it. We just tried to hold our back clean, and I think we managed pretty good since nobody came and third party us.
Yeah, fair play, Rich.
I mean, for me, looking at that from that perspective, it gives you a good amount of points to tomorrow. Looking onwards at grand finals now, is there anything you guys are looking to change up, looking to adapt? Because obviously there's a fair amount of different teams towards the grand finals. Will you be changing anything up, or is it just keep to the same game plan?
Yeah, we just want to play some better games. Today we had some messy games and a little bit of bad communication and overall mistakes. So it wasn't the best day for us, but this last game definitely makes it a little bit better. And yeah, just play our own game, you know. Just play as good as we can usually do, and I don't know, nothing else to change, I guess.
Fair. Martin?
Yeah, actually, congratulations, first of all, Sakura, to you and the boys. Insane game, super well executed. Honestly, some of the best PUBG we've seen today from you guys. I want to hear, you know, going into today, it's, you know, kind of have to prepare for 2 kind of formats. Did you guys, you know, focus on, you know, trying to get a win in the first one? Or did you put more emphasis on that you had more games to play in the super format today? Or did you change anything? Or did you play the same style throughout the whole day?
Well, obviously we can't play our own game, I think we played less aggressive and tried to actually focus on winning, because it's all about the win. So yeah, we have to change up the gameplay a little bit, but going forward, I think, I don't know, I just want to play good the rest of the tournament, and we're not gonna change much, but for the winner chicken dinner, we had to change up the gameplay a little bit.
All right, well, thank you very much, Sakura, for joining us. Any final words before we let you go?
Nah, just shout out to all the fans and shout out to Skade and everybody. Yeah, cheers for the interview.
Awesome, thanks very much, friend.
Thank you, buddy.
We will see you tomorrow. Awesome stuff. We have Sakura doing, again, very well for Skade, as the whole roster doing phenomenally here throughout the ending moments. Almost got tripped up by Diggory, and I feel like it's crazy when you look at Ents, because, you know, we know that roster is very, very strong, but Diggory has gone from strength to strength ever since joining that team, Rich, and for me, is slowly becoming the true standout of that roster, to be honest.
I had all sorts of flashbacks. I'm not gonna lie. There were so many flashbacks to when we saw, I think it was Squeaky pull that 1 versus 4 for the win that time. He wasn't too far from that. I'm like, there's no way. If he'd have somehow got that final bullet off on that one player he went towards and knocked 3 of them, then it could have been really disastrous and also rather interesting. But again, have it holding that rock, you know, I don't know, but either way, yeah, to back you up, I think him and Ents are really starting to come into their own.
Yep, not doing too bad at all. Let's take a look at the overall standings for our 4 games that we've had today here. And up towards the top, Fast Player Wildcats and Skade are blasting ahead, full speed ahead with 42 and 41 points. Ents and Wear Team near those 30s. And we have Heroic up there as well here, Martin. Any of things stand out for you here?
Yeah, a little bit surprised. Obviously, Liquid had some insane games in our winner and chicken dinner, but in the midst of things now for 8th place right now, 22. But you know what, Wildcats, Skate, so far ahead right now. I have a hard time believing they're not through already. So I'm actually kind of curious to see what they're going to be doing tomorrow. Are they going to just focus on their games and continue to play and try to replicate what they want to play in the grand finals, or are they going to switch things up and try to deny some of the teams that might be one of their closest competitors? That could be interesting. Also expected we live again in Apex to be up a bit further, but you know, our 8th place right now, we have so many teams within reach. Rise and Win 18 points, Bystanders 24 points. It's 6 points that is super close. You know, 7 teams within 6 points right now for 8th place, so it's going to be extremely close for tomorrow.
Yeah, if the Finns could just calm down, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, some in the 5th place, you know, that'd be all right, Rich, because Finns are really good at this game. There's too many of them at the top.
There's one of them that's not doing too well that I anticipate a bit more of. I mean, not too well, but certainly, Mexi, I'm looking on Team Liquid, like, on the cusp of 8th. You know, that's not a guaranteed qualification by any means whatsoever.
True.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the points, man. 18 all the way up to, that's what, 13th? And 9 points is up to 5th position. We're not playing for 1st, 2nd, 3rd here. We're playing for qualification. And honestly, we're going to see changes tomorrow because there'll be a few teams that are 9th and below that literally won't give a damn and they'll just full send it. And that confidence, when you have that, there's nothing left to lose. Like, sometimes it really brings out the best in players.
Well, you get into the top 8 after tomorrow, or you get no money. That's how this works out, of course. If you do get top 8, you qualify through into that grand final, and then guaranteed $500 onwards and upwards if you're able to attain those top spots. Here's what we have so far in the grand finals. Waiting for our next 8 teams are our winner chicken dinner winners, with Na'Vi and Tropic FaZe, Karagumruk, August, Norseman Blaze, and Virtus Pro. And tomorrow we will make sure another 8 teams join them, Martin, with it looking all right so far for some of them at the top.
Yeah, looking very good so far. And you know, I've actually really enjoyed today. It's been, you know, mix up with a hybrid format. It's been super great. We have some insane games, especially wrapping up here with the last one with a absolute banger of a game from Skate, qualifying in one game with 18 kills and a win. Absolutely insane from them, to be honest.
Yeah, unless things go catastrophically tomorrow, but
no chance.
We can't see that happening at all. Yeah, for someone like Skate. Yeah, brilliant stuff by them. We can take a look at who's been standing out towards the top, I think, in regards to who's been playing it out. And we have She Created up there. And I think, you know, to give a spotlight to a player that every single time we've seen them play at PCS is Rich. Every time we see them play on the DreamHack stages last year as well. She Created for Fast Pay Wildcats, just looking brilliant.
Agreed. I mean, the scoreboard speaks for itself, right? There's going to be certain points where you can say, okay, well, we don't have FaZe, we don't have Na'Vi, we don't have, and all this, that, and whoever else is still waiting on it. If we're going to be seeing that once the grand final comes, then, you know, fair play. I mean, even for now, it's still damn good, and it's still a reason why they're all the way at the top of the board. Like 11 frags, no matter which way you cut it, in 4 games. As a single player, pretty damn good.
Pretty damn good, yeah, so good stuff here. And again, as always, our Finnish players sneaking on in there because they're really good at this video game. And you know what? We didn't do too badly in terms of our predictions, especially Rich, who did really well in terms of his prediction.
Oh, you know it.
Yeah. Yeah. As Avenger said, you know, a wrong clock can be whatever, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, Avenger ends not doing too bad as well, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, you know what? I was actually kind of hoping to see them win this last one here, but they had so much pressure in the north. You know, multiple teams coming in, backstabbing them, pressuring from multiple sides. Diggory then kind of striking the match, lighting a bit of hope for me with 2 knocks, and I was like, okay, is he gonna pull a squeaky on me? Is this happening? But no, he got shot down by his fellow nationman, and Skate popping off, ends putting himself into a really good spot. I'm quite confident that they're going to do well tomorrow and put themselves into the grand finals, though.
Yeah, all of our Finns channeling the White Death If you don't know what that is, go and look it up because it's very interesting. And that is how this is going to go for now. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in for day 2 here of stage 2. Now that we're in the last chance qualifier, tomorrow we have 6 more games in our super settings format for last chance to find out which 8 teams are going to be joining the already 8 qualified into that grand final. I've been Kyle Aris. This has been The Sims. This has been Avenger, and we shall see you next time for more PUBG action.
We're ready for the first game. Wherever we go,
Anthony is coming in.
it's gonna bring chaos and havoc for sure.
Waiting for him to take off and continues.
Good God, have they prepared for this?
Oh my lord, that net just might seal the great. We do have one guy down.
Job done.
Couple marking your face. You gotta get through. Fight the first tank. Find the second.